the main event. Welcome to WHW Monday. Tony Schiavone and Conrad Thompson.
Jim Crockett First Arcade, 605 NWA. TV title, Cajun Omni, the Bunkhouse Stampede. Flair and Horseman, Garvin, Bogey, Magnum, Dusty, Express Tag Team. Turner, Bodden, Mid-South Joint World Championship Wrestling.
Talking about the great years of World Championship Wrestling, the NWA, and Jim Crockett Promotions.
Tony and Friends North, they win. Look, Schiavone's back again. World title split off center stage. Bischoff, Disney, Hogan, and Nitro. New World Order and the Crow. Thunder, Russo, Arquette Champ, Vinnie Mac, simulcast. Tony's back with Conrad, not your classic podcast. Watch along, try not to laugh. Lowest rules can't pass. This wasn't the initial plan. Tom Zigg's a good-looking man. Klondike Bill, make a chair. Tommy, you come over here.
What happened when?
WHW Monday. And now, let's go to the ring. And here's your co-host. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to What Happened When? With the one and only voice of our childhood, Tony Schiavone. Tony, what's going on, man? How are you?
Conrad, it's a great day to be alive. It's a great day to be able to bring you What Happened When. And I know, as this is airing this week, we have put another StarCast behind us, haven't we?
We have, and as always, I'm glad it's over, but I'm enjoying Labor Day today. If you're on Patreon, I'm floating around my pool. I managed to get home in time to chill out a little bit here at my humble abode. But if you're listening on Wednesday, I've been grinding back at the office, slinging some mortgages, and I'm happy to help. Yeah, I don't know that I talk about that enough on here, but if you got a mortgage question, shoot me an email, conrad@savewithconrad.com. Be glad to help you out. That is my real job. And since you're not doing all of my podcast hijinks anymore, no more live shows or silliness or whatever, I'm going to have a lot more free time. So check me out, conrad@savewithconrad.com. But we still do have another live show coming up. I can see you one last time before you're done with me forever. And that's TonyandConradLive.com, Wayne, New Jersey, and a little wrestling action too. I'm looking forward to this.
Part of GoPro Professional Wrestling, that show at the Indoor Sports Turf Center in Wayne, New Jersey. Never been to Wayne, New Jersey, but I look forward to seeing everybody, and we're going to have a great time.
Oh, come on. You're looking forward to seeing Jordy and Grace.
Well, of course I am. I think she's a talented young lady.
Oh, well, I'll tell you this. When you did Juvenile's Back That Ass Up last week on Tony Reed's rap, I really was kind of thinking, well, we were going to do the edited version, and then that's my bad that we did the unedited version. As a rule, I don't prefer the unedited song, but the unedited is use a fine motherfucker. Whereas the edited version is use a big fine woman. And I was like, when I heard that, the edited version, I thought, oh my God, that is Tony Schiavone. That's like something he would say in real life. We got to do that. And I'm just hoping that now that you got all this street cred, and now that you got all this fame and fortune, that you don't, throw it all away in an errant judgment and approach Jordan Grace and be like, he's a big fine woman.
I don't think I would do that.
Well, we'll find out on September 28th in Wayne, New Jersey. Come join us and watch Tony throw it all away live, just as you've always expected. He's going to Schiavone it, boys and girls. Well, what I'm excited about is what we're fucking doing today. It's Anarchy Rulz 1999. Our fans and our listeners love it when we talk about ECW. And this is one of the better shows, man, because we've got a pretty monumental moment in time. Taz has been a mainstay and a staple here in ECW since the beginning, and he is the world champion and their top star. And he's going to be in a three-way with Masato Tanaka and Mike Awesome, who have been having incredible matches on multiple continents and have captured the imagination of wrestling fans like maybe nobody else could in 1999, taking violence to another level. Not terribly similar, but not terribly different than the way maybe Terry Funk and Cactus Jack did 4 years prior with their King of the Deathmatch series. But Taz is leaving And this is Taz's swan song with ECW. And nobody really knew that. And if they did, they didn't know it was going to happen in this fashion. It's something you've got to see. I remember being shocked at the turn of events here. Really, really a good match. It checks all the boxes for what I enjoy in an ECW show. And how about this? It got 96.1% thumbs up in the Wrestling Observer newsletter, which is just fucking unbelievable feedback. The likes of which I don't think I saw again. And I could be wrong, but I don't think I saw that again until ECW One Night Stand. And then later the Double or Nothing show in Las Vegas. Just high marks across the board. So I'm fired up for this show, Tony.
Well, did the genius himself, Dave Meltzer, give it 5 stars?
We're going to talk about all of his ratings, but what we want you to do right now is fire up your WWE network. Go to September 19th, 1999. Gosh, it's hard to believe we're nearly 20 years away from this. Anarchy Rulz 1999. Now I should tell you, if you're just going to search in your search bar, Rulz is RULZ. What I would recommend you do is go click in ring at the top, scroll down to ECW, find the pay-per-views, find 1999, and there you'll see Anarchy Rulz, RULZ 1999. So if we can tag in your tag team partner, maybe she can limp up the stairs since you've been, you know what you've been doing. We can go ahead and get this shit show on the road.
Well, you got her nailed too, as a matter of fact.
Alrighty.
All right. And here is Lois Schiavone.
3, 2, 1, play.
Okay. My God, we're starting out with a car. Steven Prazak. They've obviously run out of people to hold a microphone. And this is who? This Tanaka?
Yes, that is Masato Tanaka. He is going to be in the 3-way for the world title with Mike Awesome and Taz. And look who's making the approach in the background is Jeff fucking Jones.
Oh my God. Well, he cleaned up quite well back then, didn't he? What's happened to him since then?
Well, I don't know about that. The sideburns and earring gimmick. We need to ask him about that.
Well, he's cutting a promo here on Tanaka. Who's he representing? Is he representing Taz? He's representing Awesome?
He is the judge. And of course, Mike Awesome is the jury and executioner.
Okay. Got it. All right. Boy, the fans into this too, man. Look at that.
Well, everybody loves Tanaka.
Yeah.
How about Jeff Jones with his bangs like he likes it? Man, you know what? From now on, every time I see Jeff Jones, I'm gonna hit him with the bang bang.
We're in Villa Park, Illinois, at the Odeum Sports and Expo Center.
And look who's in the ring: Don Callis and Joey Styles. After so long of the way we got used to Joey Styles being a part of our everyday life in ECW, then he would, of course, later go to work with the WWF or WWE, did some commentary, and then spent a tremendous amount of time working behind the scenes on the website and things like that. It's such a big part of wrestling for so long, and now completely out of the business. Meanwhile, Don Callis, who not too terribly long after this, just a couple years, I think, he just washes his hands of wrestling, doubles down on the real world, and then comes back a couple years ago. And now he's doing commentary for New Japan and fucking running Impact Wrestling. Like, it's weird the career path that these guys took, and see them standing side by side here. Of course, Don Callis, once upon a time, I think in 1997, was trying to come in the WCW with Rick Martel as a tag team. And you guys said, hey, we're not interested in tag teams. So he pops up in the WWF, does the Truth Commission gimmick. He's supposed to be a cult leader. For whatever reason, Bruce Pritchard says, you're doing a shitty job. You're trying to get yourself over and not your talent over. You're terrible. He's really mean to Don. Ultimately, Don gets cut loose. He pops up here in ECW. Here he's going to represent the network, and he's going to call himself Cyrus the Virus. And the deal with him being a representative of the network is he's trying to, quote unquote, hold ECW down. And, here we go. Here's the open. I'm going to play the audio for everybody at home. Give us some commentary on these highlights.
Rob Van Dam, RVD with the frog splash. He'll be on the show tonight. Ooh, what? That motherfucker jumping off the edge. Oh my gosh. Dawn Marie is here. Whoa. That'll make you do a jump and a tumble. Everybody's favorite, Tanaka. Oh, will somebody please work a chair shot in this promotion? Holy shit. It's ECW Anarchy Rulz. We're going to go through tables. We're going to go through chairs. We're going to show TNA. We're going to come off of tables. We're going to come off. Whoa. There was Francine. And whoa. Oh, God. Oh, bang, boom, bang, hoop, sabu, boom. Down he goes through a table. Oh, Raven's got too many belts. He doesn't need them. And there's Taz. We love him, and we love ECW. You know, these guys did, I thought, a wonderful job of showing excitement in an open of a show with a very, very limited budget graphics-wise.
Yeah. I mean, you got to appreciate these guys are doing this literally out of a basement.
Right.
I mean, that's really impressive that they were able to put all that together.
I thought it showed the excitement. It got you ready for the show. There was nothing fancy about it, and it was just good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, Dawn Marie looked the part, didn't she?
Yeah. She did.
Here's one of our favorites, Lance Storm.
Without question. And I loved the presentation of Dawn Marie with Lance Storm. What's great about Lance Storm is in a promotion where, you know, there's so much blood and guts. There's so many crazy high spots. There's tables, there's ladders, there's chairs. Oh my. Lance Storm comes in and goes a different way. And the fans really, really appreciate it because at the time, you know, what really was hardcore or extreme was the love of wrestling from the fans. So you could come in and just put on in-ring traditional wrestling clinics, but if you were really good, that was sufficient. You didn't have to do all the other stuff, but we know how to play along, of course. And the fans are chanting, "Show your tits," which is, really what you do anytime you're, in a group of wrestling fans in Chicago and a woman enters the room. Of course, I'm kidding. Starcast and All Out and All In, it's a different time, but, oh, and look who it is. Jerry Lynn, the whole effing show. He's really on the come up here in 1999. He's started his feud with Rob Van Dam, had a series of matches that have really helped put him on the map. There's Ronnie Lang, Starcast security, AEW security. Look over in the corner. There's Sam. Man, you forget how long Atlas Security's been around, huh?
Wow. They have been around, and there's every bit as intimidating looking now as they were back then.
Yeah. The all black suit with the black turtleneck, no matter what time of year it is, that, especially if you're 3.5 bills, that's going to get everybody's attention.
You know, when I watch these shows, Conrad, I've said this many times. I certainly love them, and I enjoy what they do. Let me say something about Lance Storm. First of all, I think him being a technical wrestler and being something different than the usual hardcore stuff, to me, is brilliant.
It really works, and it gives him something to sort of rebel against and sort of poop on the fans for. And so, especially when in this pairing of him and Dawn Marie is genius because she really loves the attention and wants to be the star. It just wants everyone's approval. And when the fans are really chanting for her and she's scantily clad, she's just absolutely loving it. But he's a little annoyed, like, hey, that's not why she's with me. And I thought that was good stuff. And by the way, Lance Storm looks like if you were to build a wrestler, he looks like what you would make. I mean, he's in tremendous shape. excellent presentation. And then here's Jerry Lynn, very similar. He's coming to us with a background and someone, you know, from the WCW days as Mr. JL. He's obviously been, you know, up north in Global and having a tremendous series of matches with Sean Waltman. But now he's finally getting the respect of the fans because of his feud with Rob Van Dam. And Rob Van Dam really helped sort of make him to this ECW crowd. Even if they were a smart crowd and respected his background, it wasn't until his feud with Rob Van Dam that ECW fans were like, oh, this guy could be like next level good. And Lance Storm, you know, people have started to figure that out about as well. Of course, he's worked a lot of shows across the US and across Canada, but probably his first big push, I guess we'll call it, on the map was with Jim Cornette's Smoky Mountain. And you and I haven't spent a lot of time talking about Smoky Mountain. Did you ever see any Smoky Mountain?
No, I never did. Never saw any. I didn't watch other wrestling promotions. And you know, that's, I wanted to say this, when I started talking about Lance Storm. When I watch these shows and I love watching them, to me, it's like stepping into an alternate universe, because all this was happening and all this good shit was going on at that time in 1999. And I was unaware.
Right.
So now I go back and I look at this stuff and I think, wow, what the fuck was I doing? And I should have been, well, the good news is I'm watching it now and I'm enjoying it now. And they got great performers and they got a lot of beautiful women and they got rabid fans, and you combine all that, can't go wrong, can you?
No, you cannot.
Yeah, right.
You want to, you know, since you got all this newfound fame and fortune, you want to try to get in the spirit of things here a little bit and do some commentary on a wrestling match?
Well, I don't know if I should or not. I may have to charge you for it if I do.
Well, let me tell you, this got second place in the best match poll amongst the Wrestling Observer readers. There was only 2 matches that were even mentioned, though. Taz, Tanaka, and Mike Awesome, and they got 58 votes. Jerry Lynn and Lance Storm got 8 votes, and that's it. So you talk about a lot of high praise here.
Mm-hmm.
There it is for this main event. We've got nearly a full house here. I guess maybe it is a full house. It's the largest gate and crowd in company history. There's nearly 6,000 fans here, which I know you would say, oh, who cares? Only 6,000. That was a big deal for ECW.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're talking to Tony Schiavone, not Bruce Pritchard. Okay.
Well, cause you would be like, oh, around this time we were selling out the Georgia Dome. Well, they paid $208,000 here, and it's the first time ECW has been, as Meltzer would say, in that money stratosphere. Mm-hmm. And he says a lot of this is because it's the first pay-per-view available in Canada. So it's got more, you know, eyeballs and opportunities for eyeballs than any other show in their company history. And they've just started on TNN. So they've got, you know, more exposure there.
Yeah, that was my question. They were on TNN, but before that, how many clearances do they have? I mean, that was back in the day. That's how you got your product over. You had clearances, and you went in all these markets with TV shows.
Well, what they were doing is they were buying time on syndication, and it was usually, you know, starting no earlier than 10 p.m., but usually somewhere between like midnight or 11 and 2 a.m.
Right.
In various markets. I think in my market, I saw them, not in my market. I had a satellite, but they came on the Sunshine Network at like 1 a.m. or something like that.
Right. You had to put something like this on late at night.
Yes. Well, I don't think you had to put the content on. You got to appreciate these guys. Started to say Eric Bischoff. Paul Heyman is writing a check every week for these tapes to be aired. So if you're wanting to air in prime time, guess what? That costs more.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was on late because it was easier to air maybe questionable content, although I appreciate that sentiment. I think it's on late because it's just cheaper. Like here in my local market, if I was to say, hey, I want to buy, you know, a half hour of time. And of course these were hour shows, but I'm just saying, for instance, if I wanted to buy a half hour and I wanted it to be, you know, Thursday nights at 8 p.m., Well, good luck. That's going to be a 5-figure investment, no matter what, substantial money, even here in just Huntsville, Alabama. However, if you were to say, hey, I want a half hour at, a Friday night at 2 a.m. So technically that's Saturday morning. I could get on our biggest local station and they'd be like, oh, cool. Can you give us like $500? So it's like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. So the feasibility when you're trying to say, hey, we need to sort of blanket North America, which if you go back a generation, that's how the WWF first really rose to prominence, is they went around and made deals at all these different television stations that had existing opportunities with other promotions, and then just offered to pay more. And so, whereas Vince McMahon was coming in trying to say, hey, I'll pay you more, Paul Heyman, because of budget, was coming in saying, hey, I need to pay as little as possible. And as a result, he got a lot of middle of the night time slots.
Great. Wow. What a drop kick by Lance Storm. God, he could do so many great things.
Is it a wonder that he went on to be a tremendous trainer?
Yeah. No surprise there.
Meltzer would say Storm is one of the best pure athletes in wrestling and his high spots are great, but going this long showed his weaknesses too much, in particular his chops, which he used a lot to do a chop fest spots with Lynn, are even worse than his punches. He also does missed moves like clotheslines as part of his lengthy high spots that look bad. And there is an air of over choreography and mechanicalness to his lengthy high spots, as opposed to the smoothness that the top Mexicans do the same type of thing. But the actual wrestling was incredible.
Wow. He's kind of being hard on him there a little bit.
No, he's being very complimentary, but he is he's probably giving what he believes to be honest feedback. And I think they've gone on to be really good friends in real life. So no surprise, but fans are chanting here some stuff that I think even would take you aback. Like at Don Marie, she's a crack whore.
Really?
And Cyrus would say, no, she's a good girl. And Joey Styles is going to do lots of saline and fake boob references during the show. And
that's kind of a very, very inventive chant. She's a crack whore. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I wouldn't say that too loud around the house here, because Lois would say, stop that. And she's very sensitive to shit like that.
What about calling other women crack whores?
Yes. About saying bad things about other women. And that's why I'm always trying to be complimentary of women on this show. I mean,
wait, hang on. So just so I'm clear, you can motherfuck dudes all day long. She doesn't care. But if you say something rude about a woman,
right. Yeah. That's no go with her.
That's sexist.
That's just the way it is around the house.
Well, you ought to tell her, the game done changed, woman.
That's right.
Get in that kitchen, rattle me some pots and pans.
You crack whore.
I wouldn't say that. Maybe let's not do that. On second thought, I think she's on to something. Let's just get rid of it.
Okay.
I was trying to defend it. I can no longer do that. She's right. Yeah. I apologize. Just hearing you say it made me change my mind rather fast.
I probably took a little bit too far there, don't you think? I went one, and that's what I'm guilty of doing sometime. Someone had a sign that said, "We miss Sandman," and they got it pulled away from them. Did you see that?
Yeah. Well, everybody misses Sandman.
Is this when he was with us as Hardcore Hack?
Yeah.
Just not the same.
No. I mean, listen, can you imagine how fired WCW would have been for one segment if you guys would have licensed the Metallica song and he came out with his traditional entrance? Dude, people would have went nuts for that.
Yeah, I would have gone nuts for it. And again, I've told the story many times to show you how out of touch I was with ECW when Hardcore Hack, I didn't know who he was.
Hardcore Hack. Who was Hardcore Hack?
Hardcore Hack.
Boy, I tell you what, if they're going to get a return on their investment, you got to start working on your enunciation.
Okay, I will. Hardcore Hack. How's that sound?
Well, it sounds like you have a speech impediment you're trying to overcome now.
Missile drop kick from Jerry Lynn. Oh, got a 2 count that time.
Hey, so Sandman, I do want to mention, he gets released in late September. Bill Bush cuts him in a cost cutting measure. So fans are going to get their wish. I think he pops back up in a surprise return, and people just lose their shit.
During the show?
No, not here.
Okay. Damn.
It was, I do wish I could show you that with the original sound, because they did one of those deals that was sort of the way they did things in ECW. Whenever there was a surprise or a return, they would just turn off all the lights. And then when the lights turned back on, there was this, everybody was ready, like, oh, something big's going to happen. Mm-hmm. And so they did that with Sandman, but instead of him being in the ring, cause he still has to do his entrance, he was like higher up. And when the lights come back up and the, spotlight hit him, and immediately the music starts, like the camera, the floor, the bleachers, everything starts shaking because people were losing their mind that he's back.
Again, that goes back to it's probably an overused term, but I'm going to use it. The creative genius that was Paul Heyman. I mean, he was.
No doubt. Still is.
Yes. And still making a great living. Look at that bridge suplex. Wow. See, fans are into this. There are no tables or no chairs. Look at them standing up. So this is the first match, and they always say, let's start it out hot, man. And they are. How about that super kick? There's something else that I think is very underrated about ECW.
Okay.
And that's the camera work. I think the camera work here is awesome.
I appreciate you saying that, because you know what? It's well done. And I think that I think WWE sort of took what they did well and then made it shittier.
Yes.
Because like ECW, I think was really some of the first camera work to get the interesting angles and more movement. I feel like before them, wrestling camera work was a lot of times just sort of static. I'm going to take this shot and I'm just it was shot very professionally, but with a very little sort of creative influence. And now, whenever you watch WWE, they want, especially since they went HD, any sort of chance for impact, they do a cutaway to a different view. And as people are like swinging a chair, the cameramen are trained to just follow like every swing. Don't just show you the action, but move your camera with the chair. And, I'm sure a certain segment of fans enjoy it, but I think ECW was just enough of that without it being too much. And I think WWE is probably a little too much right now.
Yeah. They knew, see, just coming in and you mentioned camera movement. And there's one of the cameramen there is a guy named Charlie, and Charlie works for MLW now.
Yeah. That's the same guy.
Yeah. Same guy. He's been doing it forever, man. And I've talked to him about the days back in the glory days of ECW with all the tables and the chairs and the crazy spots, how did he stay out of harm's way? And he always said it really wasn't easy to do that, because you got to try to get in involved in the action and also protect your equipment and protect yourself as well. So listen, these guys swinging these chairs and shit, it's dangerous stuff, but it's dangerous being there at ringside. Now, of course, Bill Apter is at ringside, and they hit him with a chair. It wouldn't hurt him in the head at all. But for other guys who try to get in close shots.
Why are you saying it wouldn't hurt him at all?
Well, he's hard-headed. I mean, look, he's got a hard noggin.
I think this is,
you know that you tell Bill Apter something and it's like he doesn't listen to you. You tell Bill Apter, say, Bill, we want you there at 3:00. And between the time you tell him 3:00 and 3:00, he'll call you 100 times. And say, what was that time again? And it's not old age, just he's hard headed.
But I can't argue anything you're saying. You've nailed it.
He's just hard-headed. So it wouldn't have hurt him, but it really, for the cameraman, it would have been some doing a lot of dancing. Look how the camera moved over to the left, walks in. Yeah, it's good stuff. So they were ahead of their time. And not only that, the stuff that they were doing back then, I've said this many times, it stood the test of time. The fan reaction and the fan involvement is more here than any other sport or any other wrestling company. And now it's that way on a mainstream level, really. So yeah, man, let's do it. Come on. Do me a, we've seen some great spots here. And I think I have to say, I have to agree with Meltzer on one thing here is that, the length of this match kind of wearing him down.
Too long, you think?
Yeah, I think so.
They're going to go 16 minutes, 38 seconds. It gets 3.25 stars. And, yeah.
See, I'm always in favor of all matches going a max of 15.
All matches?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Unless you got something, one big storyline. But I think sometimes that kids can just go too long.
You grew up on Ric Flair wrestling Broadways.
Right.
And now you're advocating 15.
I'm advocating 15 because there are not that many Ric Flairs and Ricky Steamboats out there. There's some. I mean, how many?
I understand what you're saying, and that you're saying, sort of less is more.
Right.
However, I do think, you can, a 20-minute, that extra 5 minutes sometimes makes a lot of difference.
Right. I agree. But if the guys can perform, but sometimes you get to that 20-minute mark and they're doing things that you've seen already.
But you're right in that it needs to, if you're going to go longer, maybe this is what you're trying to say. Let me take a stab at it. Maybe the gimmick is, let me try to translate for Tony.
Well, you're translating. I need you with me everywhere.
If there is a storyline issue the fans can get excited about and sink their teeth into, you can go longer than 15. But if you're just gonna have a really good match, an entertaining match, cold, with no backstory,
right,
15 is probably the limit.
Yeah. Thank you for translating. You are right. Fans are loving this. I don't necessarily love this though.
What?
Well, I love I get it. I love seeing women, as you know, but that was such a very good spot and they were cheering the guys, but it's as if she's trying, well, you mentioned this before. Now she's drawn the attention to herself.
Well, that's sort of her gimmick.
Right. This taping of Jerry Lynn's ribs, was that a shoot?
No.
Okay. Was the match over there? Did we miss the finish?
Oh my God. Yes, that was the finish. And you were like, she's trying to get herself over. I'm like, well, the match is over. It was a pin with a 3/4 Nelson cradle.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
I was talking about, well, sometimes you miss the finish and sometimes the finish is not important. What's that thing on Don Callis's forehead anyway?
It's like a jewel. He's like a cult leader, you see.
Oh, Jesus. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what cult leaders do? Put a jewel on their head?
What? Have you ever been led in a cult?
No. Have you ever been in a cult? There's got to be cults in Alabama somewhere.
Dude, you're running a cult right now on Patreon. How do you not fucking know this?
Well, maybe I should just put a jewel on my head the next time I do a live chat.
You put one in your belly button 3 weeks ago.
I did not.
What's the difference?
Simon Diamond. What about him reminds me of Matt Stryker?
Geographic background, jawline.
Could be.
So he's doing a gimmick here. Simon Says.
Okay.
Was the gimmick. By the way, he would go on to be a creative force backstage with Impact Wrestling. He was there for a long time, I believe, and I think his real name is Pat Kenny, and you may have heard that name from there, but here he is doing his in-ring work as Simon Diamond.
So he's going to grab the microphone, do a couple Simon Says things for us here.
Yes. Do you want to hear some?
Sure. Let's hear some.
We can make that happen. Gonna tap it, make sure it's working.
Chicago! Simon has a problem.
There he goes.
Sounds good so far. You understood that, didn't you?
Simon does not suck.
Simon's making friends fast.
What do you think about a "you suck dick" chant, Tony? Are you for it? You against it?
If the moment is right, I'm for it.
Hypothetically, if you come out one of these first AEW TV tapings and the crowd has decided they've had enough of you, you're in here trying to take a job from the voice of wrestling, Jim Ross, and they start chanting, "You suck dick, you suck dick." I mean, would you look at that as like positive thing?
No, I would not. And I think you mentioned something. You're setting up something that's completely wrong. You motherfucker.
What so you don't suck dick or you do? Well, it's okay if you do. It's 2019.
I'm not here to,
you can suck or not suck whatever you want, Tony. It's fine. No judgment free zone.
Oh my God.
Hello. Are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. All of a sudden I get this big job and you turn against me.
How have I turned against you? I mean,
did you just listen to what you just said?
I said, if the fans.
Yeah. But I'm not going to take Jim Ross's job.
Oh, I didn't say you were, but I think a lot of fans are going to interpret that once they find out how many commas are in your weekly paycheck.
No, I'm not. And I'm going to do a lot of behind the scenes work. You see,
where are you at on Jazz here?
I'm for.
Of course, Jazz was, in all of our AEW shenanigans over the weekend.
Mm-hmm. So she's wrestling Simon here?
No.
She's not? Okay.
Simon Diamond comes out and asks Tom Marquez to be his partner. And that's who you saw climbing in the ring a minute ago. And when Marquez gets up, Simon said, "I didn't say Simon says."
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So Jazz comes out and Diamond is going to call her worthless here.
Uh-huh.
And that's going to lead to Marquez taking on Jazz. I'm going to play a little audio here.
It's that they're worthless and they're just simply TNA.
So he's saying the women in wrestling are just TNA. They're worthless.
Ghetto booty and your $1.99 hair weave. And whoa.
This is pretty good. I like this.
So you like that he's saying she has a ghetto booty and a $1.99 hair weave?
No, I like this angle. I didn't necessarily like what he was saying there. I don't always agree with that. This is entertaining.
Intergender wrestling, you for it? How about this move? Let me tell you what you think about. I can't wait to get your opinion of this move here.
See, I told you what the claw did. It's a hell of a move.
Well, if they were doing claws on junks when Devon Eriks did it, I'd have been in. I don't remember no junk claws.
Yeah, it works. Your hand is strong. It can grip the head. It can grip the bicep. It can grip the junk. Here they come. 1, 2. Whoa. What the hell happened there? Oh, now see, I don't.
What? It's just a bunch of dudes kicking a woman in the head. You're not for it?
No, I'm not for it.
Well, you don't
intergender match. I don't mind straight up match, but getting like two guys stomping one woman with getting the heat. Who's this guy in this?
Wait, who's which guy? I can't wait.
The guy with the frilly.
Just name him. Let's give him a name.
Okay. Fluff Man.
All right. And who's this guy doing the dive with the green and black?
Okay. Greasy Man.
Okay. We're going to go with Fluff Man and Jackleg Hurricane. Because, Hurricane's going to wear the black and green.
Uh-huh.
All right. So really, Jackleg Hurricane is Mike Bucci, AKA Supernova, who you've seen before here. Very innovative wrestler. Once upon a time, Chris Kanyon was receiving a lot of high praise for his innovative offense. And Nova was doing the same thing here in ECW. Original member of the Blue World Order, him and Stevie Richards and the Blue Meanie. The other guy, Fluff Man, as you said, is Chris Chetty, who I believe is somehow related to Taz. I could be wrong on that. But he was one of the first guys to finish the House of Hardcore, or the whatever the dojo was that Mikey Whipwreck and Taz ran. I guess he's like Taz's cousin. And I might be totally wrong on that, but I think that's right.
So the House of Hardcore, smarten me up here. Was it a shooting thing to train wrestlers, or was it just an on camera gimmick?
No, it was a real professional wrestling school. It was like you guys' power plant, except probably not as, I just imagine if Taz was running it, it was down and dirty. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's probably old school. You probably don't fill out a bunch of HR paperwork, and it's probably not air conditioned, and probably not using brand new equipment. It's probably like, Rocky training compared to Ivan Drago and WrestleMania 4, just the ECW version of the power plant.
Yeah, I get that. And I'm sure the House of Hardcore, you would have to take a lot of chair shots, go through a lot of tables.
No.
Why would you call it the House of Hardcore?
Well, because Taz is going to run you till you fucking vomit type shit.
Well, then he's going to hit you in the head with a chair. I mean, if you're going to be in ECW, you got to learn how to take a chair shot. You can't just say, okay, you did a great job. You've worked hard in the House of Hardcore. You can do a million push-ups and a million sit-ups. Now we're going to hit you in the head with a chair.
So here's the deal. You've clearly not watched a lot of Taz wrestling, because Taz did not put a lot of motherfuckers through chairs and did not swing a lot of chairs. Taz was about, I'm going to pick you up in variation number 972, dump you on your fucking head, brother.
Yeah, I get that. Mr. Fluff has a broken leg.
I love the ref cutting eyes over there. No, he did. He's hurt himself. Most would say.
So it's a shoot
it
here.
Had no heat, although it was all action, but fans see these guys as not worthy of being on a pay-per-view. Chetty injured himself, and it may have been seriously, doing a moonsault, and temporarily lost all feeling in his legs when his back went out, similar to a scary situation he had not that long ago at a house show. He's in a lot of pain, and this injury was said to be much more serious than the first one. He has movement and feeling in his legs after the initial numbness, and was scheduled to undergo an MRI this week. An explanation given was that the match fell apart because everyone panicked, since whatever Chetty was supposed to do wasn't going to happen, which I guess makes sense. But don't worry, you're going to get a little spot you'll be proud of here at the end. Now, this is Danny Doring coming off the top. I think he listens to the show. Shout out to Danny. And that, of course, over in the corner is Roadkill, and the girl running around in the back, or the lady rather, my apologies, is Lita. Yeah. But she's not Lita here. Here she's Miss Congeniality.
Love me some Lita. She was so nice when I first met her in Vegas.
Oh, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Your first time meeting Lita was Starcast, huh?
Right. Starcast in Vegas, Starcast 2.
How about Roadkill with the chickens?
Roadkill with the chickens?
And here comes C.W. Anderson.
Uh-huh. Right. A lot of ball-headed guys in the ring, wouldn't you think?
Yep. There's Vito LaGrasso.
Mm-hmm. Big Vito.
Yeah, lots of dudes here. And it's just a pure six brawl. Nobody knows exactly what to do. So you got Rod Price,
and the fans don't know what to do.
Angel, Bill Wiles. Well, here's what's happening now. You can't hear it, but I'll give you a little hint.
It's not going to be allowed into the building.
Oh, I forgot. We're just watching the shitty network version. That's New Jack's theme music.
Okay.
And so he's going to run to the ring now with a bunch of weapons. That's the reason everybody's excited, because they know if he's coming out, that's about to be your ass. And the way they would know, I know you're not a hip hop fan, although we are going to do a little Tony Reed's rap later. We're not going to do this one, but we could at some point.
Mm-hmm.
The song starts with a gunshot.
Oh, that's great.
Well, I'm just saying that way, you know, like,
yeah.
No.
You see what he's got?
Yep.
Electronic football board. Oh man. I've got one of those at home in the attic with a 6-man tag belt somewhere.
Fuck off.
No, I do. I love that. This is a pretty creative shit. What's he got? He's got a
keyboard.
He's got a computer keyboard. What the fuck? I love it. Don't bring out the regular shit. Oh. Jesus. I still think they ought to take like a baseball bat and hit somebody in the nuts with it. Or take a kendo stick and hit it and stick it up a guy's ass. So like, yeah, there you go, right there. Pool cue. Right on the gimmick and right on the Tony. Did you see that? Don't know why my name was on there. Oh, okay. Here's Jimmy Havoc inspiring. Fucking New Jack was he was crazy, wasn't he?
Well, he was doomed to be a killer since he came out the nutsack. Staple gun to the head. Remember the time that Jack Briscoe staple gunned the motherfucker?
Yes, that's right. That was at the 58-minute mark against Dory Funk Jr.
How about these guitar shots were always fun.
I don't, this is probably not a gimmick balsa wood guitar. Do you think? Oh, maybe it is.
So what he started doing, which was a bit of an innovation, is he'd put powder in it to give it that big effect. That's pretty smart, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is.
Look at the crowd, dude. I know that a lot of people are critical of New Jack, and Lord knows he deserves most of that criticism. Mm-hmm. However, motherfucker was over, was he not?
Oh yeah. And you know what? He breathed some life into what was a schmoz that no one was buying.
I think that's the way Paul Heyman would design it. He knew like, hey, these guys are good wrestlers, but fans don't care about them yet. Right. So we'll just put them out here, create some chaos, and then let him run in and clear house. It makes a fun moment, but Meltzer, of course, hates anything fun. -1 star. Don't send me your tweets. I'm busting balls. That was a joke. But I really enjoyed the New Jack stuff. And I know it doesn't age well when we know what we know now about head trauma and things like that. And nobody's confusing that it was, a 5-star clinic. But when you look at personality, you look at charisma, a connection with the fans, and all that's the presentation, the trash can full of weapons and, the theme song, but him making the execution of him swinging those weapons, that was fun and different and interesting. All right. So one of those guys, I think, on the right, that's Dave Scherer. I thought that may have been Mike Johnson, but I don't guess it is.
Listen, smart me up about New Jack here.
Okay. You
said he's had plenty of criticism, some which is deserved. I don't know that much about him.
Okay. Well, he wrestled an underage guy in 1996 named Eric Koulos. And Eric came to a show looking to get booked, and either Balls Mahoney or Axel Rotten, somebody like that. I think it was Axel, maybe no showed. So they had an empty spot on the card, and they needed Devon Dudley to have a tag team partner against the Gangstas, which is Mustafa and of course New Jack. Mm-hmm. And Eric Koulos, while he was a big kid, dressed sort of almost like in a cop uniform. a mass transit type uniform. And that was the name that he called himself, Mass Transit. And he was not really hip to pro wrestling etiquette. And he just starts going over, hey, here's what all I want to do. And that's not your job as a enhancement guy just brought in for the day. You're not trying to get your spots in. That rubbed people the wrong way. And then eventually they say, well, it's ECW. You're going to have to get color. And he says, well, I've never done it. Will you do it for me? And New Jack just allegedly grins like the Cheshire Cat, goes out there, stiffs the fuck out of him, and then cuts him from ear to ear. And the kid starts freaking out because he is not just cut, he's cut bad and gushing blood. And his dad panics and is running towards the ring and screaming, he's 17. The kid had lied about his age and his experience. Apparently he had only done like comedy gimmick, like, quote unquote midget matches, which is probably not what you're supposed to call it now, but that's what it was called back then. And, it cost ECW a lot of opportunity. They were supposed to be on pay-per-view sooner, and Bruce Mitchell, our friend here, wrote about what happened and allegedly sent a tape to Viewer's Choice, and they lost their pay-per-view clearance. That happened in November of 1996. But fast forward, he would get in fights with, fans. And then after ECW, he worked in a company called XPW, and there he saw an opportunity to sort of get revenge on an opponent. So there was a big guy named Vic Grimes who the WWF was interested in, and he's working with New Jack here in ECW, and they were supposed to do a big spot where they fall off the top of the building sort of thing through some tables. Cause New Jack at this era is jumping off stuff.
Sure.
And the guy was hesitant to go. So when he actually went, he accidentally landed on New Jack's head, and supposedly he lost vision in his eye, went deaf in an ear, brain fluid comes out of his ear. New Jack never forgot that. So, or maybe brain fluid out of his nose, whatever New Jack says. Anyway, it was bad. And the guy, was in New Jack's crosshair. So when they wrestled in a scaffold match,
oh my God,
New Jack threw him, or tried to throw him off the scaffold. And instead of going through tables, wanted to throw him and hit the floor and murder him. He was not successful, but the guy did not just land flush on the tables. He wound up hitting part of the ropes and bouncing violently, and it was very, very bad. And then another time he wrestled a guy named Gypsy Joe. Have you heard of Gypsy Joe before?
Is he alive?
Gypsy Joe was a longtime journeyman wrestler who was very much elderly by the time they actually wrestled. I think he passed away when he was like 82. So when he was like in his 70s somewhere, he has a match with New Jack, and New Jack.
Can I interrupt you here?
Yes.
Stories like this are only on our ECW shows.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Continue.
Well, apparently New Jack says that, Gypsy Joe headbutted him in the nose for real, and he wasn't selling for New Jack. So New Jack decides, I know how to fix that. So, he starts hitting him with a baseball bat for real. Several other stuff too, but
Jesus.
Anyway, there was another time in 2004 where he was wrestling an independent guy, and that guy is not really selling. I think he makes the mistake of hitting New Jack for real. So then New Jack just reaches in his pants and pulls out a knife and stabs him 14 times.
Oh my God.
In the middle of the match.
Oh my God.
And I think once upon a time he was in a relationship with, your great close personal friend, Terry Runnels.
Right.
And, or I'm sorry, Boatwright or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think there may or may not have been extracurricular activities, but at one point, he started to leak pictures and videos of her. And one of them was where he had convinced her to blade herself, and she was bleeding from the forehead. So he's just always found himself sort of surrounded by controversy. Right.
That it sounds like that. Maybe he created some of it. Not sure, but maybe he did.
He's, years ago would show his, fist to the camera and talk about how he has no knuckles in one of his hands. And people would ask what for, and he would say something like, that's from beating a bitch in the eye. And, then he had a tattoo of like, bullets. And these were all of his justifiable homicides from being a bounty hunter.
Jesus.
So New Jack was a character and a half. Fair to say?
This is incredible. These are fucking incredible stories. Holy mother. No wonder he didn't get mainstream.
Well, one of the funny things that became, sort of rumor and innuendo in wrestling is they were going to run an angle with Carlito, Carlos Colon's son in the WWF, that he perhaps was involved in the stabbing of John Cena. They were going to run a stabbing angle.
Oh my God.
And fans were hot and heavy on the rumor that, hey, they're going to bring in New Jack for this stabbing angle. Cause New Jack had a reputation of,
I guess so.
Yeah.
Stabbing somebody 14 times. That would be a reputation.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a handicap match or
no? It's what's called a 3-way or a triple threat.
Okay. I've heard of those before. And this guy on the left is super crazy.
Yeah. So the Hispanic performer on the left is super crazy. And the guy who just did the drop kick is Yoshihiro Tajiri, who you've seen wrestle before in little blue trunks, but now he's wearing the pants. And on the right is your favorite Little Guido, who has the largest feet in the history of wrestling.
You know what that means?
Big shoes.
Big shoes.
But the Paul Heyman push of Little Guido is, he was really the backbone of FBI, the full-blooded Italians. And he was nicknamed the Italian Shooter. And maybe he lacked on size. And he really brought it. And he was one of those guys who, like a lot of other guys in ECW, had multiple jobs. But Super Crazy and Tajiri are sort of the latest flavor of the month in ECW. Always having an international flair for the talent on the card. These are two talents that maybe weren't super mainstream prior to ECW, but they're both going to wind up with WWE deals as a result of this, as did Little Guido.
They're doing some pretty good stuff here.
Yeah.
And as they do this stuff here, you know what? the New Jack stories, I think those New Jack stories are going to haunt me for months.
What?
They just, we've talked about crazy things in wrestling and, we even talked about the time Harley Race hit Ricky Steamboat in the eye to make the eye, puff up and make it look real. But that stabbing a guy, what the fuck? Hitting a 70-year-old with a baseball bat, stabbing a guy. My good God. It's a wonder he didn't get arrested at arenas. Or maybe he did. Jesus. Anyway, back to the action. Here we go. So Little Guido was the head of the FBI.
He's sort of the backbone of it. You remember Tracy Smothers, Tommy Rich. They're both from Nashville, Italy.
Right.
They also had another guy, an African-American gentleman, who would contend that he was in fact Italian-American. Mm-hmm. JT Smith. Mm-hmm. You would have really liked him. That's early ECW. I got to show you one day.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you this. Since we've been doing live shows and, since we've had a lot of friends and fans that
there's a fan in the front row wearing a fucking helmet. I just noticed that for the first time. He just moved out. He's right by our cameraman to the right. He is legit wearing a helmet in the front row. This is the most well-prepared ECW fan ever.
Is it like, I didn't see it, is it like a football helmet or?
It's like a helmet that you used to put on Jobber Schiavone when he was little. When y'all would put him on the leash. See right there?
Yeah.
See,
that's like a motorcycle helmet.
It's exactly what, you used to put that harness on little Jobber Schiavone whenever y'all go out in public. You'd have to put the helmet on.
Where'd the fat guy come in from?
He's a member of the FBI. That's Big Sally Graziano.
Oh, yeah, that's right. May your first child be a masculine child. Don Corleone.
How about for 600 pounds, Sally Graziano hopped right out of that ring pretty easy.
Yes, he did.
I was like, damn, look at there.
Let me get out of here before I drop dead of a heart attack too.
He is dead, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, did it happen here?
I don't know that he's dead. I'm just freestyling.
Okay. But I was going to say that with our friends and that we've come to know, and isn't it great that we've gotten to know Tommy Rich?
Oh, Tommy Rich is tremendous.
Isn't he one of the great characters of all time? I mean, really, if you know Tommy like we do, I didn't realize this, how funny he is. God, he kills me, man. He is absolutely one of the funniest guys ever. And you got him up on our live show and tried to get him to talk, and he wasn't going to buy any of it, man.
No, he was not having it.
No, he was not. That's good. Tommy being Tommy. But he's a friend of the show, as is Tracy Smothers. And you know what? That's one thing that you've done for me. Well, obviously, the big thing you've done for me is get me back in the business. Jesus. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that you've done for me is that you have connected me and with a lot of people in wrestling that normally I wouldn't have connected with, former wrestlers, current wrestlers, and I've become friends with. And I appreciate that. I have a lot of respect for everybody in the business. Everybody, like especially guys who take bumps and cut themselves and go through tables and chairs and, love the business. I really think that to be a performer in the business, and this, I may be wrong, but I think to be a good performer in the business in this day and age, you have to have a respect and a realization and a knowledge of what happened in the past. And I think most of the guys who perform these days do.
I feel like you're like low-key saying goodbye to your listeners right now.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not low-key saying goodbye to my listeners, man. This podcast, January 2017, started the train that's changed my life. So no, I'm not saying goodbye to them. But it's just I'm just talking about how my love of pro wrestling has returned.
Well, and I'm for it. I support it. I'm for it.
Yeah, and I'm going to now, be going to AEW shows and the TNT shows that we're going to have starting in October, and I'm going to meet some new wrestlers and new performers, and I got to meet the women of AEW at the latest Starcast, and so yeah, it's great, man. It's great being back into it. Thank you.
What was your highlight of Starcast?
My highlight of Starcast? I think my highlight of Starcast was actually, honestly, and I'm not sucking up, okay, but doing the show with Cody.
Yeah.
And it's because I know his mom very, very, very well.
Whoa. I'm not going to let you disparage the good goddamn name of Shelly.
No, I'm not despair. I love Michelle. She's one of my favorite people of all time. Her and Lois are friends. Michelle and Kevin, her friend, came to the christening of one of our grandchildren. We are close friends of the family.
Came to the wedding, bro. I sat with them.
Yes. So I'd like to also say that I'm friends with them, and my love of the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, made that time with Cody special for me. And not just the fact that I'm working with him now. So it just, I felt the same way when I saw Cody and Dustin wrestle in Las Vegas at Double or Nothing. You just get that feeling, man. It brings you back.
Okay.
So see, not everything I need to say on here is silly.
No. Oh, it's good stuff. I appreciate you sharing.
But it was special being able to host that.
I wish you could have seen the Janela-palooza. That would have been your jam.
Well, I'm a busy man.
No, I understand. You got 19 jobs.
Not anymore. Now I've got 18.
Are you going to make an announcement here?
Oh yeah, I've already. Well, I've given my notice to the baseball team.
I mean, I knew, but I don't think you told everybody listening.
No, I haven't really made that. I mean, the baseball team knows, and people in baseball know, but I've decided that I've got I've got a great job now. I'm working for great people, and that's important. See, that is what's important in life. And here is a tip from an old guy who's done a lot of jobs. Make sure you work for good people. Make sure you work for good people. And Tony Khan, Cody Rhodes, the Bucks, good people. Conrad Thompson, full of shit, good people. The Georgia Bulldogs, great people. The Atlanta Braves, great people. That's important in life. You got to be happy in your job.
So, no, I won't stir it up. I'll just let it go. Hey,
you really want to stir shit up here, don't you?
I do like it. I can't help it. But I'll tell you what, a lot of people are going to take issue with you lumping me in the good people category.
But that's because those people don't know you.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. But recently, I did an interview a couple weeks ago, I guess, with, Matt Coon, trying to get his piece of shit podcast somebody listens to over. And he said, "Hey man, can you do me a favor, man?" Blah, blah, blah. And I said, "Oh yeah. So I did it. And he asked me about WWE getting into podcasting. And I said something like, well, the golden age of wrestling podcasting is over. If you think you're just going to like, hey, we're going to start a show and then all this money is going to pour in, because advertising has really changed in that medium since there was a major player in the market, sort of fudging the numbers that everybody got paid on. And when they exited, it caused a bit of a run on the bank, and a lot of talent jumped ship from one place to the other. And now the new place is figuring out, hey, some of those numbers that we were expecting were bullshit because they were reported by the other place. So some of the ad revenue has dried up, and that's trickled down everywhere now that there's been more sort of regulation and uniformity with the way downloads are measured. So at this point, a lot of wrestling podcasts have went away. They are no more. And I expect that will continue, sort of a thinning out of the herd, because at this point it's really down to two sets of folks who are doing really big numbers, or folks who are in it for the love of the game. Well, apparently a lot of, sort of DIY podcasts took great issue with this and said that I was telling them to get out of podcasting, and they've been in podcasting for longer than me, and who am I to tell them to leave? I never said anybody should quit podcasting. Dude, do what you want and have fun. I was explaining that if WWE thinks they're going to come in and there will be this huge influx of cash and a new revenue stream, they may have been sold a bill of goods based on the way CPMs are working for wrestling podcasts in 2019. Of course, that's not what some people want to hear. They want to, Conrad, who's only been podcasting for 4 years, tells me to fuck off, but I've been at 10 years. Fuck you. I didn't say you weren't. Have fun. Who cares? However, the business model has changed, and a lot of the DIY podcasts who took issue with what I was saying, I've never actually been in that CPM advertising agency conversation. So they're not even, you don't even really know what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that to be ugly, but I mean, clearly I was in a veiled way talking about podcast one and how it fucking collapsed, but people didn't want to bite on that, and instead thought that I was telling them that what they're doing sucks. That's not true at all. I'm very supportive of every podcast except Jay-Z's and Matt Coon's. And I don't support those because they're turds. And even, how about this? Even that's not true, because I'm a guest on those shows and like those guys in real life, and I'm busting balls and trying to help them by mentioning them and plugging their stuff. But whatever, if you're looking for a reason to hate me, then add that one to the list. Roll Tide.
Well, it comes down to this. I really think I can simplify it. People that are hating on you because of what you said. There are people in life that get it, and there are people in life that don't get it. And
some of it is just based on jealousy, and that's going to fire some up. But I mean, there's a couple of guys out there who just hate everything I do and jump at the chance to shit on it. And they take great pride in the fact that they've been doing it for 10 years and have had fraction of the success. And they've got all these excuses as to why. And, you know, they say, oh, well, you've got this or you did that, and I would never do this. Dude, it's not a competition. Like, go have fun. Who cares? But if we're going to compare downloads, I'm going to hit you with that old Rocky IV. You will lose. If we're going to compare revenue, I'm going to hit you with that Rocky IV. You will lose. if we're going to count, any metric of any success, whether it's relationships with agencies or all of my co-hosts having big time jobs in wrestling or being on the WWE network or doing European tours or doing live shows or whatever. But yes, I'm an asshole and I married a wrestler's daughter and I'm fat and, whatever. So thanks for listening. And how about this match we just talked over? Yeah, I'm sad that we didn't spend more time on it, but at the same time, if it's a really good match, there's only so much we can do with it because we like to shit on things. But there you go. 3.5 stars. I think you're going to like what's up next though. Check this out. Steve Corino doing a promo. What do you think he's talking about?
I'm talking about there are too many people now coming into the WWE. They have me working with a guy named Terry Taylor. Terry Taylor, as we know, is the biggest stooge ever in the business, but I got to go ride a bus with him now and then to these different towns. I don't want to do that anymore. Hey, I could have been a baseball announcer. I like the game of baseball. I talked to Tony Schiavone about that, but now they got me with this motherfucker called Terry Taylor. Now they bring in Eric Bischoff. Now they bring in Paul Heyman. And, they even said they wanted to try to bring in Tony Schiavone, but Schiavone said, hey, who's your baseball team? You got a baseball team. I'll come and work for you. And they said, no, we do wrestling on a big level. We don't have a baseball team. Schiavone said, no, I'll let Steve Corino do it. And the guy next to me is that Rhino next to me? Yes. Rhino is dead. No, just like not. You, Schiavone.
He's not dead. He's not dead.
He's not dead. Okay. Never mind what I was saying.
He's on Impact.
Okay. That's script writers. And that's why we shouldn't have script writers. They said he had died. And I'm reading the script right through the teleprompter there that said the guy to my left is dead. And he's not dead. He's on Impact. So there you go. I don't want to have script writers anymore. And the guy in front of us, does he look like Brian Knobbs to you?
That's Jack, Jack like Victory. Jack Victory.
Yes, it's Jack Victory. Like I said, once again, script writers fucking me up. I should not read what script writers say. I should be able to use my own talent and not do that. V for victory.
How about that? Billy Corgan.
How about that?
Owner of the NWA, chilling.
I think I'm gonna get the jewel on my forehead.
I need you to wear that out on AEW TV.
No, I'm not going to do that. I would do it on my live chats on Patreon. Hey, I wear it right, and all the guys who log in on Patreon, all right, will log in when the video comes up, and I got the jewel on my forehead. They all will go, "What
is the chanting supposed to represent?
It's a cult, and I'm a cult leader. You know what I liked about Justin?
What do you like about Justin?
He was credible. Also met him a number of years ago. I like him too. Now, who's this guy? He looks like a swole up Chavo Guerrero.
That's Jason.
Okay.
And of course, Justin Credible. We've had a lot of fun with him.
Right. It's just in your mouth. Man, some people are really creative with these signs, buddy.
Especially ECW fans, buddy.
It's just in your mouth. Oh.
By the way, what you just missed there with, coming up next, I think. Yeah. Most suicidal, homicidal, genocidal superstar of all time. Sabu is going to be his opponent. But what you just missed with Steve Corino is he was saying that the Insane Clown Posse was supposed to be his mystery team to face Raven and Tommy Dreamer. But he said on Friday, the manager of ICP called ECW and said when they found out that Raven and Dreamer were going to be their opponents, they said they weren't going to show up. And in reality, Violent J was on Mark Madden's radio show in Pittsburgh and said they were going to jump from WCW to ECW. But when they found out they were getting squashed in 2 minutes, they changed their mind. So Corino said he and Rhino are now going to face Raven and Dreamer later in the show and really starts burying Insane Clown Posse. And then Joey Styles kept it up, saying that they were ready to jump without giving any notice. And that Bill Bush should fire them from WCW. So they're going way out of their way to shit on them.
Was this before, this had to be before the neck break?
What do you mean?
Well, before
Mike Awesome threw him off a deal? Yeah,
right.
Mike Awesome's here, so he can't be throwing him off the deal there.
Got it. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And if they would have done the 2-minute squash job, he wouldn't have broken his neck.
Boy, when you think about it that way, it really puts a lot of things in perspective, doesn't it?
Doesn't it ever? Only thing you have to worry about here is going through a table. WCW, we're throwing your ass off a bus, which is one of the more horrific bumps I've ever seen. It's like slide off the bus, can't stop, clink. You know, one thing I noticed, and I guess it's playing to the fans because the fans are so reactionary. Is that a right word? I got to learn my words before I get back on TV. But there's a lot of talking here. There's been a lot of talking in almost all the matches. And I guess it's because the fans react and that's what they want. But just about every match, somebody has come out and grabbed the microphone and had something to say. Am I right?
Yeah. I mean, that's how you get over is you talk.
I know that's how you get over, but if everybody does it, then what the fuck? Again, I think that things can be overdone. Even something as simple as everybody in the ring talking. Although I do like doing your talking in the ring. And, you know, I think we mentioned this on one of our bonus podcasts. I don't know if you and I have done a couple of bonus podcasts. I don't know if I mentioned this last week or not. I may have mentioned it in the my spot. I probably did. Talking to the fans.
Yeah.
Looking in the camera.
That's right. You did. That's where it was.
Right. It's so important to do that instead of talking to each other. Just some of my feelings on the business that I think still apply today. Great time for the business, man. Great time for the wrestling business. Has been a renaissance. What are they doing? Are they threatening the ring announcer now? What the fuck?
Did it all start because you came back to wrestling, you think?
Me, with the Renaissance?
Here's what I'm saying.
No, the Renaissance start. The Renaissance.
No. Did the wrestling Renaissance start before or after January 2017?
I don't know, because January 2017, I was still kind of removed from the business.
That's when we started our podcast, you dick fuck. You just said it a couple of minutes ago.
Okay.
So I'm trying to give you credit.
Yeah, but I know what you're trying to do, and I'm trying to deflect that credit.
Okay, well, let's give it to me then. How about that?
Okay.
Can I have it?
The wrestling Renaissance started with AEW. I think it started with the advent of AEW and
God damn, I'm so busting balls right now. Of course it did.
And with the being the elite on YouTube and the things the Bucks did, and of course it started with that. There you go. So stop busting my ass. I thought my video had stopped there for a moment, but that was just the lights going out and Sabu is in the ring.
How about the moonsault bouncing off the ropes with the legs like that? That's cool, huh?
Yeah, he could do some great shit.
You know what? This is going to be a 14-minute match. I think it's time. Are you ready?
Oh, people are going to get pissed off if I rap during Sabu's match, aren't they?
They're going to get pissed off either way.
You just cannot please the masses, Conrad.
Would you rather do it now or during the Van Dam Balls Mahoney match?
No, let's do it now.
All right.
I don't know. You tell me which one would be the best one to do it. It doesn't matter to me.
Let's do it now.
Okay. I'll do whatever you say.
All right. So here's what we're going to do this week. I'm going to drop some hip hop knowledge on you. Are you ready?
Right.
Are you familiar with a rapper named Notorious B.I.G.?
Well, I'm familiar with that he's dead, and that he and his one-time friend Tupac.
Oh my God! You know things.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, this was mainstream stuff. They had major problems with each other.
They had beef, Tony. They had beef.
Had beef, right?
And they used to be friends, and then they weren't. And Tupac was shot, and a lot of people were looking at, hey, maybe this could have been Notorious B.I.G. because they were on sort of competing record labels. Of course, Tupac was on Death Row Records, which is now, I believe, owned by a toy company. And P. Diddy represented the other. So you got Suge Knight on one side, P. Diddy on the other. Suge Knight goes out, starts talking trash about P. Diddy, and it becomes East Coast versus West Coast. And the violence really got turned up. Tupac is gunned down outside of a studio in New York City. And he decides to do one of the first ever hip hop diss tracks. Are you familiar with a diss track, Tony?
Yeah. Diss track is when you actually diss another person.
Yeah. So he has a whole song dedicated to shitting on one person, but he releases it for the whole world to hear, to embarrass them and sort of punk them. Mm-hmm. And so what we're going to do today is one of the very first diss tracks, Tupac Shakur's Hit 'Em Up. And, I think I found an instrumental here. I hope this is right, but I'm going to need you to, check your email. Mm-hmm. I've got you some lyrics over there.
Mm-hmm.
And, whenever you think you're ready, just let me know and we'll try to take a stab here and see if I've got the right instrumental.
Could I do a disclaimer here?
Yes.
Okay. This is something that normally I would not do. It's not that I don't like, it's just not my type of music. As you know.
Well, what do you mean you wouldn't normally do it? You've been doing it for months.
Well, I've been doing it because
I'm making you.
You're making me do it, right?
Yeah, I know you don't want to. I know if it was up to you, we would just sing Waylon Jennings songs and hold hands, do a little John Denver, Kumbaya, shit like that.
No. Take me home, country roads to the. Okay.
And maybe, some Taylor Swift. I know how much you love.
I do that.
Really terrible music like that. So, if you've got your lyrics, you just let me know.
Don't sully the good goddamn name of Taylor Swift.
Jay-Z's really happy right now somewhere. Are you ready, Tony?
She's a wonderful young lady.
Do you have the lyrics, Tony?
Yes, I do.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tony Reed's rap, Hit 'Em Up.
I ain't got no motherfucking friends. That's why I fuck your bitch, you fat motherfucker. West Side, bad boys killer, take money. You know who the realest is? Guy, we bring it to you. Take money, take money. First off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim. West Side, when we ride, come equipped with the game. You claim to be a player, but I fucked your wife. We bust on bad boy guy, fuck for life. Plus Puffy trying to see me weak hearts. I rip Bruce and Eric Bischoff, some mark-ass bitches. I say, I rip Bruce and Eric Bischoff, some mark-ass bitches. We keep on coming while we running for your jewels. Steady gunning, keep on busting at them fools. You know the rules. Little Caesar, you go ask your homie how I leave you, cutting up your young ass, leaving you in pieces. Now be deceased. Little Kim, don't fuck around with the real G's. Quit to snatch your ugly ass off the street. So fuck peace. I let them guys know it's on for life. So I let the West Side ride tonight. Bad boy murdered on wax and killed. Fuck with me and get your caps peeled. See, grab your Glocks when you see Tupac. Call the cops when you see Tupac. Who shot me? Yo, punks didn't finish. Now you're about to feel the wrath of a menace. Marks, Bruce, Eric, I hit him up. Check this out. You motherfuckers know what time it is? Take money. I don't even know what's on this track. Take money. Y'all marks ain't even on my level. I'm going to let my little homies ride on you. Take money.
Thank you, Lord.
What?
Dude, just that may be your best performance.
You think so?
Yeah.
Surprising how Bruce Pritchard and Eric Bischoff's names appear in these lyrics. These guys were prophetic. These guys could see into the future.
What was the line with their name again?
Yeah. Bruce and Eric Bischoff some mark ass bitches.
What were the top two lines first there?
I ain't got no motherfucking friends, and that's why I fuck your bitch, you fat motherfucker. That is classic songwriting. There is what that is.
What's the next bold line after that?
First off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim.
Lord. I don't know that we can keep going. I mean, this might be, this is the pinnacle. This is the peak. We ain't beating this.
Well, this is why they were so good at what they did, weren't they? I mean, I know they're legends now. They're both, dead, but I mean, this is some pretty good. I kind of like diss rap.
This is your favorite one?
I like this. I mean, I liked all the stuff, but
is Tupac your favorite rapper now?
I gotta listen to it in context to let you know. I gotta listen to it in context. I would say I like some R. Kelly stuff, but I don't want to be politically incorrect by saying that.
Yeah, I just cut the music off on that. Musical chairs is over. That's what we're doing. God damn, dude. When you said Bruce Pritchard and Eric Bischoff, some mark ass bitches, I don't know how that even got in there.
I don't either. I could just going through it. I guess I need to pre-read this shit. Because you just never know whose name's going to show up in the next one we do.
I think originally, before the remix version, it was Biggie Smalls and Junior Mafia, some mark ass bitches. And I guess somebody used a little creative license along the way.
Well, I guess on our next live show, I'm going to have to come out and say, that's why I fuck your bitch, you fat motherfucker. I ain't got no motherfucking friends.
Well, you do have less friends now. You know that.
I think I have a lot of friends.
No, but I'm just saying you have fewer because, well, you signed with AEW.
Mm-hmm.
And you have some friends over on the other side, and they're probably not too tickled that you did what you did. He's not listening. You can talk freely if you'd like.
Who's not listening? You talking to somebody? You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm just saying, Bruce Richard, he ain't listening.
Oh, yeah. I know.
He's working 21 and a half hours today.
Boy, is he ever.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you got time to do diss tracks.
That's right. Can you imagine what's going to happen to the Pritchard household on Christmas Day when he gets that phone call? He's got to work.
No, he's going to, I mean, they're moving to Connecticut.
Yeah. Not only does he have to get on the phone, he's got to go over to Vince's house and work Christmas Day.
But he likes that.
You would have to.
Are you saying you're not going to get calls on Christmas Day?
Yeah, I'm sure I will, but I don't think it's going to be like that. I hope I get calls on Christmas Day.
Well, I was going to say, I usually call and say Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah and Kwanzaa and all that. Festivus for the rest of us.
You make sure you get them all in there, don't you?
Man, we're an equal opportunity podcast here on the show.
Well, let's say Feliz Navidad to Dave Silva.
Nah.
There's just some things we still won't do.
So they're having a hell of a match here. This match gets actually 3.5 stars. And Meltzer would say they're trying to push Sabu in the commentary as a living legend. And I don't know why you wouldn't. I mean, he is. Like, Sabu here had so much street cred in wrestling. When did you first, never mind. I forget who I'm talking to.
What?
I was going to say, when did you first hear about Sabu? Because Sabu started to get a real name for himself on the independents. And what he would do was he would, do these spectacular table spots. But early on, a lot of wrestlers didn't want to take those table bumps. So what he would do is he would just set up a table and he would moonsault his own body through the table without anybody on it.
Right.
And this is before they were really gimmicking tables. So he would just sling his body. And a lot of time what we're talking about there is his knees. He would sling his knees into the over and over and over into the table until it finally would break. And just one moonsault after another, just climbing to the top, almost like a kid on a diving board, just over and over and over. But fans were just like, what the fuck is this? What's going on? But it was so different, so special and so unique that it caught on and he became a tape trading sensation. And it's just wild to think about, you know, that's where we were. And now here, just a handful of years later, really, he's on pay-per-view and much more mainstream and really a pioneer, really one of the first attractions of ECW. Probably Terry Funk and Sabu were two of the very earliest. And then of course, you know, Cactus Jack and Kevin Sullivan but they tried to have something for everybody. So if you were an old school traditional wrestling fan and a quote unquote smart fan, you wanted to watch because Terry Funk was on there. But if you were an underground, you know, tape trading, you know, I want to see the hot spots and I want to see spectacular stuff, you like Sabu. And then if you wanted more traditional wrestling and you just wanted to see what you thought were some of the best wrestlers in the world, you would watch for Shane Douglas. So they put that three-way together between Shane Douglas and Terry Funk and Sabu, and everybody all of a sudden was talking about ECW.
I'd heard, you know, and I've talked about this ad nauseum that I was not familiar with. This was an alternate universe for me, but I still had heard of Sabu.
Really?
Yeah. Because I think Sabu and all of the things that he were doing had the guys talking in the backstage area about him.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the things that, wait till you see him. It's unlike anything you've ever seen. So yeah, I had heard of him. It was, I mean,
and
it's still,
that's really like the testament, you know, when you can, if something's over with the boys, it's going to get over with the fans. Is that not a fair rule of thumb?
That is a fair rule of thumb.
And I know that sometimes people will hear that and say, oh, well, that's stupid because blah, blah, blah. But in reality, you know, like, not saying this to be funny, the wrestlers are the absolute biggest wrestling fans. They've legitimately dedicated their lives to it. Like they're traveling to do it around the world, hundreds of days a year, and putting their body through all kinds of punishment. And yes, they're being paid for the right to do so, but in order to do it, man, you really, at that level, that long, that intense, that hurt, you got to love it.
Yeah, you do.
I'm just saying you love it more than the guy who just, you know, farts into his couch and watches it on Monday nights.
Mm-hmm. These guys really kicked it in a high gear in this one, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, look at the just ringside area.
Yeah.
Shattered tables, busted chairs. And Just Incredible picks up the win. They're really trying to, and I guess you sort of could tell when they're like pushing Sabu as a living legend that Just Incredible needs to go over. As a reminder though, what we've seen so far is Lance Storm gets a big win over Jerry Lynn, and now Just Incredible gets a big win over Sabu. So the Impact players, as they're going to be known, really getting a lot of big wins. Tajiri gets a big win. So obviously New Jack has a big high spot, but up next is the match that we're really here for. Attacking the referee there, or the ring announcer. The match we're really here for, Mike Awesome, Sato Tanaka, Taz. Tanaka's going to be billed as the FMW Independent World Champion. Not going to wear a belt, but they're at least mentioning it.
So this is the coming up as a match we're here for, but it's not the final match on the card, which is kind of interesting.
Well, it's not the final match on the card because Taz is leaving. And so a lot of the fans know, not everybody knows. And even if they do know that he's leaving, they don't necessarily know how. They just, you know, word has started to leak out that he was talking to them. And some people have probably heard at this point that he signed, but some of the fans are going to boo Taz and do the whole "you sold out" shit. And, then they're going to turn this 2-man match into a 3-man match because it's Masato Tanaka and Taz. And of course, Mike Awesome was trying to confront Tanaka earlier when he got out of the car, or I'm sorry, Jeff Jones was. And, have you seen much Masato Tanaka with me?
No.
I got to tell you, him and Mike Awesome were a real high spot in my wrestling fandom, and you're about to find out why. But yeah, there are 2 matches after this. You got Tommy Dreamer and Raven taking on Carino and Jack Victory. You'll also have in your main event, Rob Van Dam and Balls Mahoney. Rob Van Dam is at this point the guy they're trying to sort of push as, hey, he's our best wrestler. He's our TV champion and he's in the main event. And I kind of think it's cool that the television championship is in the main event. And Van Dam is really making this belt matter. I think he won it in April of 98. Here we are in September of 99. He's still got the title. So that's quite a run with the belt. And here he is, Taz. Dude.
It's a hell of a look, man.
It's very Mike Tyson-like with the black towel over the head.
Mm-hmm.
He looks good.
Yes, he does.
It's a good presentation. He was one of my absolute favorites. You see the fans flipping him off. Let's just play a little audio here.
Tanaka has more to gain in this matchup than does Taz. The independent World Heavyweight title, FMW's version of the World Heavyweight title, is not on the line, but the ECW World Heavyweight title is. Should Tanaka defeat Taz here tonight on Anarchy Rulz, he would be ECW's World Heavyweight Champion and FMW's World Heavyweight Champion. Can you imagine the battles between the offices of ECW and FMW trying to book a man who holds 2 World Heavyweight titles?
You'd have a hell of a hard time calling play-by-play in Japan, wouldn't you?
Oh, what a great line from Don Callis telling, how about the streamer treatment here? A Japanese tradition for Taz. The fans are throwing it at Taz, not Tanaka. Farewell swan song for Taz of sorts, though. You could hear the fans in the background chanting, "You sold out." And what a fun little, back and forth exchange there with Callis and Joey Styles, where they're talking about how if Tanaka wins, he'll be not only an FMW champion, but an ECW champion. And Callis says, boy, you'd have a hard time doing play-by-play in Japan, wouldn't you? Fast forward 20 years. And that's literally what Don Callis does. 248 pounds for Masato Tanaka. So he's, at the build weight here of, Ric Flair during his big run. And here's Taz, man. What an intimidating presence. What an intimidating look. Goddamn, his career was cut too short. He's one of my absolute favorites, man. Also 248 pounds, the human suplex machine, and your world champion.
And not only that, just got a lot of time for him on a personal level. And see, I was talking to you about this earlier, that you have introduced me to a lot of great people in wrestling that I've become friends with, and Taz is one of them. Didn't know him until, you and I started doing the podcast. Met him one time at the WWE restaurant, or I guess WWF restaurant back then. Sorry.
Yeah, I just realized that's the belt I have. I have that one. That was at StarCast this past week. I thought that may have been a different one, but no, that's it. Masato Tanaka and Taz here, about to get it on. But look, as you start to see the head start to turn, people looking towards the entrance here.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of a disturbance in the crowd. He's asking for the mic. Here's the audio.
Hey! Let him go! Come on, you big son of a bitch! You want some? Come on!
Who's he talking to? What's going on?
Oh, probably some idiot
listen.
fan.
Hey, shut the fuck up!
Oh dear.
That's Mike Awesome!
Hey man, your beef is with him! Now your beef's with me! Now your beef's with me, you big dumb bastard! Come get some!
We've been using footage of...
Come get some! Let him go! Let him go!
There's the boss.
Paul E. Heyman Paul Heyman asleep.
Oh, wait a minute, whoa. The Savior's here. Paul Heyman, the Savior. Yeah, brother, you can look at me. You promoted me. You pushed me. You told me I'm the baddest son of a bitch going. I'll tell you what. You let that big goof go, and I'll choke him out because I'm Taz, the human suplex machine. Beat me if you can. Survive if I let you.
We've been using footage of Tanaka.
You want some? Brother, I'm taking you out soon. You just sit there with your dumb ass and shut up. Come on, big man. Come on.
We've been using footage of Tanaka beating Mike Awesome to build up Tanaka.
What are you doing?
And Jeff Jones obviously stooged it off to Mike Awesome in Japan.
A fucking rating. I'm getting you a goddamn buy rate. Let him go.
And there is legitimate heat between Taz and Paulie these days, I can tell you that much.
I promoted you as the baddest motherfucker on the planet because I know that you can beat any man on the face of the planet. You want to fight two men?
Yeah, I want to fight two men.
Here again, I question the logic, Joey Styles.
We have a tradition in ECW. And if you want to put that belt on the line in Chicago tonight, I say we make this a three-way tag. Let him go. Let him go.
And the match is made. Mike Awesome rips off the t-shirt, slides right in his full gear, ready to go. And here comes Tanaka. So Tanaka and Mike Awesome have feuded all across Japan and now here in ECW, and fans know what to expect when they're in there together. You can see Taz just biding his time because he knows these guys have an issue with each other and they want to kill each other. So Taz is being smart, being the champ, just let them do his bidding. But they tried to sort of blur the lines of reality where you could see some heat and some frustration from both Taz towards Paul Heyman and vice versa. And as a result, well, here we go. We've got a three-way dance now, and we're talking about how Paul has promoted Taz as the baddest motherfucker on the planet and given some credibility that he can beat any one man, but now he wants to put his big boy pants on and try to do it to two guys, which is never smart, I guess, to put your belt on the line against two guys where you don't even have to be pinned in order to lose your title.
God, he was a fire plug, wasn't he? Just low to the ground and stout. And
I loved all three of these guys though. The combination of this, I mean, there's so much great shit in ECW here at 99, and it's a shame that it would ultimately have to come to an end, but what a move that is too.
Yeah. You know what? I think looking back on it now, I think we did Mike Awesome a disservice.
Oh, of course you did. You fucking ruined the guy. You made him a goddamn comedy character, and it's not your fault, but I mean, they just didn't know really what they had. And they just assumed, oh, he's a good little hand from ECW. And they gave him the Sandman or Raven or Mikey Whipwreck or Stevie Richards or whatever you guys were doing with everybody else treatment. And then you made him silly. And it was like, dude, this guy's badass. But check this out now, that all of a sudden the enemies are working together, and check this out, man. Taz is done.
That quickly.
And look at the crowd. Look at the hush. We play the audio.
Taz has been eliminated.
Those are three words I never thought I'd hear on an ECW pay-per-view, Joey Styles.
Taz has been eliminated, which means that Mike Awesome and Masato Tanaka will do battle for the ECW World Heavyweight title.
So both guys pinned Taz. So there is no one definitive ECW world champion, but what has happened is the world champion has lost, and in short order, taking big moves from both guys. And as you see, as he's on the ramp, the entire locker room empties out to give a standing ovation to Taz to thank him for his contributions to ECW. And that's it. Taz is done with ECW, doing the honors on the way out, and says, you guys go at it. And we will have a new ECW world champion tonight. Masato Tanaka, who was getting the shot, and we all knew, and he was advertised as getting the shot, against Mike Awesome, who was very much a surprise here. Fun little twist here. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I'm shocked. And I think both those guys sold it too, as if when they pinned him, they were shocked as well. The way they sold that, they both stood up and looked around like, what the fuck just happened? Pretty fucking cool. Again, Paulie dangerously ahead of his time. So tell me, I know Mike Awesome is no longer with us. Tell me about Masada.
Oh, he's still here and he's still working shots.
Oh, good. Masato Tanaka and Mike Awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mike Awesome took his own life, which is really a shame. There's no telling how much of that, I hate to be this guy, but how much of that is related to CTE, with all the,
I was thinking the same thing.
Crazy chair shots and things like that. I mean, you just feel bad that I know that sounds stupid now, but we didn't know. And had I known, like these days, I don't want to see anybody get hit in the head with a chair, and I know that the chair shot Cody Rhodes took a few months ago has been criticized very heavily, but it's not a regular occurrence. Some people would say it should never happen. And I guess that's relatively hard to argue, but you just, golly, I just don't want to see it now that I know that there's such a price to pay,
Mm-hmm.
Tanaka's going to be with the company here until, I don't know, like spring of 2000. And then he pops back over to Japan and works, a lot over there, everywhere, really. Pro Wrestling, 01 and All Japan, and does some FMW before they're done, and pops up every now and again for New Japan. And he's been back to the States a few times. He's worked Game Changer Wrestling most recently, I think is the most recent place I saw him. And I think he's done some Dragon Gate stuff and Jersey All Pro back in the day, and even a couple of Ring of Honor shots at some point. But the big thing that always stands out to me for him is the return for ECW's One Night Stand, which is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But he picks up some gold here. He's tag champs, I think twice, once with Balls and once with Tommy Dreamer. But the world title here, man, he's going to have a feud with Mike Awesome that going to let them flip flop some stuff.
Again, every time I see a chair shot in ECW, I'm thinking, does anybody know how to work a chair shot? And apparently they don't. Apparently they just always said, fucking lay it in.
Yes. It was not a matter of, look at this, dude, the tornado DDT.
Uh-huh.
Instead of off the turnbuckle, off a chair onto the ramp. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was a matter of pride, I think, in ECW. Like, I think amongst the boys, it was misguided for sure, but I think amongst the boys, the idea was if you put your hands up, you're a pussy. That's what the WWF and WCW does. Be a man and take your fucking lumps.
Hmm.
I don't know that. I mean, maybe we could ask Bubba Ray Dudley one day or something.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe that was not the credo, but that the boys just knew that you needed to do it.
No, I mean, I really feel like I've heard at some point some of the guys say that if they tried to protect themselves, some of the other guys would be like, what the fuck are you doing, pussy?
Wow.
Be a man. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong. This is from the era where, when I played football and somebody got fucking concussed, we didn't know that at the time. But when somebody had head trauma, we said, oh, he just got his bell rung. Just rub some dirt on it, miss a play or two. He'll be all right. How about Mike Awesome just picking the chair up, putting it over his own face?
Jesus. And kicking out.
But you're familiar with that phrase in traditional sports. Oh, he got his bell rung.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't know what the fuck we were saying. We didn't know. Oh yeah. He has a brain bleed right now. He's got a brain bruise. He's concussed. No, we just said, oh, he's got his bell rung. He'll be okay. Watch this move here, Tony. No, never mind.
What move were you talking about? You thought something was coming and didn't hear?
I thought maybe he's trying for it again here. Check this out. Are you ready?
Yep.
Are you ready?
No.
Are you ready?
What the fuck?
Now, in fairness, Tanaka kept his head up, took it on his shoulders and back. Still, what the fuck? And look at the crowd.
Fuck? Listen, I get it. He kept his head up, but you still, hell, you could fucking fracture a vertebrae. Lower back. Blow out a shoulder.
Look at that table. It's obliterated.
Is Jeff Jones going to take a bump in this?
I don't think so.
Shit.
Probably took one after the show. Can you imagine how many quote unquote rats, Jeff had to take care of after these shows?
Mm.
Of course, I'm talking about the Fleabag hotels. They said, watch this move. You ready for this?
Oh. He just fucking, I can see why you like Tanaka just cause the fucking bumps he's taking.
Dude, this is wild.
Look at the size of this guy going off the top. Fuck. 1, 2, and he's still kicked out.
Well, why wouldn't he?
I don't know. after throwing him to the table. Jesus Christ. Got to take his chair shot like a man, guy. It's ECW. Holy shit. Look at the. Okay. He hit him with the top of the chair there, where that hand is. And that's the real hard part of the chair. That's the part of the chair that doesn't give. That part, when it lands on you, is going to do some damage. Oh, fuck. What year did Mike Awesome take his life? Do you remember off the top of your head?
I can find out. I think it was like 07, but I could be wrong.
Jeez.
Yeah. February 17th, 2007. And by the way, he pops up on Nitro, in April of 2000. So not too terribly long after this.
Right.
By the spring of 2000, both of these guys are gone.
I would think as an athlete that you would be happy. Maybe I'm wrong. Just for your body's sake, happy to leave ECW and go to WCW. I mean, you would have to think that, well, of course, we had a big TV contract. We were Turner, and I get that, but you didn't have to do crazy shit like this. Unless maybe you wanted to do crazy shit like this and thought, well, I can take this act and take it to WCW. But a guy like Mike Awesome, thinking, wow, I'll work at WCW and I want to take all these crazy fucking chair bumps and table bumps and fucking crazy shit. Look at Jeff. Make sure the table is upright. What are they going to fucking do now? Okay, he threw him out of the ring, back first to a table. This has got to be fun. And
It's wild, isn't it, Bubba?
Yeah, it is, man. Okay. Got him on the chair. Going to center himself. He's going to do his big frog splash from the top.
What if he is, motherfucker?
Well, I mean, whoa. What's amazing about what Mike Awesome could do here was that he did things that cruiserweights were doing.
Right. But he could also sling your ass over the top rope with a power bomb down to the floor onto a table.
Yes.
He could do whatever he wanted.
Right. Oh, dude. Yep, that wanted. Jesus Christ. Your Mike's looking around like, what? I won? I killed a man? I won? Now, what's going on here? Oh, Taz?
I mean, this is a pretty cool deal here. Taz is doing what he can to sort of pass the torch and.
Yeah, it's coronation is what it is.
Quote unquote, make a guy. And there you go. Mike Awesome is the guy to run with the ball, lead the company now. Pretty cool moment, huh?
I think it's great. And I think it's great that Taz did this. Shows a lot of class on his part. And he walks away, and there's your new champion. Great moment, man. How many stars?
I'm so glad you asked.
3
3/4.
Okay.
Awesome. Here's what he wrote. Awesome did a German suplex followed by a spear for a near fall. He used the chair off the top for a near fall, then delivered a weak chair to Tanaka's chest. Fans sort of groaned at that. Both guys wound up standing on the top rope with the table set up. Their footing wasn't perfect, and one of them losing balance would have killed the moment, not to mention both could have been hurt badly. Anyway, Awesome delivered the power bomb through the table and got the pin. 3 3/4 stars. I should mention that Tanaka here had quite the schedule. Meltzer would say he flew from Japan to work ECW in Buffalo last Saturday, then flew back to Japan and worked through Saturday night in Japan before flying back to Chicago. So that's 4 18-hour flights in a 1 week period. That'll run anybody down.
Yeah. I remember taking one flight from Japan back, and it completely knocked me out the next day. I never thought that jet lag was real, but it was from Japan.
How about 4 flights of that in a week?
Jesus.
That's a lot.
I do need to say that. Okay. All right, Jeff, we got it. We got your bangs. We get it. But I do need to say that.
So he needed a judge for them bangs. All right. So here we go. Fun little Raven promo here. We'll play the audio.
We fought an epic battle of mythic proportions. We had a friendship based on love and a hatred based on friendship.
Everyone knows what's coming and they can't stop it.
You scarred my face. You battered me unmercifully. And you took my girl.
Oh, what's the matter? Oh, is it because you're Raven's girlfriend?
No, I'm pregnant.
The pills say 1 day at a time, moron. What are you, an idiot?
what you could never do was beat me, Tommy. You could never beat me, and I always pinned you.
Tommy Dreamer, you will return to the inescapable horror of the classroom of your youth, except this time, you will not graduate.
So we're showing lots of clips of Tommy and Raven, one of the most notorious and iconic feuds in ECW history. And of course, it all came to an end at WrestlePalooza in 1997 when Tommy finally beat Raven after years of never being able to pin him. And that, of course, happens because Raven is going to WCW. But he's back now. And unbelievably, the prior month, he returned to help Tommy beat the Dudley Boys in a surprise. And nobody even thought Raven was in the company, but what they didn't know is that Eric Bischoff held a meeting in WCW and said, if you're not happy and you want to leave, you can leave. So ask for your release. And they had one taker, and that was Raven. And he left, pops up in ECW as a surprise, nails the DDT, and the Dudleys are now off to the WWF. And Tommy Dreamer has finally gotten championship gold in ECW, but unbelievably, it's with his biggest rival of his career, Raven, the guy he thought he got rid of 2 years prior. Really, really well done story here by Paul Heyman. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yeah. This is good stuff, man. This is character development. And what I mean by character development, this is getting you identify with these people.
Right.
And that's what he was so good at doing, apparently. And I was apparently unaware of. Still one of my favorites out of the ring. Just because he and I connected on so many levels with comic books and superheroes and fantasy, and we like the same thing. He had a lot of great tweets that were out there about Game of Thrones. Just a cool guy, man. Looks a lot different too. My God, does he ever? I guess we all do.
And there's our referee or our ring announcer. Done that twice today, Steven DeAngelis, but coming out, it's Joel Gertner to one of the biggest pops of the night. Meltzer would even say Joel Gertner came out and got a huge pop, one of the biggest of the night for that matter, and called out Tommy Dreamer and Francine for an interview. And you're not going to believe what Meltzer wrote here. No joking here. Francine is even skinnier than 2 weeks ago. And while the stick arms and stick legs and huge boobs is in, at this age, it can't be healthy. She almost looks like Ally McBeal, but even more facially drawn, except for the implants. Dreamer says he's not out there to do a babyface promo, and then kissed ass to the local fans talking about Sammy Sosa. But
how dare he talk of Francine like that?
I knew you were going to say that. Really excited.
Here she comes. Wish I could say that in real life.
Wait, well, are you breathing? Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm checking out the, yeah, I'm breathing. I'm just checking out I like her attire. I think it's very flattering for her.
Flattering.
She knows how to walk. See how she puts one foot in front of the other.
I think you could argue that's probably the best Francine ever looked. I don't know why Meltzer's being so,
I don't either. Maybe because, I don't know, maybe because she didn't call him. It always helped the people that called him. Well, she knew how to get in the ring too, didn't she? Oh man.
Shook it on the way in. That's your jam, ain't it?
That is. I need to marry this girl.
She's already married, Tony.
If she needs to dump her husband, I need to dump Lois and marry this girl. Let's do it today.
Today? I mean, well,
today.
Oh, look at her. How about Tommy knew what's up? Hey, I dropped my belt. Will you pick it up?
I'd do it again. Let's drop it and have you pick it up on the other side.
You just want it against the hard cam.
The very hard cam at this time. Hey, how about our buddy Joel Gertner? Great help for us, isn't he?
He's the man.
I got a lot of time for Joel.
Everybody does.
Yeah. Not only that, his gimmick back then was wonderful. Although, smart me up on the neck brace. Was this part of an angle? Did he always do this?
He has had his neck broken.
Oh, well, bless his heart. And he's got a bow tie on the neck brace.
Isn't that great? That's why he keeps wearing it. It's good stuff.
You know, worked with Tommy Dreamer a little bit in MLW with him. A lot of respect for him. It's amazing. And of course, I've been with him on his, he's part of Busted Open and been with him on a radio show. Got just, again, thanks to you and thanks to opening up my eyes to this. There he's talking about Sammy Sosa now. Just a lot of respect for a lot of the guys, and he's one of them. And of course, Joel, and then of course the lady on the right, I'm just absolutely in love with. But again, there's a lot of talking going on. And I understand. I understand we're building, we're doing character building and everything, but it's just a lot. It seems like every match. Coming out and talking. Coming out and talking. See, now here I would just take that hard camera over to the right side and get a good shot of Francine. There was no double meaning in that.
Well,
yeah, but it felt like it, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, the way he delivered it. And here he comes, Steve Corino, working the crowd as only he can. I think you would love Steve Corino.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know Steve now.
I'm just saying his old promos back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good stuff. How about Jack Victory in a wheelchair, pedaling himself out with his own feet?
Okay. So now who's it's Rhino and against Tommy Dreamer?
Tommy Dreamer and Raven against Corino and Jack Victory. Rhino's here as well. So I guess it's going to be a little bit of a 3-on-2.
Have we seen Raven yet?
You just saw him do a promo, but he hasn't come out from the back.
Okay. That's what I'm thinking.
Here's the story. All right.
Oh,
he's not really friends. Like Raven and Tommy Dreamer hate each other. They're just accidental tag team champions.
I got that. How about that neck breaker from the top? There's no way to work that. There's no way to work the contusion or the toll that's going to take on your spine. None.
Oh, look at Jack Victory getting wheeled. This is so good. Chair shot by Francine. You take a chair shot from Francine. You take any shot from Francine.
I would take any shot from Francine, and I'm going to tell you, I would flop around and sell like a baby.
Flop around.
She could spank me, and she could put me in a head scissors for a couple of years. Put me in a tombstone pile driver. Let me lay on a table and she just flop on top of me. I'm going a little bit too far here.
No, you're not. Keep it going.
No, I'm trying to be a respectable man in the business now. I can't do this anymore. I can't. She could. You
just want to turn the podcast off now?
No. I was saying she'd leg scissors off the top of my head. Just. Why was there a world with Francine out there that I was unaware of? What was wrong with my life that I couldn't notice this? Bam! Oh shit! Fucking Tommy took that pretty hard. That a girl. Whoa. What the flying fuck? Did he just throw Francine down?
Yes. And look, Raven's so anxious to get in there. He
bumped.
Well, that was so great.
No, hit that middle rope.
Boom. Oh shit.
Hey, I've been obviously just slobbering over Francine here, but I got to say for her to take that fucking bump, that's pretty special, man. Because that was stiff. There you go. Great story, man. He pushed him. He came in. He pushed him. I don't want anything to do with you. And guess what? We're still the champs. He didn't even take his belt off. The fucker wrestled without taking his. It was only like 3 minutes, but he didn't take the fucking belt off. Let's help the lady up, please.
Well, the match isn't over.
They just pinned him.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, do you think that the story's over from here?
No.
Because check it out. There's Mancow, the local radio DJ.
Just got some beer. Oh, yeah. I know Mancow. He loved wrestling.
How about Raven's going to leave with Mancow? What does it mean?
Will somebody help the girl up? Oh, fuck.
I love you for that.
Be a gentleman.
Never took the belt off.
Nice hairy back. What the fuck? So now we're wondering and he pops his partner, the bird, and walks the fuck away.
Yeah. What does it mean?
What does it mean? It's amazing. It really is. You sit back and you think about it. Isn't it amazing they didn't last? They had such good shit. They had such good stuff. Just based on that alone, it should have prospered. They were better than us, weren't they?
So you're going to love this promo from Axel Rotten. Here you go.
Chicago! Are we proving why we are the #1 company in professional wrestling? Well, tonight in this ring, we saw a class act, and we saw a new world heavyweight champion in Mike Awesome. Let me be honest with you one time, Chi-Town. I ain't the best worker in the business. I can bleed like a bitch, though. And Mike Awesome, I'm letting it be known that Axel Rotten is making a name for himself right here in Chicago because I'm calling you out, Mike Awesome. I'm first in line. I want to be number one for that world heavyweight title. Mike Awesome, if you got the balls, bring them down because I'm ready to get extreme on your ass.
So Axel Rotten calls out the new champ, Mike Awesome, by saying, I'm not the best worker in the business, but I can bleed like a bitch. Bring it. Tony Schiavone, what say you?
Bring it. I say, I like this fucking show is what I say.
Well, Mike Awesome is not going to be coming down. Instead, Lance Storm is. And you can probably guess this is going to end in some violence because Lance Storm is not alone. He's got Johnny Smith, and he's got Just Incredible. He's got Dawn Marie. He's got Jason.
And I don't want to be a mark like you on this pay-per-view.
Well, that's him.
So everyone in Chicago knows these people are cheering for
Axel
the
Rotten
kid.
was an odd character, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's no longer with us.
I know. I remember us talking about him before, but just
Baltimore guy. He probably had his fair share of Jimmy's Famous Seafood back in the day.
I'm sure he did, as you can see.
That's hurtful.
Something about Jimmy's Famous Seafood.
Yeah.
What a great follow on Twitter they are.
Well, John really appreciates that. Now look who's coming to make the save. Little Spike Dudley.
Oh my God.
Nut shot on Jason. Oh, thinking about doing the acid drop over Dawn Marie, but she's in the way.
Oh Lord.
She swings the shoe. Oh, acid drop for Dawn Marie. And then of course the Impact players getting the heat on Little Spike Dudley.
Mm-hmm.
But thankfully, I think somebody's going to come in. There he is. He's here to clean house. You ready for a chair shot, my friend?
Oh, fuck.
Down goes Johnny Smith, former tag team partner of Axel Rotten. But tonight he's getting a world title shot. And a little more mic work here from Axel Rotten.
That in England.
Johnny's scheduled to challenge Rob Van Dam for the World Television title to close out our show. I don't think he's going to do it.
Well, I mean, after taking a chair shot like that from
Johnny
Balls Mahoney,
Smith is an English gentleman.
So Axel Rotten was supposed to be wrestling Balls Mahoney. Wrestling Rob Van Dam.
Right.
Chicago, we ain't going out like this.
Ball's no longer with us either, huh?
Looks like
Nope.
Rob Van Dam is short an opponent tonight. Because I think Johnny
There's a little
Smith
spike over there. What a character.
effing headache.
Well, misread that. Not Axel was supposed to. Johnny Smith was supposed to be the opponent for Rob Van Dam. But now it's Balls Mahoney, and he makes a suggestion, and Meltzer would say it was embarrassing and hurt the main event from the start when his suggestion got no pop. Meltzer would say very long match where they try to tell a story, but as mentioned before, the fact that nobody believed Mahoney had a prayer of winning and they didn't see him as a main eventer on the pay-per-view, it drew no heat. They worked very hard to try to get heat. Van Dam did a moonsault off the guardrail, but Mahoney caught him and planted him. So lots of fun action here, but you know what's coming. It's going to be a frog splash for the pin. And Meltzer sums it up in 3 words: way too long. But Rob Van Dam one of the all-time greats here in ECW, arguably the best wrestler in the company and one of the most over wrestlers in the company at this point. And he's made that television title really mean something. He's carried it, I believe, since April of 98. So we're almost like 18 months with this title here at this point.
For all the credit we give to Paul E., deservedly so, I'm going to be a little critical of one thing here. The positioning of this match is all wrong.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't disagree, but I am curious to see, what would you have done? I'm not saying it to be funny, but what should have been the main event? You still would have went with Taz, Tanaka, and Balls?
Right. Taz walking out.
I guess I can only guess that maybe, Paul knew, hey, I don't know how long we've got Mike Awesome. I don't know how long we've got Masato Tanaka. I know we have them for now, but neither one may be long-term players for us, but Taz is on his way out. So let's make the best of a bad situation. But I think if it was in the main event, a lot of people would have said, oh, well, we know Taz is going to lose. He's leaving. He's got a new deal. And maybe putting it where it did, it added an air of unpredictability. And I just wonder, like, if Taz is the main event and he gets pinned very fast, I don't know.
Yeah. Those are all good arguments to the fact. I still think that.
I'll tell you this though, but Balls Mahoney, Rob Van Dam doesn't feel like a pay-per-view main event.
No, it doesn't.
Now Rob Van Dam does, but Balls as an opponent, not so much.
No, because he's the top baby face in the company. I get that. But here's what I'm saying that I think trumps all of that, what we've been saying. You still make your world title mean more than anything else. You elevate the world title by putting it on last. I've always believed that. I'm going to go back in my days of fandom. Okay. Ric Flair, and I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but I think it's relevant to this argument. Ric Flair and Blackjack Mulligan had one of the greatest feuds ever. And they milked that feud to the point to where they sold out everywhere when they finally had their match. It was built up so well. And I went to see them wrestle. And I'm thinking this is going to be the greatest thing I ever saw. But they were not on last. Harley Race, who was the world champion, was on last. Even though the big thing was Flair and Mulligan.
Right.
They always did that. The world champion comes out last. And maybe that's old school. I don't know. But I always thought that's how you should end your shows. But I know things have changed. I get it. And I'm bendable to that. But you still got to make the world title. And to me here, I mean, I know what he's meant to their television title. And you're right. No one believes Balls Mahoney is going to win this thing. No one. Would have been better if the other guy would have had the match with him. Would it have meant more?
I don't know.
Anyway, let's. I think Rob Van Dam knows he's got a long time to wrestle this guy, because he certainly is taking his time, isn't he?
Well, the deal is they're only 2 hours and 17 minutes into a quote unquote 3 hour show. So they've got plenty of time. I think realistically they could have tried to slide some more matches in here. I mean, I don't know what that would have been, but
I would have gone backstage, check on Francine, check on Dawn Marie. They both took vicious bumps. Just go take a camera backstage. Say, "Girls, you okay? Let's bring Tony Schiavone back with a microphone to talk to Francine. Francine, I saw you take that horrible, horrible bump by that motherfucker. Are you okay, my dear? Oh, and by the way, your outfit is wonderful."
4 days later, when they did a house show, they had a young kid, Cash, doing a match. So he would be here not too long after. So you can tell they're trying to sort of spread their wings. By the way, it's worth mentioning you know, after we said that here at Anarchy Rulz, they drew 6,000 fans.
Yeah.
That's in the suburbs of Chicago. How about Grand Rapids, Michigan? 4 days later, you want to guess what the house was?
It wasn't 6,000.
Nope. Yes.
1,000.
550.
550.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's obviously not having a good That's not having a good promoter. I mean, yeah, they didn't want to see it. I get that, but you still should be able to, with some good promotion.
3 weeks prior to this, they were in Lebanon, Pennsylvania. On top was this main event, Rob Van Dam and Balls Mahoney. You want to guess what it drew?
Yeah. I'm going to go with 1,000 again.
300.
Oh my God.
They were in Columbus, Georgia, a month prior to this. Taz and Devon Dudley on top. You want to guess?
Columbus, Georgia. They're not going to draw more than 500 there.
200.
Yeah. So how much were these guys getting paid, Conrad, for doing this stuff? I mean, they're not drawing enough money on these house shows to pay these guys.
There you go. That's where the problems start, right?
Yeah. What were they made? Is it common knowledge of what guys like Van Dam were making back then? I know you've talked about many times in the earlier shows that we watched that, you know, a lot of guys didn't always get paid.
Yeah, the real problems with pay started in 2000. But
so,
you know, like here's the thing: you got to appreciate, like on this show, it's a $200,000 gate, so that'll carry you for a little while,
right?
And then you've got a pay-per-view buy rate going to come in, and or the payoffs will come in like 6 months. But you've got to sort of float everybody till you get there. And I can tell you that's tough. Like, you know, here we are in, early September. I don't have the payoff from Las Vegas for StarCast 2 on pay-per-view. But everybody's been paid. But me.
Let me check my PayPal account.
Yeah. See, right.
You're an honest man, Conrad Thompson.
Yeah, that's what's weird though, is I got criticized for StarCast 1 because we did a podcast row because we charged podcasters to have a spot on podcast row, and a lot of the smaller podcasts, not a lot, a handful, took a great issue with that and felt like I should have just comped that. But what's interesting to me is, wait a minute, I have to pay, but they don't. Like, I had to pay to be there. The hotel and, you know, the venues, they're not just giving you space and internet and tables and promotion and tablecloths and power. And like, you're paying all the wrestlers to be there. You're paying the venue to be there. You're paying the vendors to bring in your tables. You're paying your staff to set everything up. I mean, there's overhead involved with all of it, but I'm supposed to bear all of that and just give it to other sort of startup podcasts. But I have to eat it because I elected to do this. And they felt like they should have been credentialed and been given press credentials because they're quote unquote press. And I'm sure that they all these smaller podcasts get press credentials at WWE shows and Ring of Honor shows and TNA shows and AEW shows. I'm sure that, you know, they've got press credentials for all those. So.
Well, this is the pot calling the kettle black, but you just got to ignore that shit.
No, I do. I mean, it's just like that's my point though, is I think sometimes people don't have the capacity to see it from another perspective. So like, whereas you may say, oh, the ECW guys pay is slow. I get that sucks. But when you understand that the life cycle of, the pay-per-view payoff dragging months and months behind, but yet you've still got to pay everybody. That's sort of the role of the promoter and the promoter only. But a lot of times the boys don't ever see that. And especially when you run through some of these gates where, yeah, hey, let's take a victory lap here for 6,000 fans. And in fact, 8 days prior to this, they did a TNN taping in Buffalo. That's like 4,000 fans there. Those are big houses. That's great. But 1 week after this show, it's 550. A couple days after that, it's 600. The day after that, it's $8.50. The day after that, it's $9.30. So we're not talking about just printing money. Cause I mean, realistically, how much were tickets to an ECW show? $20.
Mm.
You know, so at $20, you're at 18 grand and you got to fly everybody there and rent the building and pay for staff and, you know, the ring truck and the security and the ticket takers. And you got to have a monster insurance policy and liability coverage. And it's no wonder to see when you're drawing those numbers that they were struggling and they could say, well, fucking go out of business. They did. So that's it. If you dig it, you got to support it. And if you don't, it goes away. And, there's a lot of big wrestling fans in those markets, you know, where they drew 550, you know, oh man, I can't believe ECW died. It died because you didn't support it. Like these are all very much DIY entrepreneurial endeavors. Like nobody, Paul Heyman included, was getting rich doing ECW.
They did before they went out of business. They just cut their house shows. I mean, if you're drawing that amount of, you just don't do it.
Yeah. Well, you certainly become, and in fairness, what they're trying to do here is they were trying to stretch. They were, they knew they could get 1,500 fans once a month in Philadelphia. You know, they know they can get, a few thousand fans in Chicago, every 6 weeks or every 2 months or whatever the number is. But you've got to have other markets to keep these guys busy and to keep the income coming in. So you're looking for, hey, where else can we go? So they went to some markets that they felt like were maybe underserved markets. Maybe there's an opportunity there. And sometimes they were right and sometimes they were wrong. But that's what you do. You try to, hey, where else can we replicate this? And you don't know until you try. So they tried some stuff and had some money losers along the way. There's no chance they ran a house show or they ran a show, drew 200 and then said, oh, can't wait to come back next month.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Rob Van Dam doing all he can with this match.
You ready for this? Look at the crowd. They know what's coming.
He's really going to do this.
He made this famous in April of '98. Here he comes.
Holy fucking shit.
Dude, that's spectacular. No matter when you see it.
First thing I'm thinking of is if he's going to take a tumble like that, and I've told kids that the kids that I work with in MLW, and a lot of kids are, independent guys who go around and take bumps. And if you're going to take crazy bumps like that, by God, it better be some money at the end of it.
Meltzer would write, Van Dam did this incredible somersault plancha 3 rows deep into the crowd. It's an amazing sight. And Mahoney juiced for no reason. Eventually he would say, both guys brawling was not good at all. Van Dam's weakness is throwing punches since it's all arm with no body and noticeably pulled.
Mm-hmm.
2 stars is what he gave this one.
Okay. So did Balls Mahoney juice from the plancha there?
You would think, right?
Well, yeah. Fucking fans are into his shit. Yeah, there he comes up with juice. See, I think Meltzer said juice for no reason. Bullshit. That was a spectacular spot. And if you fucking juice, it even makes it more spectacular. It helps elevate the spot, and a spot that probably didn't even need to be elevated, but why not? See, I don't agree with that comment there at all. Juice for no reason. A lot of grunge rock look about these guys, isn't it?
That's what ECW is, baby.
That's so. Yes. Where do they come up with this look?
You want to have an idea of what I'm thinking we might want to do next week here on the show?
Do some grunge lyrics?
No, I'm talking about on Tony Reed's rap.
No, okay. Hey, how about this? How about I get in touch with Francine and have her read rap with me?
Why didn't you just ask her last week in Chicago at StarCast?
Well, I didn't think about it till right now.
Well, we should do that one day then.
Mm-hmm. I could just, I could get a recorder. I could go visit her when her husband's not in town. I don't want to, interrupt family time. And bring a recorder, and we could just do a rap song together.
Well, here's what I'm thinking I want you to do next week.
Oh, you already got the song picked out?
Yeah. I was asking if you wanted to know about it.
Of course you do.
It's a little known song, but it was hot back in the day. It's from 1991.
Oh boy. Does it have the words motherfucker in it?
I'm pretty sure it's in like the first 4 or 5 lines.
I'm sure it is. Does it have the word vagina in it? The colloquial for vagina?
I think that's in the 3rd line.
Mm-hmm.
Or when the actual song starts, not just the intro, it's in the 1st line.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to know the name of the song?
Well, I think we've named the song already, haven't we?
No.
Pussy Motherfucker?
No.
That's not the name of the song?
No.
Okay.
The name of the song, for our listeners, a heads up.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're not going to listen to it. You hate this segment. It's by a performer named AMG.
AMG.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not like the trim package on your new Mercedes, since you've got all that con money. But I figure, since you do have all this newfound windfall, this financial windfall, that you would appreciate the song, Bitch Better Have My Money. And that's what we'll be doing here next week on the show.
Bitch better have my money. That is a pretty good name for a song.
Yeah.
See, I could see, Francine and I doing the song, and I say, bitch better have my money. And then she look at me and say, I got your money, you fucker, or something like that. You cocksucker.
What are you doing right now?
I'm just, as you like to say, I'm freestyling.
Okay.
And in the midst of all this freestyling, Rob Van Dam's doing some pretty good tumbling and shit.
Tumbling and shit.
What he's doing, he just tumbled through and flipped up in the air and tumbled down on the chair.
I can't believe that you said tumbling and shit.
I'm sure he was a great gymnast at one time. You've got to practice tumbling. Don't you think? Got to get on a mat and tumble. There's a new t-shirt, tumbling and shit. We've been so busy with StarCast and.
Oh, don't you worry. I got big plans. I got somebody working on it right now. Mm-hmm. And then the next 2 weeks, it's going to be a whole new world.
Well, we've kind of stopped talking about t-shirts and LoisRules.com because
it's coming. Don't worry.
Okay. Plugging our live shows and.
Well, since we're about to be off the road, we're going to have more time for these t-shirts. You dig?
I dig.
I think you,
what?
I think you
love dogs.
I think you
love Francine.
I think you're going to love this song.
Okay.
I don't even know that I want to wait till next week, if I'm honest with you.
No, come on. You got to wait next week. And what's our show next week?
You know exactly what it is.
Yeah, I forgot. I've got so much going on in my life. I forgot.
What, you have more? Come on. I'm just lucky to be here. Next week we're covering Clash 8 Fall.
Oh yes, that's right. See, I knew that.
Fall Brawl 89.
That was a great year in WCW because I wasn't there. Great WCW year. Hey, I need to say something about, and we're watching this match. We're talking about everything. The big guy, Balls Mahoney, is putting in a hell of an effort in this match.
Oh, he's doing his best.
Yes, he is.
But the fans just start buying him as a top guy, as a real threat to the title. He's been positioned as a tag wrestler.
Right.
But next week we're going to talk about Road Warriors, Samoan SWAT team, Cuban Assassin.
The Cuban Assassin, really?
Sid Vicious.
Okay.
Ranger Ross. The Steiner Brothers. Missy Hyatt. Robin Green. Fabulous Freebirds. Teddy Long. Norman the Lunatic. Brian Pillman. Mike Rotunda. Dr. Death. Steve Williams. Tommy Rich. Wildfire. Somebody say something about shitty podcasts. Lex Luger. Great Muda. Dick Slater. Sting. And Richard.
Think Richard will show up? Oh, that's right. It's on tape.
By the way, it was 2,600 fans in Columbia, South Carolina.
How about that? And we had just seen a couple of weeks ago a full house in Columbia, South Carolina.
Bam! Look at that chair shot. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Look at that chair.
Got my fucking eyes peeled. He got his own chair too, doesn't he? Got his name on it.
It says Balls. So you may not be familiar with this, but whenever he would punch someone, the fans would go Balls. And so if he hit a guy several times, balls, 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 balls. But then if his opponent blocked it and punched him, they would go nuts.
That's pretty fucking cool.
He put his head down for the chair shot, and here it comes. Are you ready for this? Don't kill Fonzie. Don't kill Fonzie. Don't kill Fonzie. Oh no. Oh, the chair's backwards. It's facing the wrong way. It's a good thing because he got Van-Daminated. I hope he's gonna set up the frog splash now. Oh, he kicked out of the Van-Daminator. What's he gonna do?
Wow, springing up there.
Ready to go.
The fans are ready.
With the 5-star frog splash.
You know what? That's
one.
There you go.
2,
it's spectacular.
3. There you go. That's a wrap. That's going to be the end of Anarchy Rulz. We get a highlight package and then we're out of here. Pretty memorable night though, seeing Taz leave the promotion, drop the world title, and on his way out, do the honors for the one and only Mike Awesome. I loved it. I'm a big fan of Mike Awesome, big fan of Taz, big fan of Masato Tanaka. One of my very favorite matches in the company, just because it was so memorable that Taz went out the way he did. And, anytime Mike Awesome and Masato Tanaka were in there, it was absolute magic.
I haven't seen, how many, ECW events have we watched? It's like our third, maybe fourth.
Yeah. We've seen a handful, more than 3 or 4, but
yeah. Okay. There's not one that I can say that I didn't like. Now, that doesn't mean I liked every match, but I fucking liked it. I like the fan response, how the fans were rabid. I like the high spots. I like the fucking chair shots. I obviously liked Francine.
Obviously.
Did I say I liked Francine?
Obviously.
Without question, as a matter of fact. Rob Van Dam was spectacular. Love Taz. They just had a lot of great characters. And you know what? Tip of the cap again to Paulie.
Did a great job.
Yeah, and I don't know how they're using him. I know what his role is, but I mean, if I'm running a company and I look at a show like this, I go to Paulie Dangerous and say, it's yours. Whatever you want to do, come up with it. It's fine with me.
Well,
just see what happens.
I'm hoping that we can just see what happens and that you can figure out what to do when I say, Tony, it's about that time.
It's about that time, ladies and gentlemen. Francine and Dawn Marie and Tony Schiavone are coming to the ring. They are the new world 6-man tag team champions. And would you take a look around the waist of Francine? There's that 6-man tag team belt that Tony dug out of his attic and Conrad wants. And Conrad storming the ring. He is jumping on the back of Schiavone. He's beating him down, but oh no, Francine and Dawn Marie are coming to his aid. That's right. They have thrown off Conrad, and they are both now attacking Tony Schiavone, and he's down and he's sounding like a baby. Oh my God, what a way to end our show. That's right, Conrad, I'm coming to help you soon. We're desperately out of time. We'll see you next week. You're listening to What Happened When, as we come to you each and every week on Wednesdays, as well as on Mondays, exclusively on
Patron.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event.
Welcome to WHW Monday. Tony Schiavone and Conrad Thompson.
Jim Crockett First Arcade, 605 NWA. TV title, Cajun Omni, the Bunkhouse Stampede. Flair and Horseman, Garvin, Bogey, Magnum, Dusty, Express Tag Team. Turner, Bond, and Mid-South Joint World Championship Wrestling.
Talking about the great years of World Championship Wrestling, the NWA, and Jim Crockett Promotions.
Tony and friends North they win. Look, Schiavone's back again. World title split off center stage. Bischoff, Disney, Hogan, and Nitro. New World Order and the Crow. Thunder, Russo, Arquette, Champ, Vinnie Mac, simulcast. Tony's back with Conrad, not your classic podcast. Watch along, try not to laugh. Lowest rules can't pass. This wasn't the initial plan. Tom Zigg's a good-looking man. Klondike Bill, make a chair. Tommy, you come over here.
What happened when? WHW Monday. And now, let's go to the ring. And here's your co-host. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to What Happened When? With the voice of your childhood, Noah, Anthony, Schiavone, Tony Schiavone. What's going on, man? How are you?
It is a wonderful day if I'm talking to you, and it's a wonderful day if I'm also talking to our great fans out there. In the podcast world, Conrad, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How are you?
Man, better than I deserve. So excited to be with you today because, Lord, we have a lot of fun here on, of course, What Happened When. But doing an ECW watch along, I think it might be something that you really enjoy more than a lot of our other topics. And today, boy, we are knee deep in some ECW. How pumped are you?
I'm pumped because one of the things, there's a couple of things I like about ECW, as you know. I love the violence, but I love the characters. I just love the characters. I've loved, obviously, I've loved Francine in many ways. Love Joe Gertner, and I know he's going to be wrestling today. We're going to be watching that. Jerry and Lynn, of course, have a lot of time for Jerry, and that's many reasons. He works for AEW and works behind the scenes, but just love that stuff. And I understand FBI is going to be part of this as well, right?
Somebody say something about lasagna.
That's our buddy, isn't it? Oh, man.
One of the all-time greats. Listen, I know that I get a little feedback every now and again, Tony, that says, when are you going to talk about WCW? Oh, I hate all of this stuff about ECW. Play some Jim Crockett. Oh. And I'm sympathetic to that because Lord knows I love me some Jim Crockett promotions. I mean, my goodness, you've seen some of my collectibles. I'm a big Jim Crockett guy. However, we go where the downloads are, my friend. And for whatever reason, people love to hear Tony Schiavone talk about ECW, Easy. So I'm playing the hits, baby.
There you go.
But we should mention, we do bonus shows, a few of them, 3 of them, in fact, every month, 2 over on patreon.com/WHW Monday, and 1 minimum, at least 1, over on adfreeshows.com. So I'm saying all that to say, if you're upset that we're covering something you don't like and you want us to cover something else, well, sign up over at patreon.com/WHW Monday and make a suggestion, and we'll get to it. Right, Tone?
That's right. We are suggestion friendly is what we are.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm excited about today. Unfortunately, it's not the best ECW show we ever saw, but it's an entertaining show nonetheless. It went down on October 1st, 2000. So we're right at the 20-year anniversary of this. I guess tomorrow will be the 20-year anniversary of this. Anarchy Rulz 2000. Fire up your WWE network and get on over to In Ring, click ECW. You'll find the pay-per-views there. Select the year 2000, scroll down. There it is. Anarchy Rulz. And by the way, they spell rules RULZ on the network. And if you throw an E in there and an S, you ain't going to find it. So if you, didn't follow those instructions, just throw Anarchy in your search bar and you'll see it. And, there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, it's not your typical 3-hour pay-per-view, Tony. As you see, we've only got a runtime today of 2 hours and 25 minutes.
Did they cut something out on the network, or is that the way it was?
Meltzer would say the show was also shorter than most pay-per-views, ending at 10:34 PM. And that's with a lengthy music video with Limp Bizkit after the conclusion of the main event and what appeared to be a promotional trade-off with farmclub.com. Although many have speculated this had something to do with a deal with the USA Network, it was a separate deal. Many of the transitions when going from live to tape were abrupt. There were so many examples of sound not being right on the tape promos, and even after the main event, the live mic not working for Lynn's speech, that if you didn't know better, you would think they were shooting an angle to turn the production crew heel, since the TNN heel angle has just about run its course. The shorter show wasn't a negative because it kept things moving and none of the matches dragged, which has been the case in the past with ECW trying to fill up that much time. And this brings me to a point. The reason I want to talk about this up front is during the pandemic era, WWE has really shortened up their pay-per-views. As you may recall, sort of pre-pandemic, Lord, those pay-per-views became marathon shows. You know, it felt like WrestleMania was a freaking all day event. WrestleMania would be 6, 7, 8 hours, something stupid like that.
Right.
Well, that's just a long time to be seated at an outdoor event, on a bench and waiting in line to pee and just doing anything. Like, I don't want to watch 6, 8 hours of nothing.
Nobody does.
And so my point is, I think short is the new long, which is something you can use at home, but that's a story for another time. I'm just saying, I really do feel like they need to tighten up these shows. And I think WWE's done a good job. Like, they just had a pay-per-view this past weekend, and I know you didn't watch it cause you don't watch, but it was a really great show. And I think a lot of that was because it was shorter. So I'm going with less is more on pay-per-view. Give me only your best stuff and make it fit in, 2.5 hours. I'm for it.
I've always said that. You and I have talked about that. And it goes back to Nitro being too long, being 3 hours.
Right.
So the shorter, the better. Everybody's got to wrestle quicker if that's possible.
Right.
And, just get their stuff in. And, we're talking about 30 minutes, but in reality, 30 minutes means a lot when you're watching a TV show.
Well, sometimes what happens is, I think, and I could be wrong, but I've been guilty of this when I was programming StarCast. You want to sort of overwhelm people with value. And so you want to give them more than their money's worth. You want them to walk away, thinking, oh man, I saw so much. And that's a good train of thought, I guess. I mean, even when you look at old school wrestling posters, they might show a main event, a semi-main event. They would have, a battle royal listed, and it would say something like plus 8 other big matches or something like that. But they want to, hey man, I saw 10 matches or I saw 12 matches or whatever the thing is. But I don't think that matters anymore. I think now it's, hey, we just want to watch the good stuff. I would rather watch one good football game than 6 mediocre ones. Give me a good, entertaining back and forth bunch of lead changes hanging on the edge of my seat game. And that's what I'm going to be talking about tomorrow. Not, well, saw 8 games yesterday. They were all terrible. That's not fun.
Right. That's why they play just one Super Bowl. And that's why the NFL, well, just like any other sport, they kind of overdo it. But while you're watching an NFL game on Sunday, to me, and I know you're a bigger football fan than I am, to me,
Literally.
watching an NFL game, I can watch one, and by the time the 4:30 game is ready to go, I'll just casually watch it, you know?
Well, listen, especially when it comes to pros, I'm not going to intently watch every minute. It's going to be on, I'm going to watch it, but I'm going to pay the most attention in the second half, because it feels like we have seen time and time again where, for instance, your precious Falcons, it looks like they've got the game well in hand.
Stop.
And what?
Don't say your precious Falcons.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah. Your apologies are accepted.
I just assume since you live in the town that you were
wrong.
So you're a traitor?
Oh, yes, I am. If you want to consider me a traitor of the Falcons, yes.
Okay. What did they do something to you personally?
Yes.
Okay. What did they do? Show us on the doll where they hurt you.
I used to work for WSB Radio.
Oh yeah.
Home of the Braves at that time and home of the Georgia Bulldogs. And that's kind of how I got involved with Georgia. And as a sports reporter, or the sports quote unquote director of WSB Radio in Atlanta, we covered everything. And including Georgia Tech, including golf. And there was one entity out there that was the worst to deal with media wise than any others. And that was the Atlanta Falcons. They were terrible. Their media relation guys back then. And of course they had more than one. They had like a crew of 3 or 4. They were more into being the posse for Michael Vick than they were helping out the media.
Right.
Everybody who covered Atlanta Falcons back in that day would agree with me. They were the worst. And to this day, I have no use for them at all. I know front office has changed a great deal. I know the media relations department has changed a great deal, but they did not give a damn about the media to the point to where they almost tried to make it difficult for you to cover games and to get the information needed. So they can kiss my ass.
Mm. So do you have a pro team you can share with us?
Of course I do. Who you think it is?
Well, by process of elimination, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
There you go. Thank you very much.
How y'all doing this year?
Mediocre. 1 and 2.
Yeah. You beat the Colts, lost to the Titans, a little bit of a heartbreaker. Dolphins ran it up in you.
Yeah. Dolphins. That was an ugly game.
And then
I was listening to that on my way to Arkansas.
I'll tell you, I actually saw the Colts game and I saw the Titans game. I thought you guys were going to be able to pull the Titans one out, but that Dolphins one, that one got away from you. This coming week, though, y'all are taking on the Bengals. Who you like in that one?
Well, I always like the Jaguars in that one.
Oh, so you're just going to say that no matter what?
Of course I am.
Believe it or not, as we're recording this, they're only a 3-point underdog.
Oh,
so,
well, I used to be a fan because of where I grew up being the fan of the Washington Redskins.
Sure.
Because I grew up there, but there's no longer the Washington Redskins don't exist anymore.
No mas.
And I'm not necessarily talking about because of the change of the team name. I'm talking about ever since Daniel Snyder bought the team, they've never existed. So anybody who grew up in Virginia will tell you that too, that ever since Daniel Snyder bought the team, they have never existed. So, but anyway, Jaguars, no. Falcons, the hell with you.
By the way, congratulations on your Georgia Bulldogs. They went 1-0 over the weekend. They're undefeated and ranked number 4. They fared a little better than our old pal JR's Oklahoma Sooners, who've fallen all the way to number 18, being 1-1, losing a heartbreaker to an unranked K-State over the weekend. Did you text Jim Ross, say condolences?
I did not. I'm not like you to where I try to stick it up people's ass.
No. I just, I was watching that game cause I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And as soon as it was over, cause I knew he was at Lawler's house watching, I just texted him, Sorry, dude. Cause I know he wears it on his sleeve. He is, he's one of the more passionate college football fans that I know.
Yeah. And I'm not.
No,
I'm just the opposite. I'm not passionate about it at all.
Well, let's run through what you're passionate about. Number one, Bug.
That's it.
And you know what? You're so passionate about Bug. I want to tell a little touching story. Can I do that?
Okay. I hope. Yeah.
Why are you, is that okay?
I just know your stories. You never know what's going to come out, but go ahead.
Well, I thought it was a nice little thing.
Okay.
So I casually had a conversation with you on text message. Gosh, maybe a week ago.
Okay. All right.
And we were talking randomly about you watching WrestleMania 1.
Right.
And you loved it.
Oh yeah, man.
Because you loved how old school it was, that, you know, Mean Gene wasn't over the top yet, and it had old school graphics and, you know, just old school classic stuff. You like Tito versus the Executioner and how much the crowd there at Madison Square Garden was into any little thing. And so you were just putting over the product to me, maybe not even so much the product, just the nostalgia. And you could tell you grew up as a big fan just based on the tone of the text. And I casually mentioned, I wish you had stayed in New York, wondering how cool would it be if Tony Schiavone stayed with the World Wrestling Federation all those years. And you immediately replied, not me. I would have never had the Bug as my best buddy.
Yeah, that's true.
I just think that's cool that you can look back on a career that would have made you a multi-millionaire, international celebrity, household name, Hall of Famer, and you throw it all away for the love of a pudgy dog who can't jump no more.
My best buddy.
It's the best, man. That's who Tony Schiavone really is. Not the slapdick who, works for a team that barely wins and is still ranked in the top 5.
Wow. Zing. So I didn't even check the rankings. They didn't jump up over since Oklahoma lost. They didn't jump up. They stayed at 4, huh?
Yeah. So number 1 is Clemson, 2-0. Alabama is number 2. Florida is now number 3. Georgia is number 4. Notre Dame is number 5, and Ohio State, having not played a game, is number 6. And unbelievably, Auburn is 7. So the SEC has a lot. Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and Auburn all in the top 10.
Well, first of all, let's let you know for a fact that, and this I know by covering SEC football and just covering college football since 2003. The writers will rank Florida and Auburn for no reason. They always do.
Well, I'm excited about what's coming. You know, week 1, we had a bit of a shocker with LSU losing. I would have never called that. I didn't see that coming, but it does make me wonder how much of that is their stud QB being gone. How much is that is just all their starters. I mean, they had so many guys go to the pros.
Well, that's it.
And how much of that is the fact that Coach O is single now and he's probably out here laying the wood left and right.
That could be a problem.
Let's run through that.
Yeah.
You win the national championship in January.
Yeah.
You sign a $42 million contract within a couple weeks of that. And then within a couple weeks of that, file for divorce. I feel like we got these things out of order.
Sounds like she knew, she could get a lot of money from a big contract, couldn't she?
Well, I'm not going to say all that. I'm just going to say that, well, he's probably having fun being a, multi-millionaire celebrity in an area that, almost holds college football up like a religion.
Right.
He's probably able to just walk out his front door and just point and go, you come here. And that's what we're going to do here today on Anarchy.
See how Loki Big Hog looks like.
I think you just made Coach O hook up with, Dang Del Boomheimer, man, from King of the Hill. Okay. You just squished them together and now they've got, the ultimate cartoon.
Okay.
Hey, so how's Lois? We haven't really spent a lot of time talking about Lois. She did a little Ask Lois over at adfreeshows.com, but what's the latest, baby?
She's doing fine. She's getting around a little bit better. Got a shot in her knee. She's, things are okay with her right now, I think.
Well,
she got her, she's had her bedroom redone and had hardwood floors put in the bedroom. Completely cleaned it up. It's amazing.
Lot to unpack there.
We're talking about junk from the 90s. And so she's doing great. And she's really starting to get into the house here, trying to fix up the house and everything.
Help me understand.
Yeah.
You said a lot, but one of the things you said was her bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know you revealed years ago in the show that you and Lois used to have different sleeping arrangements because you had to get up at the crack of shit every day to go do radio.
Yep. Right.
Well, that is no longer the case.
It's not been that way for quite a while.
And you're still sleeping in separate bedrooms?
Yes.
Now, is that because of the dogs? Because see, once upon a time, your other complaint was, well, if I go in there, I got to fight for bed space because there's 900 dogs. And as we've well documented here on the show, one by one, Lois has murdered the dogs.
No.
So we're down to just like two, I think. Chewy, who looks like he's eat up with the mange, and Biggity Bug, who we know is a first ballot Hall of Famer on everyone's ballot.
Right.
But in my head, those are tiny dogs.
Right. Dooley's not around anymore. And he was 135 pounds.
Yeah. He was a big boy.
Yeah.
He was Thunder Rosa. Chat me up. Why aren't you snuggling with your wife again?
Well, because when I go to bed,
right.
I go right to bed, go to sleep.
Right.
She comes to bed and turns on the TV and has the TV put her to sleep. Mm-hmm. And I cannot go to sleep with the TV on. Can't do it. Never have been able to do it.
So how long have y'all been sleeping separate?
Since 2004.
So she only needed the TV in the last 16 years.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, maybe we need to get her on some meds.
Yeah. She is really, she is glued and has been glued to the TV for years. I'm telling you, it's like, give you an example. I came in from Arkansas on Sunday.
No. You came in from Arkansas
from Sunday. Long trip, 10 hours in the car. Now I broke it up, but still 10-hour trip. Walked in the door, dogs go crazy. Bug comes over and they're all jumping around me. Chewy we've got our daughter's dog, and Lois sits there, and I go over, say hello, kiss her, but she's so glued to TV that it takes her a little while to even strike up a conversation. So, and I that's fine. I mean, it showed me that too much TV, lady. Too much TV.
Well, let me give you
more information than we needed.
No. Here's what you can do to get her to acknowledge you next time. Go stand in front of her.
Oh God.
Drop your drawers.
Yeah. She'll acknowledge me. Get out of the fucking way. I'm watching something.
But at least then y'all are talking, you know?
We really get along. And we have me and Bug go into a separate bedroom anyway. She's still in the master bedroom, and who knows, maybe I'll end up going back in there one day.
Well, here's the thing. I was thinking when she said, that she wanted some hardwood in her bedroom. It may have been a steal sign. You just weren't listening, you know?
There was one time that she was, I think she was in New York or New Jersey, where Matt lives, visiting her granddaughter for like a week. And so I was taking care of the dogs. So I slept in her bed. Right. And I'm in there and, the dog's hop in the bed and Chewy looks at me as if to say, what the fuck are you doing here?
Right.
And Bug looks at me as if to say, what the fuck are we doing here? So Bug and I went back to our room, left Chewy in there by himself. That's my life, buddy.
I'm going to keep working on this. Okay. But at least for now, let's agree that it's time for a little ECW. Fire up Anarchy Rulz 2000, October 1st, 2000. Tony, I'm locked and loaded on my side, and I know you are on your side. And of course, at this hour, Lois is definitely still asleep, but thankfully we've got the love and affection of one of our low-key big hogs over at WHW Monday, who I believe is going to give us a bit of a countdown.
Yes, we've got low-key big hogs and we got glass-bottom boat riders who are kind of standing in line, queuing up for us. And we appreciate all of them. And let's go to one this week.
Hey guys, this is Nate Poole of Manchester, New Hampshire. Proud to be a listener of What Happened When. This is probably the coolest thing I've done all year because goddamn COVID-19 has ruined all my vacation plans for the year. So thank you guys for letting me do something fun this year. But anyway, here's the countdown. 3, 2, 1, play.
Man, how fired up is this crowd? I love an ACW crowd.
Rabid, buddy. Absolutely rabid. And look at that. There's like 2, 3. It's mostly guys, right?
But I saw 2 or 3 women there, which is sort of like, well, our listener count.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Hey, here's Joel. Let's track this.
Okay.
And well, I'm here in St. Paul, Minnesota at Anarchy Rulz. And when they ask me for pearl necklaces, I show them the family jewels. I've made so many women so wet I could fill Olympic-sized swimming pools. And I've got so much carnal knowledge I could open my own chain of schools. For I'm the quintessential stud muffin. Joel, I've been everywhere in the United States, east, west, up and down, but the chicks in Minnesota are the hottest girls around. I've been with white, I've been with black, I've been with red, yellow, and brown, and if it wasn't for contraception, I'd have 27 children in this town.
How fun is Joel Gertner?
It's too much, man.
And by the way, he ain't wrong on the Minnesota chicks. I snagged me one, Roll Tide.
You sure did. And he ain't wrong. Minnesota is a pretty freaking cool state.
Oh, I got to track this now.
Okay.
Did you just see New Jack jump off that goddamn balcony?
I did.
Dude, that looks like that's something else. And by the way, that music, even though I prefer the old original, you know, where it was like a mashup of, well, music they can't actually play that was not licensed, but still it was more fun. But I still, man, that ECW theme still gets me every time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, it brings you back to your childhood.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get that. Holy smokes almighty. Yeah, I get that. And I was, by the way, I just wanted to let everybody know that I just finished watching, all episodes of Dark Side of the Ring because they're on Hulu.
And
I'm for them. And I really enjoyed the New Jack one, even though he has done some just incredibly dangerous stuff in his career. And even though he has obviously really, truly fucked up some people, he comes across a pretty cool dude, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's always been my, I don't know, expectation with him, that he's just a lighthearted, funny guy. But at the same time, I do feel like he knows how to amp up the character.
Yeah. In other words, just don't fuck with him. In other words, if I knew New Jack, if he and I like worked together, I wouldn't be busting his chops.
Right.
I would just say, "Hey man, how you doing?" You know? So
is it just me, or right now, do Roadkill and Danny Doring look like if Efren and Cassio Kid were tag partners? You know, Efren's got a robe like that somewhere, and I'll be damned if that doesn't look like Cassio Kid.
Okay, I think you and I should say something before the action gets hot and heavy here, because we really haven't.
Okay.
We should say something about Joe Laurinaitis.
Oh my gosh. I'm glad you brought that up. You know, we just got right into business today, but man, what a great sport he was for years with you and I on this podcast. And, you know, he had a fun podcast called the What a Rush Pod, and Joe Roderick was his co-host right there out of St. Louis. And both of those guys were Missouri natives. So they get together and talk about old wrestling or current stuff or whatever. And man, what an influencer, what a legend. I mean, when people talk about all-time great tag teams, the Road Warriors wind up being at the top of the discussion. Whether you were necessarily a fan of their work or not, you couldn't ignore that they were essentially the Hulk Hogan of tag teams. And I'm sure you would agree with that.
I don't think there's anybody out there who has a list of tag teams that did not put the Road Warriors number one for many reasons. And it's just, it's a shock that he passed away. And I just, he was so young and, bad, just terrible news. It was a sad day for all of us. But again, you're right. He was a good sport to us, and we gave him a hard time on our podcast. He gave me a hard time every time. In the later years, when we would do do an autograph signing or something together, every time he see me, he would just look at me and laugh, and I would look at him and laugh. And everybody asked me, "Do you have a Joe Laurinaitis story?" And I do. And it's a story that we were running. I was doing ring announcing for Jim Crockett Promotions, and we were running the old, I don't know what it was called. It was the arena in Bloomington where where Mall of America is now. And it's where the North Stars played. So it was a big arena. I keep wanting to call it the Met Center, but it may have been that. It's where the old Twins baseball stadium had once been. So anyway, we ran that. And so instead of staying at the hotel, I spent the night with Joe at his house. And we had a few libations, many of them, as a matter of fact. If you go out and you go to a bar in Minnesota and you're with one of the Road Warriors, well, first of all, you're treated like kings. And number two, you got to try to hang with them. And I was just hanging with Joe that night. And so we drank a lot. And Joe said, "Hey, I've got a tanning bed if you want to get in it." And I got in the tanning bed, and I ended up passing out and sleeping all night. And I remember in the morning, he opened, he opened up like a casket. He looked at me, he said, "Are you alive?" And I woke up. I said, "Yeah." He said, "You spent the whole night in there." I said, "Just close it." And he closed it back and I slept a little bit more. So that's my Joe Laurinaitis story. That's has nothing to do, but that's how great of a guy he was to hang with. And, hey, if you were in a bar with Joe Laurinaitis and or Mike Hegstrand, ain't nobody gonna fuck with you.
Right.
No, you're their friends, man. You felt safe. So it was a bad day. It was a terrible day. And, again, just, my thoughts to his family, his son, just, only 60 years old, buddy.
Gone way, way too young. I was surprised you didn't tell the story that led to the Kayfabe the HJ shirt over at lowestrulz.com, because he famously had a story about, well, I'll let you fill in the gaps.
Yeah. Well, I'm unfamiliar with that story, but I can tell you that this first match right now is look at Roadkill, man.
Yeah. That's what I thought you'd say. By the way, it's Danny Doring and Roadkill going to pick up a win here over Christian York and Joey Matthews in 7 minutes and 15 seconds. It gets a 1.5 stars, but here's the thing. Well,
go ahead.
Swinger has an orbital bone injury and couldn't wrestle.
Yeah.
So they're going to do this and another run in, but allegedly Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger were supposed to have maybe this would have been a 3-way originally, but because Swinger was hurt, they have to sort of call an audible.
Mm-hmm.
But look at the creativity. I think Danny Doring and Roadkill are criminally underrated. They were working hard. They were over with this crowd, and maybe they just came in too late, but Joey Matthews and Christian York were two, what do they say? They're both a hell of a hand.
Yeah.
I mean, we know Joey Matthews is going to go on to have quite the run with WWF, not only in the ring, but behind the scenes as well. And Christian York, I don't know. I just feel like could have been right there with him.
All right. Which one is Christian York?
He's the one on the top rope.
The one that just jumped off?
Yep. By the way, even now, let me tell you how young these guys are. He's only 43 now.
Well, you know what that says about that? Too many crazy bumps.
No, I just think I was trying to put over that here he is on pay-per-view at 23 years old. That's a cool thing.
Yeah, that is a cool thing. Although I do need to say this is not a knock on him, but in this era, he's trying to look too much like Shawn Michaels to me.
Wait, because he has long hair?
No, because he's got the gloves on or whatever, and I don't know. You just glance at that, you think, hey, Shawn Michaels in the ring. Just that rock star look. But man, the kid can go. It's a hell of a start to a show.
Absolutely. By the way, Danny Doring, a friend of the show, he's got one of his original ECW tag titles. He hung on to it after all these years.
Have you tried to procure that from him?
What do you think?
Apparently apparently he wants too much money.
Oh, he gives me the old not for sale.
Yeah. Just wait.
I'm going to have Ted DiBiase call him.
Just because every man has a price.
I'm working on a new one, by the way.
A new what, belt?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Going to break into the Petco Park?
Oh, dude. I kind of just assumed that you were working on that and I didn't have to do anything.
I am working on that. If anybody out there knows how to get in touch with Brian Bowringer, please let me know. I think he's with the Texas Rangers now. He may be listening to this podcast.
And thinking,
if you are, call me. My number has not changed in forever.
Well, I don't want him to miss this. Let me just give your number on the air real fast.
No, stop it.
What?
Stop it. He's got it. Whoa, what a finish.
No, I'm just, listen.
No, you're not giving my number on here. You've given away my address.
Yeah.
So I get mail at my address.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, if you want to hear from me via the mail, if you want to send mail, I think we should give them my address.
All right, sure. But first, I need to tell that baseball player your number. It's 404.
No, it's not. Stop it.
276.
Stop. You son of a bitch. You motherfucker. You no good Alabama piece of fucking shit.
Now here's the thing. When I gave away the first three numbers,
yeah,
you said, no, it's not. I gave away the next three. You son of
Fuck you.
Thanks for selling for me, Tony. I appreciate it.
If I got to change my number, I'm coming to your fucking house.
Well, bring the goddamn belt and we'll all be tickled.
Look at oh, fuck. Holy shit. That big guy took a bump.
Yeah.
Off that top. Holy fucking shit. Here's Johnny Swinger.
Johnny Swinger's still wrestling for Impact Wrestling.
Wow. Johnny's a good kid, man.
So did you want to give your mailing address, you said, for fan mail?
Yeah, it's 1-800-BLOW-ME-CONRAD.
So we don't want to give the new.
No, I'm gonna give it.
You used to have one in Roswell, didn't you? On Marietta Highway?
It's the same one, Roswell. It's a Roswell number.
So 800 Marietta Highway.
I don't think it's 800. No. Because I had the wrong address on there at one time. I'll fight it.
Well, my apologies. I mean, we can give the Marietta one.
Really? You apologizing now?
For what?
For trying to give away my real.
No. You said, let's give everybody my mailing address. I'm trying to be helpful to fill in the gaps. I know at your age, you're forgetful.
Hey, thanks for being helpful.
You're welcome. By the way, Joel, you should not be eating Lucky Charms. You should be eating Magic Spoon. Everybody knows that. That shit's bad for you. Whereas Magic Spoon has no sugar and a bunch of protein. Everybody knows this, Tony. This is not a commercial. Don't give copy. Just saying, Joel, as you eat your sugary cereal on camera, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you should be just like my grandson, Noah, who loves Magic Spoon.
Everybody does. So how about the first match here? Meltzer gives it 1.5 stars.
Oh, really?
I thought it was better than that.
It was much better than that. I'm shocked. I thought it was at least a 2.5, maybe even, I don't know, 3 star, maybe high, but I mean, those kids were I guess Meltzer did not give credit to working hard and busting your ass.
How about your man here, Don Callis, or as you call him, Don Calais?
Yeah, Calais.
Hey, did I ever tell you I have those ECW letters right there over the entrance? They're in my studio right now.
Wow.
They're next to the Nitro sign that you gave me.
Oh, okay. All right. Here's the address. If you need to correspond with me, it's 880. It's 880 Marietta Highway. 880 Marietta Highway, suite 630-336. 630-336, Roswell, Georgia 30075. Roswell, Georgia 30075. And if you correspond with me there, I pretty much will answer. My daughter takes care of all that for me.
Shouldn't have said that. Shouldn't have said that.
Oh, there were what? Okay. He's talking to Joel Gertner here.
Yes. And the gist is Meltzer says Cyrus ran Gertner down and basically said the match wasn't going to take place because he's got someone for Gertner to wrestle, and Money, Chris Hamrick, and Julio De Niro all came out. Spike Dudley comes out in the Mick Foley commissioner role, and it basically came down to Cash having to beat Money or the Gertner Cyrus match wouldn't take place. So we're going to get a match here. This is, to me, perhaps a little too heavy on sports entertainment, a little too light on pro wrestling.
This angle right here.
Yeah. Listen, I'm a big fan of both of these guys, but I don't know that I necessarily wanted to see them in a match. It feels a little wrestling to me. Like, are they going to do a tuxedo match and rip them off each other? Or is somebody going to have to dress like a baby and put on a bonnet and a bottle? You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. Just not.
Yeah. It's kind of like putting Mark Madden in the ring, right?
it just feels like, you got so much great. And again, I'm not knocking either one of those guys as characters or performers, but I'm just saying you got a locker room full of guys who are just dying for a chance to show what they can do. And we're going to cut time out of that to do this.
Well, again, sports/entertainment.
You ever throw yourself in eBay? You ever like type your name in eBay?
Yeah.
Well, I just eBayed Tony Schiavone.
Yep.
Do you know that you have a $200 collectible there?
Is it the bobblehead?
An autographed trading card.
Wow.
And believe it or not, you even have an autographed can of soda. It's called A Treat Soda Can.
Yeah.
Signed by Tony Schiavone with a COA. It's got NutraSweet in it, pal. That's how old it is.
I guess maybe when people send me stuff to sign, I shouldn't sign them, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Well, they're making money off me, right?
Yeah, but you probably got paid to autograph it.
Some of the things I did. Yeah, I'm sure. Some of the things I didn't.
By the way, there's a whole bunch of our shirts on there. By the way, you don't need to go to eBay to buy one of our shirts. You can go to LoisRulz.com. And eventually, if you buy a shirt at LoisRulz.com, you know what's going to happen? You're going to get a shirt in the mail.
I'm sorry. I know you're talking right now.
Yep. I'm still there.
Okay.
You want to give everybody the old time code here? Tell them where we are.
Yeah, I think you and I may be off a little bit, but I'm at 20 minutes and 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This lady in the ring's pretty fit.
That's Electra. And you've seen her, in the background with her gimmicks out on a show called The Sopranos.
Electra.
By the way, some slapdick in Woodstock, Georgia, who you know. Oh my God. Chris Schiavone is selling a Georgia Bulldogs hat autographed by Tony Schiavone.
I know he is.
This is real life. How did I not know this and just randomly stumbled on? Have you ever typed your own name in eBay?
Yeah.
I'm going to buy it. I just bid.
He'll be so excited because he thinks he's an entrepreneur now.
Well, that's cool. You should encourage that.
Okay.
Look at Spike Dudley wearing Paul Heyman's jacket, Paul Heyman's backwards hat. He doesn't have Paul Heyman's skullet. Him in the oversized jacket is a great visual. It's like the opposite of fat guy in a little coat. Skinny guy in a fat guy coat.
Huh. Oh God, Chris Farley.
The best.
Oh man. Maybe one of the funniest men ever.
You know, our own version of Chris Farley is Cassio Kid.
Yeah, right.
If you've seen him do stand up, you'll know what I mean. He does a lot of physical comedy.
Oh, I've seen him. You and I saw him in Chattanooga. Remember? I came up.
Yep.
Yeah, he's freaking hilarious. Did you want to track this bullshit? I mean, track this stuff?
No.
Okay.
We'll track the good stuff.
Okay.
Let's instead talk about your Peter meets. You recently signed up for OnlyFans. We've established that.
No.
By
the way, at LoisRulz.com, there's a shirt called You a Lie.
Here's what I want you to do, Tony. I'm not kidding. Open a new browser window.
Not doing it.
No. You have to look at this.
No, I'm not. Okay.
Tony, you need to look at this.
All right. I've opened it up.
Onlyfans.com/potted meat. Someone did it. Someone made you an OnlyFans. And they've been sneaking into your house and taking pictures of your low hanger.
Well, I wonder who that person was, Conrad.
Well, You just said Chris Schiavone wanted to be an entrepreneur.
No.
He's got all your other shit listed for sale.
No. And as you can tell, if you go to that website, nothing was found.
Well, that's a shoot.
Waste of your time.
No, you've been looking for a long time. I ain't found it.
Oh, Jesus.
Can you believe somebody really made that?
Oh yeah, I am. I believe I'm probably talking to him.
Oh, I swear I didn't. Listen, I acknowledge my bullshit.
Yeah. One of those sad news bears then did.
Maybe.
Tell the, a note to the sad news bears.
They're listening.
Okay. Whichever one of you came up with that website, you probably should take it down, or there's a chance you'll never, ever be acknowledged by Rebel. So let them know.
Just so I know, are you the Rebel Whisperer now? Is that what we're talking about?
I don't think I'm the Rebel Whisperer, but she and I are good friends, and we have a great deal of respect for each other. I like her. I think she's a great performer. And I told her about the Sad News Bears, and she was very humbled by it, very appreciative of it. And if I can do it on that end, I can turn her against one of you fuckers in a minute.
Boy, that's just hurtful.
Okay.
Can you put in a good word for me?
Well, we'll see. We'll see how quickly that site comes down, and then maybe I will.
No.
Hey, they were having a pretty good little match here, aren't they?
I don't know what's going on. My video keeps freezing up. Tell everybody the time again.
Really? Your video keeps freezing up?
Yeah.
That brand new computer? 2522. Where are you?
I'm behind.
All right.
I'm caught up now.
All right.
I think I might have to stop typing in OnlyFans over here.
That would be a good idea.
It's probably slowing me down.
Yep. That would be a good idea. Matter of fact, you should probably watch the show and quit browsing on some of the bullshit sites you go to.
Hang on now. I was just trying to, create some levity.
Boy, did you ever. Hey, look at that. What a move right through the top rope. That is a
Tope suicida.
Thank you very much. Man, Excalibur coming up with all kinds of crazy shit, man.
So are you going to tell Rebel that I didn't have anything to do with this OnlyFans?
Yep. I'll tell her that.
I'm trying to get over.
Yeah. You don't worry. You're over. Look at the fans, man. Look at them.
That's the Rebel fan club right there. You can see them chanting.
They are into this shit, buddy.
She should have more segments on Dynamite. I want to text Tony Khan about that. More Rebel's good for business. It's best for business.
Hey, she's, I love the stuff that her and my girl are doing. And these two kids, Kid Cash and Easy Money, are kind of tearing it up here.
Not kind of tearing it up. They are.
Yeah, man.
You're exactly right. I got something going on with my brand new computer. During COVID, we built a monster here.
Yeah.
And something's acting a little wonky today. We're going to have to take it to the woodshed when we get done today. Oh, yeah. Did I tell you that today's the last pool day of the year?
What?
Yeah. Today's the last pool day.
Wait a minute. You actually have the end of your pool season?
Well, here's what's causing the end. It's going to get down to 46 and 43 this week.
All right.
Well, it's going to be cold.
I get it, but you always have a bunch of drunk motherfuckers there that probably just jump in it anyway.
No, well, first of all, that's not true. I don't have a lot of drunk people at my house.
Not when they get there. No,
I'm saying right now I got 3 kids here and me.
Oh, that's tremendous.
Yeah. I'm super dad.
Yeah, you sure are.
And, Megan will be home later, and we're hoping to use the pool one last time. It's only going to get up to 79 today, but I got that pool heater cranking, so we should be able to use it today, but today's it.
You got a pool heater?
Yeah.
How come when I jumped in it, I was freezing my ass off?
Well, cause you got in it in like August, buddy. I didn't think I needed it in August.
You always need it.
No.
You always need warm water.
No. Here's the thing. When you got in, it was in the 80s, But
yeah, and then I jumped in a pool that had the water was like 50.
No, that's not true. I've never heard somebody fuss about being invited over to swim. They forget to bring swim trunks. Got them. They forget to bring sunglasses. Got them. They forget to bring suntan lotion. Got it. You didn't bring shit, and you're complaining that I had everything, but it wasn't to your temperature.
Yeah, that's about it. Can't argue with that, but I'm digging this, man. Look at this. Fuck, that's a hell of a move,
dude. Why don't we see that more often?
I don't know, man.
You need to record that and show it to your pals, the Young Bucks. Dude, Kid Cash is like the original Young Buck.
It's amazing.
Oh, by the way, he listens to the show. Shout out to Kid Cash. We put him over every time we see his stuff. But a lot of people in this era, especially, thought, hey, he's their next Jerry Lynn. He's their next Rob Van Dam. And look at the crowd. They're popping for everything he does.
So why didn't that happen?
I think he was a no bullshit kind of guy.
No.
That's just my impression. My impression was that he could, nobody's ever told me this, but my impression was he wasn't going to put up with a bunch of bullshit. So if he didn't like something or didn't want something or whatever, he'd be vocal, and he wasn't. My perception is that he was not a politicker, if you will.
Yeah. Well, back in that era, 2000, you kind of had to be one.
I don't know that it's that different now. By the way,
yeah, you may be right. I mean, there's politicking still going on in wrestling, I'm sure.
Oh, I see it all over. Politicking even happens at the announce desk. What's your time code, Tony?
Really? 30, 30, 31. Where are you?
I'm right where you are.
All right.
You don't think politicking happens at the announce desk?
Oh yeah, of course it does. But not like it. It's nothing like it used to be.
You think you and Taz will ever wind up at a restaurant and he'll just stare a hole at you for 4 hours one day and you and Lois will uncomfortably leave?
No, I think Taz has more class than that.
We give Taz a lot of shit on the show, but we should mention he is one of our better friends in real life.
Yeah, we love him. That's one of the things when I get to an AEW live show, that's one of the things I look forward to, seeing him. And he has been kind of so tied up with his Angle and Brian Cage and Ricky Starks and what he's doing now that I don't get to see as much of as I used to, because he's always like in meetings or doing something like that. So, but yeah, God, hey, I loved Taz from the first time I saw him work here when we were watching the ECW show. And then when I tell him, I said, man, I was such a big fan of yours. And he laughs like I'm bullshitting him, but it's true, man. It's true. He was a fucking tough guy. And yeah, so he doesn't believe me. He thinks I'm working him. But yeah, he wouldn't stare a hole in me for 4 hours because he's got too much class. Meanwhile, look at this spot.
And that's something.
Fuck.
That's Chris Hamrick, who I absolutely love. Big listener of the show as well.
Yeah. Some of the guys in AEW need to watch this match. And some of the things they're doing.
I was told recently, it's clear to hear when you watch the shows or you listen to your shows that you didn't like Easy Money. What? That's not true.
Who said that?
I'm not going to say, but
yeah,
I was
tell us their name.
No, but I was like, hang on now. I do put over the ECW originals more, but that's when I was at my peak fandom. So if you were in ECW in 96 or 97 or 98, yeah, I was losing my mind for everything he did because I was a knucklehead at the height of my fandom. By 2000, Man, I was in college and working and other stuff. So I had discovered new things that had captured my imagination a little more. How about that? Look at the crowd.
Yeah.
Top rope powerbomb reversed into a Frankensteiner. Holy cow. That'll get it done. Kid Cash is your winner. Meltzer gave it 3.5 stars.
Wow.
And he even said, the two put on a tremendous lucha style match.
Tremendous matchup.
Now here's the hot spot for you. I think you got a hot spot coming up.
Got a high spot coming up?
Think so.
Okay. Okay. Still waiting. Wow, that's a high spot.
Is that Lois hollering in the background? She's selling.
No, I think it's my grandson.
We got a grandkid run in.
Got a grandkid run in.
Well, let's put him over. His first podcast.
Is there something on here he shouldn't see?
What? He sounds like he's a baby.
Yes, he is.
Well, then he ain't going to remember none of this.
And he's at the microphone. Hey, he's at the microphone right now.
How did a baby get to the microphone?
Well, he walked down to me and I picked him up and put him on my lap.
Well, that ain't a baby. Oh,
what do you think of Conrad? He just shit his pants. When I said your name.
Well,
all you can say is,
I think he's going to get thirsty here in a minute. If I had to guess.
He's how old is he now? 16 months, 17 months old.
Look who's here, Tony.
Uh-oh.
Big one for Hammer.
That's bad stuff to watch here, Noah.
Oof.
That's bad stuff to watch.
3 incredible cane shots. Everybody's down. Oh, another one for Hamrick. He just did a flip and fell right on the concrete.
Right on the concrete.
On his back. That was his Cactus Jack bump, and we didn't even get a good shot of it. Oh, and he's not going to cane Electra, is he? Lord, I hope not. Look at the crowd. They want it. They want him to cane.
It's terrible stuff, man. They shouldn't do this.
Shouldn't do what?
What they're about ready. Well,
what are they doing, Tony?
I'm glad my grandson has walked away.
What? He might need a little mid-morning snack. Oh, wait, hang on. Get him out of there. Get him out of the room, Tony. I forgot that part.
He's gone.
Okay.
He's leaving.
Oh no, he can come back. He needs to learn.
He needs to learn. What the hell are we?
Can you believe this is real?
Oh, I love the way Joel sold that. It was tremendous.
Well, I can only hope when you meet Whitney in real life that she gives you one of those and you do a similar bump. How about those Dark Order punches from Joel Gertner?
Wow. Just had to remind us some shit, didn't you?
Hey, can I put up? Oh my God, he's got Kamala. I forgot about this.
Kamala.
It's tremendous.
You hear that noise? That's Bug with a cone on his head. He's trying to scratch it.
Well, it sounds like he's doing something else after he just saw Electra.
I guess it does sound that way. Look at him stumble over Don Calais.
Calais.
The Ugandan stud muffin.
Oh, how about a Harley Race knee drop there by Don Calais?
So had Don had any wrestling background?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, absolutely. He was supposed to be tag partners with Rick Martel. He's part of the Truth Commission. He was definitely an in-ring wrestler. He ran his own faction in the WWF 3 years prior to this.
Wow.
Doing his best Ric Flair out there.
Yeah, you're kind of laying him in there, isn't he?
Wrestling in a suit, by the way. I'm talking about jacket, shirt, tie, dress shoes, everything.
Was this the first time Joel had ever been in the ring?
No, he had taken some bumps before, but this is probably his first match.
That's what I meant. First time he ever was booked in anything.
What's the likelihood we could see them doing this to you on Dynamite?
Yeah, it's not going to happen. There's your finish. Beer to the face. Roll him up. 1, 2, 3.
That damn schoolboy.
Damn schoolboy.
Help me understand, just so I know.
All right.
Is it not going to happen on Dynamite because you're a non-bumper?
Yeah. I'm old.
It's been well established.
My spine can only take so much. But then you never know. I mean, if the money's right?
Sure.
Look at, man, Sandman just repping Budweiser here.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Oh boy.
Have you ever had your nipples rubbed off?
No. Why would I?
I was just wondering.
Has anybody that you know of had that done?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Tony, because this past weekend, my low-key nephew, the son of David, he's hanging out with me for a little bit, and he was telling me that he had done a fair amount of boating activity over the summer.
Okay.
So he was wearing a life jacket, riding a Sea-Doo, a jet ski, a wave runner type deal.
Yeah.
Of course, on the boat, doing a little tubing, doing some skiing.
Sure.
Just lots of water sports, if you will.
Yeah.
But apparently he did it so long, it rubbed his nipples off. And he had,
that sounds like it rubbed it off over time. It just did not happen all of a sudden.
I don't know, buddy. I just know he's nipple free now.
Well, there you go. He's very unique. Very unique. Good for son of David.
Would you, would that interest you at all? Having your nipples rubbed off?
No.
Do you think that maybe you did too many water sports as a kid and maybe it rubbed your ding dong off?
No. Well, could have, I guess.
Could have.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure could have, I guess.
How much?
They're doing a lot of fucking celebrating here, aren't they?
Well, this is what people wanted to see with Sandman. Realistically, you'd rather watch him do this than wrestle, right?
I guess so. This is what it's all about, right? The beer, hitting himself in the head.
Well, in real life, they're playing the theme song too.
Right. And the fans are really getting into it.
How fun is that shot of the letters?
That's pretty freaking cool. You know, their entry way, this breaking through the bricks, was pretty simple, but I liked it for what it was.
I really always wanted to wear all red and just jump through like the Kool-Aid Man.
Right.
Oh, here comes Tony DeVito, friend of the show.
Hey, Tony. And look behind him. That kind of got like a Goldberg look to it.
Because he's bald?
Well, the glasses, staring straight ahead. I know Goldberg I just remember building those glasses. Those sunglasses.
Have you watched the Kurt Angle thing on WWE Network?
I've not.
It's pretty good. He's even critical of WWE at the end, which I was surprised they left in, or that he even said. But he said, "Listen, I thought I'd come back and have a couple high profile matches, maybe one last world title run, and very quickly, and leave at WrestleMania." And Austin sort of said, "Well, you're not the commodity you once were." And he quickly says, "Neither was Goldberg, and they did it for him."
Well, maybe there's an Angle alert coming up.
And
here.
I thought, boy, did Kurt Angle and I just become best friends? Because I think we did.
Did you ever get to meet him?
Kurt Angle?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great guy.
Never met him. And I was even backstage at Raw one time and never met him. So
I'll make it happen. So Balls Mahoney going to be teaming with your man, Chili Willie, who I know is going to be your deal. And they're going to be taking on the Baldies.
It's the first time I've ever seen Chili Willie, and he's pretty fit, isn't he?
Meltzer calls this a standard juice match, I believe, or a basic juice match rather.
And look at the traps and the quads and everything on him.
And Meltzer would also say the chair shots weren't brutal by ECW standards, but since they were to the head, we should be thankful for that.
Okay. Our buddy Evan Polisher just sent me a text. He's relentless, man.
He's on it. By the way, Evan, great partner we have over at adfreeshows.com. Tony, I got to send you the new fall schedule. We've got some really fun stuff planned. I think you're going to really, really enjoy seeing what we've put together for adfreeshows.com.
I love it. I love the creativity, and I love the passion and the dedication. It's pretty cool there, Conrad. Everything is. So tell me about this. What is it? Blind Willie?
Chili Willie?
Chili Willie. Okay. I said Blind Willie.
I know. I mean, I don't know where that came from.
Okay. I've never seen him before. What's the story on him?
Well, he's a wrestler for ECW.
Okay.
Here.
I got that. I can see that. Does he still wrestle? Has he wrestled before? Who was he trained by? Do you know any of that information?
I know all that information.
Then lay it on me.
He's a former, he was in the military.
Okay.
He's from North Kakalaki.
Oh, okay.
He was trained by C.W. Anderson, who here.
Yeah.
From ECW. And he was only with ECW here at the tail end. He debuted early this year in 2000, but of course they're gone like, I don't know, a handful of months after this. No moss.
Mm-hmm.
And he does some indie stuff for, I guess, the next 7 or 8 years. And I think he even was in developmental for a little bit with WWE, and they sent him to Ohio Valley. And that's kind of it.
Yeah. Well, I thought he had a pretty good look.
Yeah.
It's one of those looks when you see it. I mean, I know he's all oiled up, but he's very, he looks very strong. Oh shit. Here we go. The Baldy is depleting.
He's, I think he's still training, but this time he's doing for like MMA, not for his personal. I think he's like 50, but I'm just saying he's, running a gym to help people, get in shape and things like that. Balls Mahoney, sadly, no longer with us.
Right.
He passed away a few years ago. Tony DeVito, as we said, though, still around, still kicking. We're friends on, some social media platforms. He listens, and he's a bit of a belt guy now, but of course he only collects the belts that he won. He had quite the run in Ring of Honor as well. And if you're an ECW original, in the early 2000s, How about that? That's a big move for a big man.
Woo.
Man, Atlas Security, something else.
You know, because of the pandemic, we haven't really been able to use them because we haven't had the fans, but
right.
I think, you know, you follow the news and I don't. At least you follow it more than I do. Did they open up Florida completely this week?
Yeah. Restaurants are at 100% capacity now. And, I mean, the NFL is even starting with saying, hey, we're going to, start doing 25%. But yeah, you can, Florida's always been the Wild West and
they've gone all in now.
They continue to be in the Wild West.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, last night, this past Tuesday night, depending on when you're listening to this, I think there was the first presidential debate.
Yeah.
Was that even something you would watch?
You couldn't get.
Listen, I get you're not going to watch Fox News or CNN or whatever. I get that.
I would never watch a presidential debate.
Really?
No.
Oh, Tony, you should watch that.
No, listen, I don't give a flying fuck about either one of those guys.
Well, you need to be involved.
No, I don't need to be involved.
You need to at least have the information.
I'm 62 years old, going on 63.
Wait, are you fixing to tell me you've never voted?
Oh, I vote every year.
Oh, well then why wouldn't you watch them?
I vote every year by duress, out of duress. It's like, are you voting? No.
Oh, so if you don't come home with one of those stickers, you got heat?
No, I've got to go with her.
Oh shit, fire.
I got to go with her. And the only thing she doesn't do is stand behind me, making sure I vote for who she wants me to vote for. And that's probably coming up next.
So she tells you you're doing this, you're doing that.
Oh yeah. I mean, and you know what? I relent because I don't want to hear it for another year. It's the path of least resistance with me. So yeah, okay, I'll hop in a car. I'll go into a voting booth. I'll get it done. Okay. There you go.
I need you to do something.
It's kind of what, it's the story, and I probably shouldn't tell this story, but I'm going to do it anyway. First of all, I want to see this chair shot.
It's not going to be that bad.
Oh, it's not?
I was wrong.
You sure were.
I was wrong. I was very wrong. That's what I get for believing Meltzer's report. That was wrong.
Okay. So there you go. That's Lois with a chair, and that's me if I said I'm not voting. That's basically how it happened.
You said you were going to tell a story.
Voting, the last presidential election, is what really put a wedge in our family. And
oh, you talking about with Jobber Schiavone?
Yes. He said he was over the house helping, and he said we were talking. He said, "Wait a minute." He said, "You voted for Donald Trump?"
Oh God.
And I went, "Yes."
Oh God, Tony.
And he said, "Why would you vote for Donald Trump?"
Why are we talking about this?
Well, because I just want to tell you what's in the family. And I said, because of the other choice. It's not that I like him. Not that I think he's going to be a good president. It's that I'm not going to vote for Hillary Clinton. And he walked out of the house, and basically I've never seen him again.
Well, I think a lot of our listeners would walk out of the house and never talk to you again.
Well,
I mean, I'm about ready to, not because you voted for anybody in particular, but because we're talking about goddamn politics on one of my podcasts. We don't normally do
you're the one that started this, motherfucker.
I just said you should watch the debate and have the information.
That's right. So you went down the road. So that's it. No more politics. I'm not talking politics. I'm talking about what happened to the family here. So there. So it's my fault. I was a bad father.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I was a terrible father.
Well, we know that. That's been well established.
So,
I mean, you used to say, gather around, kids. Your mom made donkey dicks for supper.
No, I'm a bad father because had I been a good father, my son would have learned that family is more important than politics. And obviously he doesn't know that. And that's all I'm going to say. Wow, those kids took a pretty good chair shot.
Next week on Montel.
Huh.
Oh my God. How great would it be? We got to get you and Lois on Maury. And how great would it be if it came out that you were not the father? Look at Lou E. Dangerously. That's the former sign guy, Dudley.
Yeah.
Now he's Lou E. Dangerously.
Ooh, look at, holy shit almighty. Joey getting involved. They go back to the truck. What's up?
That's Paul Heyman.
Okay.
Oh, and how about a tape here of your man?
Yeah.
Tony, take your pills.
Okay. I'm on the phone. I mean, I can't take the phone call now.
Oh, I thought that was the pill alarm.
No, I take, that's the first thing I do when I get up, take my pills.
Here's Justin's promo.
Lynn, you have beaten some of the top wrestlers ECW has to offer, but you never beat the right guy at the right time. Well, you know what, Jerry Lynn? Tonight, it's the wrong place, it's the wrong time, and it's the wrong ECW World Heavyweight Champion. Jerry Lynn, in front of your hometown in Minneapolis, Minnesota, I'm gonna show you why I'm the greatest ECW World Champion of all time. Well, that's not just the coolest, and that's not just the best.
That's your ECW World Heavyweight Champion.
Now that, my friends, is just incredible. Come get some.
Do you know how many times I've had to listen to people say, hey, Jerry, you had the best match on the last pay-per-view. Hey, Jerry, you're the best wrestler in ECW today. And you know what it got me? I got to sit back and watch other wrestlers get elevated, made superstars, champions, because I never fit into anyone's plans. Well, tonight, my hometown, I'm fitting myself in. Just incredible. I'm sick and tired of being the star maker. Tonight, I make Jerry Lynn the ECW World Heavyweight Champion.
So there you go.
Pretty cool.
That's our main event. And here comes C.W. Anderson.
By the way, just incredible wearing a Brett Favre jersey, Heat in Minnesota, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, of course, Brett went on to play for the Vikings at the end, but this was before that. But that's big time Heat. Those rivalries in the NFC Central are pretty stiff. Packers, Bears, Packers, Vikings.
NFC East is tough too, man.
Yeah. Well,
the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Giants, everybody fucking hates each other. And you know, your former team is, well, not significant.
Yeah. It doesn't exist. I get that.
Oh my goodness. Dawn Marie looking like she's Rebel's younger sister or older sister.
Cool. And Carino, man, Carino's tremendous.
Oh, the best. God damn. I think about, we've talked about this before and I'm going to keep saying it. If Steve Carino was born 10 years later, dude, he'd have been a superstar.
Yep. I absolutely agree.
How about old Dawn Marie here? I'm a fan.
Yeah, I was a fan too when I first met her. I think I saw her backstage at, remember our ill-fated XWF or whatever it was?
Oh my gosh. We got to do a whole show on that one day because we get questions about it all the time.
Is that stuff available online?
I don't think so.
Then where is it? I mean, God,
I think it's just dead.
That was me and Lawler. And that was first when we found out something was wrong with Heenan, because he was backstage talking to us about how his mouth felt funny in his jaw. And then Dawn Marie was back there. And that's where I met, I think that's where I met China. I think China was there for a little bit. I'm not sure. And got to be friends with her and got to meet a lot of people that I hadn't worked with before. Good stuff, man.
Very good stuff.
So yeah, we should probably talk about the old XWF stuff if we can find it, maybe.
Yeah, if we can find it, that'd be cool.
Send all of our everybody a link.
How about this, man? I'm a big fan of these two performers. Steve Corino, C.W. Anderson, gonna hook it up here. Meltzer didn't love it though. You know, that last match, by the way, the tag match, he only gave 3/4 of a star. He only gives this one 2 stars.
Wow.
I'm a little shocked by that just because I really like these guys. You know, it's a
next door
weird
neighbor's cutting down a tree. Can you hear that?
No, but, tell us what kind of tree it is, and do you like him, and what do you know about your neighbor?
I do like my neighbor, and I don't know what tree it is. I just hear it, and I just thought maybe it would interfere.
Tell me about your neighbor. Who is your neighbor?
I don't know his name.
Okay. How long has he been your neighbor?
Probably 15 years.
So he's been there 15 years, and you like him, but you don't know his name.
Yeah, I don't.
What does he do for a living?
I don't know.
What kind of car does he drive?
I don't know.
Is it a pickup truck?
No.
Because if it was, you would know his name because you'd hate him, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Is he married?
Yes, he's married. He's got 3 girls and a boy.
So he has
his oldest daughter goes to South Carolina, and his son is the same age as my grandson Jackson, which is about 11 now. His name is Craig.
Craig's the neighbor's name, or Craig's the 12-year-old's name?
That's his neighbor's name. His name is Craig.
Okay. So, we're going to say Craig, the electrician, and his oldest son goes to South Carolina, or
His oldest daughter does. His oldest daughter does.
I love that you know where she goes. That's how big of a perv you are. You know where the college girls go, but you don't know what dad does.
Now, the reason I know, listen, I do talk to him, and there was a sign out front and says, we got a daughter going to South Carolina or something, and I gave him a hard time about it.
Sure.
And
by the way, is that one of the worst mascots, a gamecock?
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's terrible.
Yeah. There's nothing fierce about that. And I'm surprised that they're still able to use it in this day and age, because
fighting chickens is illegal.
That's right. Cockfighting is illegal. So I'm sure there's a lot of people that are after that. I'm sure if they actually used a real chicken, a rooster running around on the football field, PETA would be all over that.
Dude, how great would it be though if they had a gimmick mascot, but he had like razor blades on his finger? And we would all call that like Chick Flair. Right?
Yeah.
Woo! Zip.
Hey, I understand Flair's become a Florida Gator fan now.
God damn, I'm glad you brought this up. So Dad and I are watching the Alabama game this weekend. It was low key. It was nice. It was just me and him in the theater, chilling out, watching the game. It's old school, like growing up or whatever. And so then I said, Megan came down to join us. So of course I had to start giving some shit. So I said, oh, hey Dad, have you heard the latest on As the Rick Turns? And he's like, what do you mean? And I said, well, you know, when me and you met Rick, he was a South Carolina fan. He's like, yeah. I said, well, as you recall, after that, he was a Michigan fan. Yeah. Well, as you recall, after that, he was a Georgia fan. Yeah. Well, you may recall last season, he was a Auburn fan. Yeah. Well, guess who that slapdick sumbitch is pulling for now? And he said, I don't know, Tennessee. And I said, God, don't put that evil on me. No, Florida. And he's like, I thought he was a Florida fan back in the day. I'm like, he is, or was. He's full circle. He's back. So this season he's a Gator fan, but the rumor and innuendo is that the next of Wendy's kids to go to college might be going to Alabama. So there's a chance that next season he'll be an Alabama fan. Basically, he's doing like a tour of the SEC. Remember when he used to do those promos with you? That's what it would be, right? Gainesville, Florida, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Athens, Georgia.
Yeah.
The nature boy is on tour with his fandom. Anyway, the wind blows, brother.
Yeah. We need to get him on the phone, and not here, but just sometimes when you and I are together, we'll get him on the phone, and I'm going to motherfuck him. Whoa.
You other SEC schools out there, you can't be first, but you could be next. You know, here's the thing though. He's having fun with it because, think Dan Mullen hit him up. And, you know, he's such a big time sports fan that when a head coach hits you up, you can't help but say, well, shit, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. He's a big time front runner is what he is.
He's a fair weather fan.
Mm-hmm.
Not unlike you though. I love the Jaguars.
Well, I do. And it's not only because.
No. Here's why it is. It's out of loyalty.
No. Don't you tell me why it is. I'll tell you why it is.
There's nothing wrong with that. Being a loyal supporter.
That's right. And not only that, I've gotten to know their head coach, Doug Marrone. I know some of their players. I met some of their players. And once you get to know guys, it's easy to become their fans.
Hang on now. So how are you going to shit on Rick for doing the same thing you're doing?
Because he's a front running fucker. And I'm not.
Okay.
That chair that just bounced off Carino's head.
That was a bad idea.
That was a terrible idea.
That could have went real bad.
It could have gone into the stands.
By the way, I love this match so far. I wish C.W. Anderson would have had a bigger run in the big time.
Yeah.
I like his work. I like his look. And what I like about his look is it's old school, man. You could take C.W. Anderson and pull him out of 2000 and drop him in 1990, 1980, 2010. It just works. You disagree?
No, I was thinking that facially he looks like Casio.
Oh my goodness.
He does. You have quite a crew.
It's true.
My daughter called them knuckleheads. Said, you know, those Sad News Bears are all knuckleheads with the exception of Michael Dawkins. So, yeah, that's common knowledge. So this thing only got 2 stars.
Yeah.
These guys are busting their ass. Again, I look at it from a different perspective, I'm sure, because when 2 guys bust their ass, even if it's not technically a sound match or it doesn't flow, if 2 guys bust their ass, I have my star rating is much different. I mean, Carino is just as well. He was a very good bleeder, but they're busting their ass is what they're doing.
Absolutely. And by the way, I love Carino's even old school touch. I mean, you can tell what an old school fan is. He's got those Austin Hall boots on, the old school Dusty and Dustin and Barry Windham style boots. It's good stuff, man.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We need a pair of those.
Yeah. You got a pair.
Yeah. But I mean, like, we need some custom WHWs like purple and yellow Jones.
They'll make them.
Yeah. Fuck.
Listen, well, I'm sure it's only like $5,000.
Right, listen, now that you got that sweet Tony Khan money, that's called Tuesday for you.
No. I've got that sweet ad-free shows money, and that's called end of the month.
27th of the month, baby.
Come on to daddy. Need a new window in the back.
You know, Oren had a birthday recently, and he called me out on the show. He's like, I was expecting a check in the mail. And I said, it ain't the 27th. He got it.
Look at that, man.
Now's as good a time as any to thank everybody for supporting us over at patreon.com/WHW Monday. And of course at adfreeshows.com. And we greatly appreciate all the patronage, you supporting our sponsors and whatnot from Westwood One. Westwood One has been a great partner for us and they've done a great job. And Tony, you and I have done this show across a few different platforms. We've worked with Midroll, we've worked with Audio Boom, and of course we're with Westwood One now. These are the best partners we've ever had. Can we agree?
They are the best. They are the absolute best.
I know you guys listening don't always see sort of behind the scenes, but let me just tell you, Westwood One has treated us fantastically, and we greatly appreciate that entire organization and all of their support of all things Tony Schiavone.
Yep. It's a good relationship, and they have done a great job. They are so organized and they are so professional, and they do their job.
Oh man. Right on the ding dong. I don't want to take a chair to the ding dong, Tony.
Well, the odds are for me, if you would attempt to hit me on the ding dong with a chair, you'd miss.
Can we put that theory to a test?
Yeah.
I'd love to really lay it in.
No. We can't put that theory to a test.
You just said we could.
At first I was talking about me hitting you.
Oh, no. I want to nail you right in the ding dong, man.
No, you're not. How about a back kick like that? Yikes. Flip, flop, and fly. Whoa. That is old school, isn't it?
Old school, baby. How come you won't let me hit you in the ding dong?
Stop it.
It's a real question.
Yeah, I know. It's a real answer. Stop it.
Oh.
Oh, Jack Victory finally getting involved here. Holding them both off.
Joey Matthews and Christian York. Did you ever see the Joey Matthews, horrific injury in WWE?
No.
He took an errant ladder shot to the face and his face fell off.
Have they edited it out the network?
Oh, I haven't seen it on the network. I've been too scared to watch, but dude,
I want to see, where was it?
Well, throw it in your Google machine.
No, tell me what event it was in. Do you know off the top of your head?
Yeah,
if I throw it in my Google machine, your computer will collapse. Your $10,000 computer will collapse again.
Well, then why are you asking me? Why don't you type it in your own goddamn computer?
I'm not. Don't you know off the top of your head? You're Mr. I know everything wrestling.
Why are you being mean to me? What did I do?
You want to hit me in the ding dong with a chair?
You said I could.
No, I was saying it. Okay, let's move on here because this is a hell of a match, and we're talking about ding dongs in the chair.
Well, you're the one doing it, not me. It's 2006 Armageddon.
Okay, thanks. See, I knew you'd come up.
It's a ladder match.
When we finish here, I'm gonna look it up. 2006 Armageddon.
We might even do it. Let's see. We could watch it for like WHW Monday on Patreon or something. Oh my gosh, Carino wins. Thank goodness.
Look at the fans, man. They appreciate it too. See?
Yeah.
And there you go. You get Meltzer just wrong about this match. Wrong.
It was,
and
good.
He could have been wrong. He wasn't always right.
Well, yeah, it's just like, his opinion, man.
Right. But sometimes I always thought his opinion was slanted about guys that he didn't like.
Well, of course. Isn't that true for all of us though?
Yeah, I guess if the Dallas Cowboys are playing a football game and they're playing well, I still think they suck. So there you go. Fucking Carino, buddy. So we're going to get these Austin Hall boots?
Oh, I'm in.
But are we going to sell them or are we going to wear them ourselves?
Well, what we'll do is we'll wear them. You'll start wearing them as your TV shoes, because it can't get any worse than those fucking gray old man Skechers you wear.
Okay, they're not gray old man Skechers. They're gray Tommy Bahamas.
Okay, well, whatever. They're fucking terrible.
And they're comfortable and they look good. And if you're looking at my feet and you're not paying attention to the interview, then you're looking at the wrong fucking thing. But go ahead.
Anyway, I'd like to have you wear them on a couple of shows there. And then if you're thinking what I'm thinking, we'll just give it to Chris Schiavone. Oh, let's track this.
Titles from us in New York City, but I've got news for you, FBI. We've been reading the good book, and we're cooking up something that's going to burn your ass on Anarchy Rulz.
Rob Van Dam, you've been asking for this match for a long time now. Your fans have been asking for this match for a long time now. I, Van Dam, want this match. Van Dam, you want to become the ECW World Television Champion. Van Dam, I am the ECW World
champion, I will remain the champion. And Van Dam, I will rape your face with my fists, and God himself won't even recognize you tonight, Van Dam. Me and you. Oh, this is something I want. And Fonzie, Bill, Alfonso, boy, you get within 2 feet of me, I will grab that whistle and shove it up your fucking ass, Van Dam. Tonight, Van Dam. Tonight, tonight, tonight.
Well, 2 totally different style promos there.
Wow. You're not kidding. Holy shit. That's pretty intense.
Man, look at the FBI here.
Here we go, buddy.
Little Guido, Tony Mama Luke. Those belts look so cool. And then in the back, of course, Matt Coon, Big Sally Graziano.
Yeah.
Going to teach these kids how to lip sync and play guitar a little later.
I need to say something about Matt Coon here.
That you fucking hate him?
There was an article written about me on TSN.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And
they say good stuff?
Yeah. And so anyway, but he said, he put on Facebook, great article about a guy whose life I saved years ago.
Wait, that's not real.
No, because I almost died and he couldn't get his lazy ass up out of the couch. So first of all, he's lazy.
We know that. It's well established.
And he's a liar.
Well, of course.
Okay.
Hey, did you hear that he's doing a podcast with Corey Ryan Forrester called Through the Screen Door?
Well, there you go. How many podcasts has Matt Coon destroyed in his career?
All of them.
All of them that he's touched.
But I'm just saying, this one is with a funny guy. Well, you don't
Really?
think he's funny. Never
Wait
mind.
a minute. You said was with Corey Ryan Forrester?
Yeah.
Okay. He's a funny guy, or is Coon a funny guy?
Well, we know Matt Coon's not. Well, he might be funny, but a different kind of funny.
Okay. Look at this, man. Look at this fucking look.
The Kabuki Warrior style masks here. And, how about the Fantasia hat?
That's my best Michael Hayes impression.
Yeah, I'm surprised they got away with that, or that's still on the network.
Why?
Because Disney's like the WWE when it comes to their stuff.
WWE is going to sell to Disney, Tony. Get with the program.
Yeah.
No, it's happening.
Good. They're going to sell, Vince is going to sell his stock to Disney.
Yeah.
Well, good for him.
That's just a matter of time. Disney buys everything.
Well, yeah, they do.
They bought your fucking Star Wars. Think they won't buy tapes of Hulk Hogan? Come on.
There's going to be a Hulk Hogan ride, brother, down in Orlando.
Let me tell you this. I was very apprehensive about Disney buying Star Wars.
And it worked out just fine.
Well, I think they're putting out too many movies.
Oh.
But the freaking Mandalorian's worth it all, man.
Well, that's my point is, they're not this big, bad, evil entity. And, they're going to introduce a whole new generation of it. And I think it would be fun if there was a SummerSlam roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
A Survivor Series thrill ride.
Yeah, that'd be great. I couldn't wait. So have you watched The Mandalorian?
No, but I did watch, the first one, Back to the Future. And, me and me can even, if I could get one of those movie cars, that'd be the one, that Mandalorian.
All right. I'm talking to a dumbass here. I better stop.
Oh, wait. Now I did see that, Sasha Banks is going to be in the next Mandalorian.
That's right.
So I know you're excited about that.
Yeah, boy.
Where your two worlds intersect.
No, it doesn't matter to me who plays and what. I just want to see a good show.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And the first Mandalorian was great.
Good.
Look at Matt Coon with those two belts.
Yep. That's what it takes.
Can I ask you something?
Did you know that Matt Coon is into auto asphyxiation?
Oh, Jesus. I don't want to get into that.
So he'll put a belt around his neck and tighten it up and beat off in a trash can. He told our group chat that's private talk. And I feel like I betrayed confidences by sharing that, but
is he doing that in memory of Puppet?
Well, he just mentioned the other day He's like, man, that's 3 belts this week. And so we knew what that meant. He had cramps and calluses.
Let me ask you something.
Or as you like to say,
does Bruce
Calais.
Pritchard tell you what you can and cannot say on my podcast?
Does Bruce Pritchard tell me what I can and can't say
what you can and can't promote?
No. What do you mean?
Well, you're doing a lot of WWE promotion on this podcast. I was just
wondering. Oh no, dude, I fucking sell AEW figures on the Something to Wrestle show. Are you kidding?
I knew I'd get you going.
I don't give a shit about that.
How is Bruce, by the way? Okay.
I don't know. If you see him, let me know. Seriously, I had 17 pages of Rick Martel notes.
Oh.
We were supposed to tape on Sunday and then Monday and then Tuesday and then Wednesday and then Thursday. And then it was going to be Saturday. So I had to come up with something. So we aired an old bonus show from adfreeshows.com and I threw in a little Eric Fires Back.
Mm-hmm.
And then, we said, well, we will definitely tape Tuesday.
Yeah.
And that was yesterday. And well, spoiler.
Yeah.
So listen, it's like, sometimes when we promote adfreeshows.com, we have, Dave Silva dance around, to the old flea market song, right? It's Tony and Arn, JR and Eric and Bruce. Well, sometimes I'm ready for him. Listen, I'm knee deep in Captain Lou Albano research this week. And I'm like, I'm going to know way more about Captain Lou than I need to know. Cause I don't even know when I'll see Bruce again or hear from Bruce again. I hope he's okay. Bruce, if you're listening,
yeah,
we hope you're doing well.
Sure do, buddy.
Oh, I know where this comes from. I put over that WWE pay-per-view at the top of the show and said it was a good show. I see why you're hot now.
I'm not hot. I was just,
by the way, we didn't spend a lot of time talking about it, but y'all's, that parking lot brawl with the cars with Proud. Oh my God. I think it's one of the best matches of the year as far as just most memorable. Stand out. I know that, you guys are really, really proud of Stadium Stampede and I'm not knocking that. Certainly it was fun, but man, oof, that might be the best sort of brawl like that we've ever seen. When I first saw the cars lined up, I thought of that terrible WCW one where Fit Finley was hurt real bad.
Right.
And I was like, man, I don't know about this. I don't like this idea. And then when it was over, I was like, holy shit. And Megan hates everything. Even Megan was into it.
Yeah. Yep. Those kids busted their ass again. I have a lot of, and when that thing was over, I ran down there to see if everybody was okay. I checked on them individually and told them, all 4 of them, actually 5 with, Orange Cassidy, how grateful I was for them to put that show on. Look at what we got going on here, man.
Dude, Mikey Whipwreck, so underrated and a good guy. Got a big pod, having fun with your old pal, Jerry Lynn. Criminally underrated.
Yeah. Jerry's a good guy, man. Yeah. That's the thing about it in wrestling. There are now in 2020 here, there are now so many good people in wrestling. And that was not always the case. And I'm not talking about back in the 90s when I worked in WCW or back in the 80s when I worked for Jim Crockett Promotions. I'm talking about even back before then. It's well documented about shady people in wrestling, promoters, guys who own territories, the politics, and there's still politicking in wrestling. But we have more good people and good guys in wrestling now than we've ever had, I think, that I've come into contact with. And I'm talking about not only the front office and people I work with, but I'm talking about, like I got to know Eddie Kingston, great guy. Ricky Starks, great guy. Thunder Rosa, who I've known for years, just a great girl. Tremendous. And I love Nyla Rose. I mean, I'm going to miss some people here. Obviously my buddies, Butcher and the Blade. And I just really, really genuinely like the people I work with. And I think that could probably be said everywhere, because we bring in somebody new and you talk to them and all of a sudden you think, man, this is a good guy, or she's a good girl, good gal. So let's hear it for how wrestling has changed many ways, I think, from my perspective. Mikey had that red hair, buddy. It almost looks like a wig, doesn't it?
Meltzer would say this match was better than average, but hugely disappointing in that it wasn't even close to being the league of their two previous bouts, both of which had been on free TV and led to high expectations out of this. The Sinister Minister threw fire at Tony Mama Luke only 2 minutes and 30 minutes into the match as a transition spot, which was very strange when fire is used with no real storyline purpose. Ultimately, he gives it 2 3/4 stars, and fans are going to give both teams a nice ovation when it's done. And then we're home stretching it, baby. We got 2 more title matches. It'll be Rhino and Rob Van Dam for that TV title. And of course, Jerry Lynn and Justin Credible in the main event. This has been a pretty fun little pay-per-view, man.
Yeah, it has. And I don't want to take away from it, but why does Dave got to be so negative? That's a negative comment. It was good, but it wasn't as good as what that had, just who gives a shit? It was good.
Give everybody your time code. We get accused all the time of not saying it enough.
Okay. 12502 03 04 05. There you go. Tony Mama Luke was a pretty good worker, man.
Oh, Green Miss Jones here.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, shout out to your girl Thunder Rosa. You put our listeners on to her years ago, and man, she has really been a bright spot on programming lately. And I think it's pretty cool that you had an eye for talent even way back when you were, not even actively involved in wrestling.
Yeah. I was watching her and,
oh my God,
Dad, when they were Twisted Sister, and me and Lanny Pop were watching them together, and we both were going, wow, this girl's pretty damn good. So yeah. How about that double team move right there, buddy? It's pretty fucking cool. Yeah. Thunder Rosa's talent, and it's because she's in great shape. She works hard. She's got a great background in martial arts. She's just a good kid. Boy, to Jerry, man.
So great.
He was tremendous, buddy. Look at that.
If you could make like an all-time roster. So from anywhere, anytime, any place, just a real fantasy dream style roster. I think Tajiri's got to be on there somewhere, because not only could he have really incredible matches. I mean, when I first saw him in 99, I was blown away by his kicks and just his entire presentation. And then he had such a great tag run here with Mikey, but then he would do so much comedy in the WWF with William Regal. It just felt like no matter where you plugged him, he made it work. It's such a cool thing.
Yeah. That takes talent.
Yeah.
That takes incredible talent. Wherever you plug him makes it work. I'll give you a perfect example. Everywhere you plugged in the Disco Inferno, it didn't work.
Everywhere you plugged in Jericho, it did.
Yes, absolutely.
Everywhere you plugged in Bobby Heenan, it did.
Sure. That's talent. That's major talent.
And there you see it. The FBI retain.
Pretty good matchup, kids. See that guy at the table stand up? One of those wrestlers was coming towards him, and he stand up like, oh, fuck. I used to do that when Barry Windham spilled out of the ring.
Because you knew he was going to rib you.
He was coming after me, buddy. There's another guy I don't hear from enough. And I heard his health wasn't that good.
He's doing signings, virtually or whatever.
Good kid. Well, longtime friend, actually. And of course, you and I were talking about just recently, me watching the first WrestleMania.
Yeah. He's on it.
They were in that first WrestleMania.
Yes, they are.
With Lou Albano, and just a hell of an old school match, man.
Check your phone right fast.
Okay. Cool.
Got Barry Windham's number now, baby.
Sure do, buddy. I'm going to text him, ask him how he is. So tell me about Tajiri. His, what is he? Is he retired?
No, I think he's still doing some stuff. I just think he's doing it in Japan now.
Okay.
He's not that old, you know, he's only like 40 something.
Sure. I apologize to all of our hardcore fans out there, but what I mean by hardcore is really into the business. But I'm going to ask you a question that probably I should know the answer to.
Okay.
New Japan Pro Wrestling, do they still have a clearance in the USA?
No.
They're not on TV in the USA anymore.
No. Okay. They were on Access TV for a long, long time.
Right.
And then the parent company for Impact, Anthem, was involved in a purchase of Access. So now Impact no longer had to bounce around and be on Pop or whatever sort of random bullshit channel.
Right.
So now they're on Access, but part of their thing was, we'll be the only wrestling here. So eventually, Wow, David McLean's promotion went away. And so did, unfortunately, New Japan. So most fans who keep up with New Japan these days keep up with it, with the New Japan World app. And by the way, we got Rhino stomping around sporting the ECW television title, and Rob Van Dam is coming out second, even though he's not the champ. That's where you know you're the real main event right there. And you see the fans chanting along with him, or with the song rather. Give you $1 if you know the theme music that Rob Van Dam used to come out to. $1 cash money. The artist or the song.
You come out second.
Pantera Walk is the name of the song. And fans were ready for it. By the way, is Rhino one of the most big barrel chested motherfuckers of all time or what?
Yeah, something else, buddy. Oh, by the way, I want to say, that, hello to our buddy, that listens to our podcast and listens to everything, Nick Malmood up in Connecticut. He sent me a picture of he and Fonzie together.
How about that new grill Fonzie's got?
Fonzie looking great, buddy.
Dude, he really is. I've seen him on a few indie shows lately, making some appearances, and he looks like he's better than ever.
Yeah, man. I told Nick, I said, let Fonzie know that how great he's looking. He said he's looking good and he's feeling good. So that's tremendous.
It really is. You know, you love to hear good reports from guys.
Right.
Hey, coming up next month, we've got, GCW and a lot of our other friends on the indie side of things, like Black Label Pro. They've got a big, get together in Indianapolis, maybe the suburbs, but it's the Collective. You know, they were originally planning to run that WrestleMania weekend. Of course, sort of the anchor event of that is Joey Janela's Spring Break. And, they're doing it again here, but this time it'll be in Indiana, and it won't be WrestleMania weekend. It'll be a sort of a standalone thing, but your old pal Joey is going to be wrestling your old pal Ricky Morton.
Whoa.
That could be fun.
Damn, Ricky just doesn't give up, does he? He's just going to go out there and bump to the end of time.
Hey, speaking of bump until the end of time, did you see that Jerry Lawler celebrated 50 years in the business this past Saturday?
You know what? I know you and I talked about that, and I was actually, Saturday night driving through Memphis, and I was thinking about that.
You should have stopped by.
Well, what time was it? Did they do it?
What time were you coming through?
Let's see, probably like 11 o'clock at night.
Well, Jim Ross was still up drinking with John Daly and Kid Rock, so you should have swung through.
Yeah.
By the way, I think you would really like John Daly.
Really?
I don't know why, but I just feel like you guys would get a kick out of each other.
You're talking about the golfer, right?
Yeah.
So he obviously is a wrestling fan.
I think it's cool that Jerry Lawler had, you know, there's no telling how many legends come pay homage. Scott Steiner, Lex Luger, Rock and Roll Express, on and on. Of course, sadly Animal was even supposed to be there. He was advertised and promoted, but, even like all walks of life, golfer, rock musician, whatever, they're all there to pay some respects to a great career. 50 years. He rode to the ring in one of his more iconic outfits on the back of a horse. And the horse, and even the horse was decked out. That's kind of cool, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Man, they're starting on the outside and doing all kinds of shit. Oh, right now the crowd on the chairs. Goodness gracious.
So this celebration for Jerry Lawler, was it televised? Obviously.
No, I don't believe so.
And where was it?
Jackson, Tennessee, at a baseball park.
Well, that's right. We talked about that last. So they were probably still drinking in Jackson. I didn't go anywhere near Jackson. So
I'm sure they were back at Jerry's house by then,
or back in the bottom part of Jerry's place on Beale Street, the kayfabe room,
having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Do they really call it the kayfabe room?
I called it the kayfabe room. No,
I was going to say that's a fun name.
Yeah, it is.
If you started like a bar and grill, what would you call it? Do you think?
It would have to have the word gimmick in it somewhere.
The word
because
gimmick.
As Lois told me not that long ago, you use the word gimmick a lot. I do. I'd say, we got hit in the gimmick. You're a gimmick. I don't know why I use the word gimmick. Gimmick is a word that replaces other things. I don't know. You still with me?
Yeah. Just listen to you talk about the word gimmick.
Anyway, so my bar would have to be the Gimmick Bar or, I Jabroni is a good one. I comma Jabroni. But I never get into bar business because I'm not like Bad Money Slim.
What's the deal with Bad Money Slim? Does he own his own bar?
Yeah, I think he does.
I don't know if he's like, in my head, I don't know if he owns a bar or if he's like a beer distributor. But I know he's in the alcohol business. I'm well aware of that, but I don't know exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like, you don't want to ask too many questions. Sort of like looking at the sun too long.
Okay.
Man, Rob Van Dam did that somersault over the top rope. No doubt about it. He landed on Rhino, but he fell pretty hard on his back too. And even Fonzie was putting his hand in his hand, hoping for a little squeeze back. Like, tell me you're okay here, pal.
Yeah. That looks like particle board on top of ice. And this being in Minnesota,
the whole fucking ground is ice in Minnesota.
Yeah. But, they play hockey everywhere in Minnesota. I'm sure some sort of hockey team played in that arena back then.
By the way, I've grown a newfound appreciation for Minnesota in recent years. I went to Minnesota like 3 times this year before the pandemic happened.
Uh-huh.
And I just accidentally got a link to, a beautiful house that's listed for sale in Minnesota. Not that I'm thinking of moving to Minnesota. It was like out of a fucking movie. And I'm like, man, they got a lot of cool shit up there. I gotta like hang out for real up there sometime and take Megan and see the old stomping grounds.
I like Minnesota too, buddy. I mean, if you're an outdoorsman in Minnesota or you love hockey or you just love cold weather.
Oh, did I tell you I'm going to be seeing our pal Jim Ross this week?
Really?
Yep.
You going down to his place in Jacksonville?
I got a little business in Oklahoma City, and I think that's only like a half-hour Uber ride to Norman. So I'm going to see him at the home place.
Oh, he's not in Jacksonville? I thought he was still down there.
Buddy, we just talked about the fact that he was in Tennessee.
Oh, yeah. Well, I thought maybe he'd go back to Jacksonville. Jim's a jet setter. You just don't know, man, where he is.
Well, he's got all these, he's independently wealthy, well established. He's a man of leisure. Everybody knows that.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell when you listen to our podcast. He knows how to enjoy life.
Yeah.
And he's got multiple homes.
Mm-hmm. It is, if you think about it on the surface, if you just look at it, you think that at his age, that's where everybody wants to be, right?
Hey, how bad did he bury me last week?
I don't remember him burying you last week.
He was all kinds of hot at me last week.
Really?
Because we have sponsors for our podcast, right?
Right.
So they want to send us products to try it out and the whole deal, get familiar. Well, he was legit mad that people were sending stuff to his house and he didn't know what it was.
Uh-huh.
But I'm like, as you know, sometimes they send us the stuff to try before we ever know that they've bought an ad schedule.
Yeah. Right.
So a random product shows up at your house. You and I know, okay, they bought an ad on the podcast.
Right.
Jim was furious at me about it. And it was fun.
And why was that?
I'm not trying this shit if I don't know what it is. So I can be trying to poison me. I'm like, it's not Princess Bride, Jim. They're not going to poison you. I'm not giving your address out to fans. Westwood One has it for checks and whatnot. And we send you, like, if they're going to, hypothetically, is somebody going to poison your zero sugar cereal? They're going to give you rusty razors. Come on, man. He was mad. So,
well, the good news about all this is that Jim Ross is in our life.
No, I love Jim, but
yeah, and that's tremendous. I remember when you guys were starting the podcast, I got to thinking, man, I wonder how that's going to go. But then we got to know the Jim Ross later in life, and it's just been wonderful. Just been wonderful.
It's funny though, that he's mad at me that Westwood sent him product.
Well, you know what? No,
but let's
you're
process
the boss of all this shit. You do realize that, don't you?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I hear you in theory, but I don't handle myself that way. And also too, I don't know what they sold. I find out when you guys find out, you know what I mean?
It doesn't matter how you handle yourself. You got to realize who you are.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. Like Lois around the house here doesn't always handle herself as if she runs things, but she does.
Oh, that's been well established. We heard today.
It's common knowledge. And so the same thing can be said of you in this 5-person podcast you have, which I'm sure eventually you're going to have a podcast 7 days a week. And I'm sure that's going to be great for your marriage.
Yep.
Whoa, look at that.
Hey, don't worry about my marriage. You worry about yours. Mine don't put me on a fucking collar.
Stop worrying about my marriage, buddy.
We know you sleep in separate bedrooms.
And once you're my age, you'll look back on this and saying that was a great idea.
I'm just saying, a guy who had to swim through dog hair 6 months ago and has slept in another bedroom for 16 years, maybe don't need to give me any goddamn advice about marriages.
Point taken.
I love every now and again. You're like, well, that boy's talking some sense. I'm going to let that one go.
Yeah. And you sure were there, buddy.
Hey, let me hit you with some sense I heard over the weekend that I can't make sense of myself.
Okay.
Someone told me something that I was low-key offended about.
Yeah.
And then tried to poke holes in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Came out silly. And I thought, wait a minute. Is he really trying to drop some knowledge here that I haven't put 2 and 2 together?
Okay.
Now it's a little on the colorful side.
I'm ready. I'm braced.
And I want your opinion. It might be a theory, but let's just test the theory.
Stop selling. Get to the point.
The taller the girl, the deeper the cooch.
Oh God. I knew it was going to be something like that because you were,
Cause I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then I was like, wait a minute, I got to write that down and ask Tony. I went from being offended to, wait a minute, this is good fodder for Tony.
Good fodder for, holy shit.
Oh my God. Rob's dad.
Oh.
Pile driver off the apron, through a table on the floor, and Sam from Atlas don't check on nobody, just watches.
I'm sure glad they came up with that spot at that moment.
Holy shit, man. Look at Sam. Sam looks the exact same now.
Yeah. I saw Sam recently.
That old cliche. That thing's legit. Black don't crack, baby.
Boy, he looks good, man.
Seriously. He looks the exact same age right now.
Right.
My goodness.
Is he really going to beat him here? Well, they fucked up that spot or that camera shot.
Yeah, they did. Look at this. I don't know.
And if that's the only extreme replay that we've seen, that's a hell of a spot.
Absolutely it is.
Because we've had a lot of extreme. There's some guys with a table that go put another one under the table.
So wait a minute.
Another table under the ring.
You just, you didn't respond.
Nah, that's some bullshit stuff.
You don't believe that either?
No.
It sounded made up to me, but I'm like,
it probably is made up. Who came up with that? What dumbass of the Sad News Bears came up with that?
Well, I don't want to say.
Okay.
But I was just like, that's the dumbest. Then I was like, wait a minute, let me write that down.
No, that's dumb.
That's good for Tony. Oh my gosh. He's going to set up the Van Terminator.
Okay. So the Dan Terminator he's going to kick the chair into the guy's face.
No, the Van Daminator is when he throws the chair, the guy catches it and he kicks it in his face. The Van Terminator is when he springboards himself. Oh man, Just Incredible had other plans. He's going to try it anyway. Nails it. Well, why the Just Incredible thing? Oh, because he pulled Fonzie in. He kicked the chair into Fonzie, not Rhino. Oh man. So Fonzie took the Van Terminator, which means that Rhino gores him through a table in the corner. Hey, I kind of like this.
Yeah,
good story.
I do too.
Good story.
Good story is right.
Pile driver through a table. Now pile driver on a chair. That ought to get it done. Super fast count. And there it is.
Yeah. So the referee was in on it.
Looks like it. He's cheering.
Yeah.
He's a heel referee, Danny Daniels.
And unlike the judge, he didn't stay in one corner.
No, he did not.
I give Jeff grief about that all the time. So did you have nailed your shoes nailed to a corner? He said, what do you think? I'm gonna get in there and get hurt? I said, no, you obviously are not.
So do you want to hear what another Sad News Bear said about this whole debate?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to hear from stupid people. I mean, look, you go down the roster of Sad News Bears.
Yeah.
He's saying, Rob Van Dam said, what the fuck? Okay. You go down the whole roster of Sad News Bears. You can put name here, hyphen, stupid. I mean, lovable, many of them, but stupid. That's okay. We need stupid people in the world.
Let's run through this.
If you didn't have stupid people in the world, you wouldn't have silly shit to talk about.
Well, let's talk about it though. Are you going to tell me that Eric Rottencrotch, who runs a major furniture store, is a stupid person?
Yeah.
Jeff Jewett, who owns a trucking empire over at doodoo-trucking.com, he's a stupid person.
Yeah. Not an idiot. He's a stupid person.
Gimmick attorney Mike Dawkins, who has worked with hundreds, thousands perhaps at this point, professional wrestlers. He's a stupid person.
He's the only one that's not a stupid person.
What about Shuley from the Howard Stern Show?
Yeah. He's in the group now?
Yeah.
Whew. Next.
Corey Ryan Forster.
Oh, he's all eat up with stupid.
All right. Here's a curveball. Mark Nielsen.
Next.
Scott, the hotel guy.
Oh. Ooh.
Pond Water Dave. Do you know that Pond Water Dave once beat a woman in the face with a can of bumblebee tuna?
Next.
Nothing happening. Dave Silva.
Oh, Jesus. Yep.
Chris McDonald.
No, he's not stupid.
Oh, you like Chris. Yeah.
Yeah. He's talented.
The Million Tater Man, Casio Kid.
Well, he's a talented dumb fuck.
Dave Hancock.
Yeah. Where did you get Dave Hancock from?
Cody Rhodes once referred to him as my son, but Dave Hancock is without question the biggest heat seeker in our group. I'm talking about in wrestling, in real life. You know, he tries to portray himself as this babyface character because he's fostered, I don't know, 132 children just this year alone.
Yeah.
But he finds a way to piss off or alienate every person he's ever met ever.
Well, some people are like that. And let me tell you a Dave Hancock story.
Oh, can't wait.
And I'll try. You're familiar with the story, kind of, and I'll try to tell you parts of the story without telling you the story because I don't want it to get out there.
Okay.
A bunch of us went to a wrestling show a few years back, and there was a dickhead that was giving somebody problems, and on social media, giving one of our friends, our leaders, so to speak, problems. And Dave Hancock was going to put an end to it. And he was marching around like, I'm going to put an end to this. And he didn't do shit. So I remember thinking about that time. Just another sad news bear.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. It was, hypothetically, is in Vegas.
Right. Hypothetically.
How about nothing happening? Lip Sync Jones, Matt Coon.
Yeah, that's been well established here, but that's common knowledge in the podcasting world. So there's your group.
No, we're not done.
Oh.
You ready?
Yeah.
Jay-Z Flair.
All right. I got a lot of time for Jay-Z Flair.
What? He's the biggest slap dick of all. I saved him thinking you were going to go promo city here at the end.
Yeah.
Does anybody follow Jay-Z Flair's account for anything other than pictures of his wife?
No, I was getting ready to say, the only reason I like Jay-Z is because I was introduced to his wife.
It's funny because I just spent a couple days with a friend of the show, Paulie Bromwell. He was asking for my advice on podcasting and whatnot. So we spent a couple days just coming up with ideas and blah, blah, blah. And he does a Jay-Z Flair podcast. And my advice was rename it Jay-Z Flair's Wife Videocast. You need a YouTube show,
right?
Where she's in it. He happens to be in the background, walking around, eating chicken. And that's it. That's the show.
And let me say, and I think you would agree, we're not talking about anything risque. We're talking about just having her talk and be bubbly.
Yeah. Just be yourself. Yeah.
Right.
Just be Mrs. Flair.
Yeah. Because she's wonderful.
She's great. Yep. He hit the wife lottery in that.
Yes, he did.
He found someone who could handle him as a slow adult that he is and be very patient with him and put up with all of his walking around in public, dressed like a spokesperson.
Yeah.
I mean, he's walking around in a Cajun Cajun filet biscuit wrapper. Like his whole suit is a wrapper for a chicken biscuit. And he's got a belt that spins and yellow sunglasses. And when he's in real life, he wears cargo shorts and white sunglasses. And he's got
the only group that he could fall into is Sad News Bears. You're the only group that would accept him.
He's got like a 97 Impala with like 26-inch spinning spree wheel hubcap rims.
Mm-hmm.
So like when he's at a red light, the rims are still spinning, and he's got TV screens and all the headrests and visors. It's like the worst Pimp My Ride you ever saw. And he's wearing white sunglasses, but he's literally just riding around listening to Smokey and the Bandit soundtrack and like a best of Ric Flair, like CD, just one promo after another. That's what he does. Like for in real life.
Yeah. And he wields a gun.
Well, I don't know about that. Oh, what are you watching the TV right now?
Yeah.
I mean, how about that move?
Francine knows what she's doing, buddy. See, I thought Francine knew what she was doing in the ring. I mean, we obviously I fawn over because I like her look. I always thought she was beautiful, but I thought she was, as far as the wrestling business was concerned, I thought she was very savvy. I thought she knew what she was doing.
Champ's out first again, just like the TV match. The heel champ is out first. Babyface coming up next. Jerry Lynn, the hometown hero here in Minnesota. It's a big night for Jerry Lynn, after all those years in the AWA and in Global and in WCW and in the WWF. I mean, he was everywhere and did everything. And it wasn't until he's here in ECW in 1999 that he started to become the man. And now here he is as the man, getting a world title shot on pay-per-view in the main event of his hometown. That's like big time stuff, man. Great storytelling, great positioning. This is wrestling when it's done right.
Yeah, it is. And he's soaking this up, man. Did the fan hit him with a beer or something? I believe so.
He's trying to do some crowd work and get some heat.
Mm-hmm.
And clearly, he's looking for the cheap heat wearing the Packers jersey here in enemy territory.
Yeah. I agree with that. We call it cheap heat, but heat is heat. I mean, you go into and you say, hey, it's great to be in Minnesota, and that's cheap pop, but everybody does. And I mean, all comedians do it. They come out, hey, it's great to be with you in Huntsville. Hey, here he comes. What a pro. What a pro and what a genuinely good guy.
The referee here is H.C. Loke, who would go on to be a tag team partner with Tony DeVito with the Baldies in Ring of Honor. And they actually won the Ring of Honor tag titles. Chat me up here. Give everybody your time code. Let's make sure we're doing it right. We get a lot of heat about not giving it often enough.
Well, you know what? If we don't get heat about that, we'll get heat about something else. 157, 18, 19, 20, 21. Jerry Lynn's in the ring. Justin and Francine are on the outside walking around. And she just soaks up every bit of the camera when she's in the camera shot. So I hope you're on the right time with me as well.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to this match, man. Boy, Jerry got a great pop when they just announced his name, didn't he?
Yep. How about your ring announcer here, Steven DeAngelis? Track it.
227 pounds from Ozone Park, New York. Here's the current ECW World Heavyweight Champion. He is Justin Credible.
It's all about that belt, Joey Styles. It is all about that belt.
No question about it. Truer words were never spoken. The Extreme official H.C. Lope will referee this all-important matchup.
If I was just incredible right now, I would make Jerry Lynn wait to get his hands on me. I do like that David Culpepper and step out of bounds.
I love he said David Culpepper. Not Dante, David.
Hey, so, I lost my thought there watching this match. Looking at her. She's pointing at the fans like, don't fucking start. Don't just notice that.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, this is cool stuff, man.
Oh, did I tell you what we're doing with Eric Bischoff next week?
Oh yeah, no, you did not.
We're doing the very first SmackDown on Fox. You know, it happened. I can't believe it, but Fox has now been on primetime broadcast TV for right at a year.
Oh.
So Monday's episode, we're going to break down that all that went into putting that first episode of SmackDown on Fox.
Wow. That should be a great show, man. I might listen to my first wrestling podcast ever.
You've never listened to one?
Yeah, I've listened to them. I was trying to be funny.
Here's what's funny is I get texts or tweets or DMs or whatever from guys in the business all the time who say, man, I hated the idea of wrestling podcasts and never listened. Then I heard this one with so-and-so and now I can't stop.
Yeah. Hey, I spent 15 hours, 20 hours last week driving. 30 hours driving. What the fuck am I talking about? Yeah. 10 hours to Arkansas, 10 hours back. And then Jacksonville, 5 up and 5 back. So 30 hours in a car driving last week. So there was a lot of podcasting on Spotify I was listening to. So makes time go away when you're driving. And I think that's what we don't talk about enough. You know, we do a watch along here. And I've talked to some fans who said, you know what, now that you do a watch along, I don't always get to watch. And you don't have to watch along with us to enjoy it. We're talking about the action. You don't have to see it. And there's a lot of people who will watch us if they're driving a truck or driving a car and going, listen to our podcast. It's a watch along makes it better, but you don't have to do it, man. Boy, he's spending some time getting the fans' face and they're pissed at him.
It's too much though.
Okay.
Like for a pay-per-view audience, if this was a house show, if it's just for the live audience, I'm for it, but I'm at home right now and I'm like, all right, Justin, let's go. But now some of this may not be his fault. Some of it may have been, they finished so early that Paul's like, listen, y'all need to stretch. But I'm thinking, hurry the fuck up. Let's go. Tony, is there any, anything in particular you're enjoying on AEW right now that you're looking forward to progressing to your next big pay-per-view extravaganza in November, Full Gear?
Oh, yes, there is.
Well, here's a chance to shield for it.
I certainly hope and I don't know, listen, I don't know what matches have been booked yet. We haven't been told. You know when I find out when matches have been booked?
When it's announced on TV.
Exactly. Or,
well, you could say anything complimentary about the company or promotion that you enjoy in any manner.
I sure do want to see the Young Bucks go up against FTR.
Oh yeah. That'd be good.
I think if they're building to this for this pay-per-view, I'm not so sure if they are or not, but it seems to me they're building towards Jericho against MJF.
Is it just going to be all heel versus heel? The whole show? Oh, how about Cody coming back now? Can we talk about that?
Cody coming back against, one of my favorites, Brody Lee.
By the way, how much did you pop when you saw the dog collar?
Yeah.
That's old school, baby.
That is old school, man. And I hope Cody and Brody go back and watch Starrcade 83.
Let me assure you, they will.
Yeah.
If there's one thing you know about Cody Rhodes, it's that he's going to be dialing up the old stuff.
Mm-hmm. Also, I'd like to thank Matt Jackson for a brand new phone.
Oh, he was a real jerk.
Yeah. I'd like to thank him for that because, now I got a brand new iPhone 11 Pro Max because of the money that was on the floor there. Could have bought an iPad too.
I'm actually up. It's
listen,
funny
he's
you
got
say
money.
That.
Throw it towards me. I'm taking it.
Oh, we know that. I mean, hell, it got you in the podcast game. Oh, hey, we published the letter. I don't know if you saw that, but the email I sent you to recruit you to do a podcast, we published it over at adfreeshows.com so fans can see it.
Oh, really?
Yep. The thing that flipped the switch to get you back in here, shucking and jiving for us, baby.
Mm-hmm. Something else, man. Now they're giving this, going to put in a little bit of time here. I mean, they got 20 minutes still to go in the show, and they've been going about what, 7-8 minutes? Maybe?
Well, here's the thing. Lynn could not possibly, he had a reputation for good, longer matches with Rob Van Dam by this point. There's no way he could get in here and have a 7-minute title match.
Right.
And if you're just incredible, you don't want to lose in 7 minutes anyway.
Yeah, I agree. But in the ECW spear, with all the carnage that they had and all the things that they did, a lot of times 20 minutes was a long time to take all that punishment.
No doubt about it.
Fucking Jerry, man. Puts those hands up, but still looks good.
Oh, hey, shout out to Ben Carter, who stole the show last Tuesday night on Dynamite. Sort of a breakout performance with him and Scorpio Sky. I still think Scorpio Sky's got money dripping off him. I think he's going to be AEW champ one day. He's got a great look, great matches, great guy in real life. He just has charisma for days. I'm ready for everybody to see more of Scorpio Sky. So I was excited that he was there and didn't know a ton about Ben Carter. I knew who his trainer was, but man, what a performance. You want to talk about a star making deal. People will look back at that match years from now and say, this is where it all started. I think.
Yeah, I agree. Ben Carter's one of those kids that you don't see many of them. When you see him for the first, and that's the first time I'd seen him, right?
I think you'd seen him one other time.
Well, in Dark.
Yeah.
Okay. But all right, let's say the first time I saw him was our recent tapings.
Right.
I remember right after he walked out and I go backstage, I tell Tony and Conrad, I said, that kid has got it. I mean, some kids have the aptitude, some kids don't. And even the ones that don't sometimes can be stars, but he does. And yeah, I agree with that, man. But again, to have a great match, you got to have a great partner. And I agree what you're saying about Scorpio Sky. I think, and we've seen Frankie Kazarian have some singles matches as well. As much as I like SCU together as a group, I like them better individually. Because listen, Kazarian, we've seen Kazarian on some old TNA stuff, Impact stuff you and I have done. And Frankie who's been around a long, long time, can still go. Christopher Daniels, he has some great singles matches as well.
I think Christopher Daniels and Frankie Kazarian have been drinking whatever Dustin Rhodes has been drinking, because somehow, even as they're, they've been wrestling for a long time and they're still just as good as ever, maybe better than ever.
Yeah.
And I don't, it's a little thing, but Lord, Frankie growing his hair out, he looks like a different guy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a totally new look. And sometimes I think, guys try to reinvent themselves and they think, oh, I need new gear and I need a new gimmick and I got to start wearing face paint and, oh, I need a new ring jacket. And I'm sure all that stuff is helpful, but Lord, when I did a double take, when I saw Frankie with a head full of hair, and I've seen him that way before, but I just got so used to the buzz cut look, and it's a fresh coat of paint.
It is. He can still work, man. Oh, wow. DDT on the chair.
He's one of Eric Bischoff's favorite wrestlers. I don't know that you know that.
What, Kazarian is?
Yeah, they get along great. They're big pals. And he really is legitimately top 10 nicest guys I've met in wrestling.
Yeah.
You just randomly get a text from him every now and again, putting over something that you saw or just being complimentary or supportive. He's one of the genuinely good guys, and I'm glad he's in AEW, and I hope that he's got a gig there for life. Once he decides, 10 or 20 or 30 years from now to quit wrestling, that he'll be an agent there or something, because he loves wrestling, man.
Yeah, we are just full of good guys, and
yep.
And I think I've mentioned this before. I don't know if it's come out or not. An upcoming edition of AEW Unrestricted, we talked to Miro.
Oh yeah, how's he? That's your first time really hanging with him and meeting him, huh?
Yeah, one of the most positive guys I've ever met. I mean, he's always smiling. He's always positive about everything. He's appreciative. I had heard so much about quote unquote Rusev being a great guy, but you gotta get it. Once you meet him, you get it immediately. Did I tell the story on here about when I first met him? I think I did, didn't I?
I don't know.
He walked out, I didn't know he was coming. I didn't know he was going to be the best man.
Yeah. You did tell us.
Yeah. And but now that we've spent some more time together, I got to sit down and the next time we're all together, tell some stories, because that's what he wants to hear. Oh, let's see. So he's got water. He's got the mic.
Yep.
I thought you were better than that, Jerry. Come on, you piece of shit. Hey, I thought Minneapolis launched some Jerry Lynn. How about that, huh? This is what I think of Minneapolis. Right here, bitch.
Wow. Disrespect being shown by the World Heavyweight Champion for the channel above the back.
Well, I mean, the trash is coming into the ring in the middle of the match. So if he was looking for heat, he got it.
He damn right he got it, buddy. You damn right he got it.
Hey, by the way, I know we're letting some fans into some wrestling again. Please don't throw stuff in the ring.
Oh my God. I hope we're beyond that.
Well, I'm just saying, like, we're here putting it, oh man, that's heat. I don't want anyone to hear that and think, oh, that must mean they want me to throw stuff. No, we don't. Please don't throw anything in the ring. Now, if Raphael Morphy comes by and says, hey, pals, if you could, take your sodas and throw them in the ring and in the next segment, then you should do it.
But he ain't gonna do that.
But he probably ain't gonna say that. So let's just not and say we did.
But more than likely, if you do throw something in the ring, Raphael Morphy is going to point towards someone.
And you gone.
And you gone.
And
you may never come back again.
He'll find Sam with Atlas.
Mm-hmm.
You get your picture made. And you gone.
Which, by the way, kind of happened recently.
Oh yeah, I saw. Your man Clothesline Ramon.
Mm.
He caught a fella who was maybe a little too excited to meet John Moxley.
Yep. And I want to say something about that you are, as a fan, probably very fortunate if you're a fan that thinks I'm going to get involved in a match. And there are a lot of knuckleheads out there.
Oh, please don't do that.
First of all, don't do it. But had you been doing it back in the 1970s and 80s, 60s and 70s,
Ole Anderson would have brought you to the back and beat the shit out of you.
You would have done it once. And you wouldn't have been arrested, but you wouldn't have done it again.
No.
Because they beat the fuck out of fans. I mean, ooh. I saw it, man. I saw it firsthand.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
So it was like that scene in Casino where they put that motherfucker's head in a vice?
Yeah. And it's a story about when I first started was a fan and somebody jumped on the back of Greg Valentine, and all of a sudden, Greg Valentine and Ric Flair and Johnny Weaver and Wahoo McDaniel, who were wrestling each other, all four became teammates. And it was 4-on-1. So, yeah. And it wasn't 4-on-1 with working punches. shit was on. And all of a sudden, the little weasel who tried to jump in the ring was trying to get away with his life. He was like, how can I get out of here? Somebody help me. No one was helping him. And then, of course, you know, when I was in it, I saw a couple other things after I got started in it. So, but yeah. Because, you know, listen, we talk so much about Ole, but Gene Anderson was a fucking shooter. Gene Anderson was, you go back and take a look at Gene Anderson's career, he was a legit tough, he was like a Rick Steiner without all the muscles. I mean, he just knew how to, kind of like a Danny Hodge. He just had a strong grip. He knew, and Gene used to do that to me all the time. He used to grab me by the hand. He said, let me show you something. I said, no, don't show me. And he used to laugh. But man, you didn't want to fuck with Gene Anderson, and they would try to back in the day. I think Gene Anderson is a very, very underrated wrestler.
Old school, baby.
And I only say that because I got to know him and became friends with him, very good friends with him. And you know, I was unfortunately there at his funeral, and just I've got a lot of great memories of my first couple of years at JCP, and he's one of my fondest memories working with him, because he didn't take any shit from anybody, and that's why they used him. Wow, look at that, man. Back in the old days, Conrad, when it was time to go home,
yeah,
Gene Anderson would walk out of the dressing room. If you saw the referee saw Gene, they knew it was time to go home. If they didn't go home, Gene would get closer to the ring. If Gene came to the ring, you were fucked when you went in the backstage area, because you were way late going home. And we're talking about for TV, TV tapings.
Right. Oh, there's that package, our cradle pile driver. Man, I hate that I can't help it. I just look for a guy's eyes now. If he's getting covered, if somebody's on top of him, if he's about to drop the pin, I can't help but look at his eyes. And if he's looking at the ref, I just know, here it comes. Here's the kick.
Really, I don't, that, you know what, that doesn't alert me anymore. I don't know.
It does me every time.
I'm not looking for that, I guess.
I wish I wasn't, is what I'm saying. Like,
right.
I want to be surprised, but so many times, don't get me wrong, occasionally you see a guy who doesn't look, but most of the time that guy's looking, and I'm like, Jesus. Oh, a nice reversal and a tombstone. Man, these guys are having a hell of a match.
Of course they are. Now, what did our good buddy say about it?
3.5 stars.
Okay.
He liked this one even better than the Rob Van Dam match. I think this is actually the highest rated match on the show besides Kid Cash. I think this and Kid Cash were sort of neck and neck with 3.5. We should mention there's 4,600 fans here. It's a 7,000 seat arena, $165,000 gate. Meltzer's going to say that ECW is still on TNN and is still financially not on strong footing. So here we are.
Oh, here's the bogus referee again.
Yeah. The heel referee.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Back-to-back matches for heel refs here with Danny Daniels. Fast count, but he kicks. Nice to see it. The crowd's into that. Of course, they want their hometown boy to be the new world champ.
And look, I mean, and they're standing too here, buddy.
Oh, nice.
This is good. This is a great story, man. Heel referee trying to fuck him over. He keeps coming back out of it.
Oh my God. A cane shot to the head from the evil referee. Mm-hmm. He flipped off the crowd and they blurred it. Why is a middle finger being blurred on ECW? That was weird. Again. Oh, but check that out. He doesn't count 3. He doesn't finish. And that's the bootleg New Jack music. Can you imagine if you really were, and let's pretend that this is all legitimate. This is all real. And you're about to screw a guy. And right before you finish the pinfall, New Jack's music hits. Would you not just run for your fucking life?
Fucking A, I would, buddy.
I don't know if this was real, the referee would already be in the parking lot.
I know.
But listen, I think this is good use because people want the Sandman entrance. They want to see him cane people and drink beer and smoke a cigarette. And, they want to sing along with Enter Sandman, and they want to see New Jack with the lights blinking and the rap music blaring, just hit some motherfucker with weapons. I wonder if there was legit heat with Taz here. Cause as you see, New Jack is wearing orange and black. And if there's one thing we know, it's that when it comes to wrestling, Taz owns the color orange.
What's he going to do? He's going to fucking open him up. Oh
yeah. With a sickle. Oh, did he just throw the knife at Francine? No, he threw it.
I think he did. Or the knife just went that way.
That's a sentence in a wrestling match. Where did the knife go? Another reversal for the tombstone. Not another reversal. And bam, cradle. That'll get it done. Come on. Look at that fucking crowd, man. I know this is like the twilight of ECW and it's not as good as maybe as it once was, just because you're missing your favorites. You want to see Sabu. You want the Dudleys. You want Taz. You want Raven. I get it. But my goodness, they gave him what they wanted right here. This was a fun show and the fans were into it, Bubba.
Great finish. Great story. I loved it, man. New Jack involved. Absolutely.
Well, that's the good news. We had a good show, a good main event, a good co-main event, and a great new world champion in Jerry Lynn. This is Jerry Lynn's first time winning the world title. Your old pal from AEW. This has got to be the biggest moment of his career, and you just watched it.
Yeah. We sure did. We saw some other great stuff. I mean, God, Kid Cash and Easy Money. All tore it up in the short time they were there. It was,
really, seriously, we should put that over harder. Go watch the Kid Cash match and then watch this Jerry Lynn match. And if you got time for it, there's never a bad thing when there's Rob Van Dam and Rhino in there. Right. Really, top to bottom, a really good show. But I understand that, it doesn't feel the same. Mike Awesome's not here. And, some of the other big stars, Shane Douglas isn't here. And a lot of your big original guys are not on.
Shit's going to go down here. I can see this.
Oh, you think? I don't think so, Bubba.
Oh yeah, it is.
He's going to give a speech. That's all.
No.
He's going to send the fans home happy. See, look,
yeah. I see it. I see it. Come on, buddy.
Oh, look, there's Tommy Dreamer, who I didn't even remember wasn't on the show. How about that?
Okay. Well, there you go.
Making it like a little Bret Hart WrestleMania 10 moment for Jerry Lynn.
Yeah. Well, fans love it. Good stuff.
It was good stuff. Next week, we've got something a little different for you here on the show. Tony, I know you don't have your gimmick in front of you. Do you want to guess what we're watching?
Well, let's see. It would be, into October.
Yep. It is an October show. It happened on October 4th, 2000.
Good God. I hope it's not WCW.
Oh, it is. The show took place in Long Beach, California. And we've got lots of stuff on there. How about Young Dragons versus Scott Steiner?
Is Tank Abbott in the show?
How about Sergeant AWOL versus Jim Duggan? How about Mike Sanders versus Lance Storm? How about Sean O'Hare and Mark Jindrak versus Mike Awesome and Crowbar? How about Shane Douglas and Sting? Most importantly, and this is real, Beetlejuice.
Run that one by me again.
Beetlejuice.
Oh, Howard Stern's Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice is going to have an interaction, believe it or not, with Jeff Jarrett. I'm so excited. It's Beetle. He's the best. It's coming your way next week. We're going to be back with you with some old school Crockett on October 17th, 1987 World Championship Wrestling. It'll be Sting's debut on WTBS. That's coming your way on October 14th.
Wow.
On October 21st, we're going to watch a Raw from October 24th, 2005. So right around the 15-year anniversary. And what happens on that 05 episode of Raw? Vince McMahon pulls JR's head out of his own ass.
Oh my God.
And then on October 28th, we're going to wind it up here with Halloween Havoc 1989, which has Flair and Sting on one side, Muta and Funk on another. October is going to be a banner month for us, but you asked for it and we're going to make it happen. Can't believe this is real.
Okay.
The Heroes of Wrestling pay-per-view, which has been regarded as being the worst pay-per-view of all time. We're going to do a watch along, me and you, on adfreeshows.com. It's all happening in the month of October. If you haven't already, go sign up for adfreeshows.com. You get all these shows early and ad free, and you pick them up over at WHW Monday on Patreon. But Tony, right now, it feels like it's about that time.
Ladies and gentlemen, celebrating in the ring right now with the podcasting championship trophy, Bruce Pritchett. At least he showed up to get the trophy, and all the Sad News Bears are around him. There's Hancock, there's Silva, there's Jay-Z Flair, there's Conrad. My God, they're all around. There's Pondwater Dave. They're all around. Wait a minute. The music hits, the lights flash, the rap music on. Here comes Dewjack, and he's got a sick on his hand, and he decapitates every one of the Sad News Bears. Oh, there is justice in the world. We're desperately out of time. We'll see you next week on What Happened When. Don't forget, on Wednesdays, we come to you on Westwood One. But Mondays, we come to our great fans, our great friends, our brethren on
Patreon. WHW Monday on Patreon. And of course at adfreeshows.com.